The leader of the Autobots is Optimus Prime. All the Autobots are willing to follow him. They will follow him to the death. All their actions are decided by Optimus Prime alone. The Bumblebee is just the intelligence investigator of the Autobots and has no right to make decisions. So, after receiving Shenmue's warning, the Bumblebee can't make up its own mind. So it has to tell Optimus Prime all of Shenmue's previous amazing performances and the warning to them, and put forward its own suggestions, thinking that they'd better do as Shenmue said for the time being, and don't act rashly. It's just that his opinion didn't help him. 10 minutes later, a huge red and blue painted Peterbilt truck started, followed by a black GMC large-scale pickup truck, a yellow Hummer H2 rescue vehicle, and a silver-gray Pontiac sports car quietly came to a stop in front of the Shenmue's house. Although received Bumblebee's introduction and advice on Shenmue's strength, Optimus Prime and his team quietly came to Shenmue's house. In Optimus Prime's mind, even if Shenmue can rely on advanced weapons to kill roadblocks, he is definitely not the opponent of the whole Decepticon. After all, the strength of the roadblock is not so strong. He can easily kill it himself, but he dare not say that he can fight against the whole Decepticons alone. Even if other Autobots are involved, they have always been weak in front of Megatron and the Decepticons he led. Moreover, they are powerful and liberal Transformers, not to mention weak human beings. Optimus Prime also knows about the technology and military strength of human beings on Earth. Although he doesn't know the specific combat power of the steel battle suit Shenmue owns, it's impossible to be more powerful than him and Megatron. So, in order to prevent the pair of glasses with the bearing coordinates of the fire source from being obtained by Decepticons, and then find the fire source in Megatron, they must get the glasses first. Only in this way can the Decepticons' conspiracy be stopped and the Earth not be destroyed in the hands of the brutal Decepticons. However, Optimus Prime didn't want to use his power directly against Shenmue after all. He is not the cruel Megatron. As the leader of peace-loving Autobots, his idea is to live in peace with the Earth people and help them resist the attack of Decepticons. Optimus Prime's idea is to make clear to Shenmue the great threat they are facing now, and then offer to help them deal with Megatron. When Optimus Prime wants to come, Shenmue will definitely agree. After all, no one will refuse their help in the face of powerful enemies. But what he didn't expect was that Decepticons were not powerful enemies in Shenmue's eyes at all, but valuable training resources. This kind of strength was strong and anti-beating, and there were a lot of opponents that were hard to find. The most important thing was that they still wanted to destroy the evil forces in the world. Shenmue could give them all his hands without any pressure. Without considering him, our lives will not be tied up. If it wasn't for the number of Decepticons, plus the fact that Autobots are on the side of the Earth and on the side of justice, Shenmue wouldn't easily let go of Optimus Prime and other Transformers from Cybertron. He didn't have to warn Optimus Prime through the Bumblebee, just wait for them to die. But now, his warning doesn't work. In Chen's hearing, although Optimus Prime and others have been as careful as possible, they still can't escape his perception. At the first time when Optimus Prime and others arrived, Shenmue found their arrival. He got up from the sofa and came to the window. Looking at the very conspicuous line of motorcades on the side of the road, Shenmue shook his head gently. I don't listen to good advice. But in this case, Shenmue doesn't mind a few more targets. Before Optimus Prime could take action, Shenmue had moved to the side of the road in a blink. Stands as two peas in front of the huge Peterbilt truck, and Shenmue looks at the sign of the car sign on the front of the Bumblebee steering wheel and opens up. Stop pretending, Optimus. As Shenmue's voice fell, soon the Peterbilt truck in front of him changed. First, the outer shell of the car suddenly cracked, revealing the mechanical structure completely different from that of the ordinary truck. Then, in a dazzling mechanical change, the very large head of Peterbilt truck quickly became a more powerful steel giant. The extremely familiar and powerful appearance and the classic red and blue two-color armor all announce his identity. He is the leader of the Autobots of Cybertron, Optimus Prime. At the same time, 3 other cars parked behind him began to transform. Soon, 3 transformers of different heights, shapes, and armor colors appeared beside Optimus Prime. Fortunately, there are not many residents near Chen Mo's house, and it's not early at this time. All the neighbors are sleeping. Otherwise, if they look out of the window, they will find the 4 astonishing steel giants on the road outside. The height of Optimus Prime after his transformation is nearly 9 meters, which is a little higher than Chen Mo's 2-story building. Compared with that, Chen Mo, whose figure is very big among ordinary people, looks extremely small. Chen Mo's momentum is no less than that of giant Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime did not stand after his original transformation. Instead, he supported the ground with one hand, half knelt down and leaned his face to Chen Mo. It's bigger than the barricade. It's nearly 1.5 meters in diameter. It's less than 1 meter away from Chen Mo. But Chen Mo's mood did not fluctuate at all. He looked at Optimus Prime coldly and said in a cold voice, "I said, let you hide, don't bother me." Optimus Prime didn't get angry because of Chen Mo's impolite attitude, and didn't have the heart to think about why Chen Mo didn't be surprised to see them. He was more concerned about his purpose of coming to find Chen Mo this time. "I'm sorry, but we have to come." Optimus Prime's voice was heavy and determined. "That pair of glasses you got is marked with the coordinates of the ignition source. We must get it in front of Megatron. Megatron is the leader of Decepticons. He is fierce and brutal. All forces that do not obey him will be eliminated. The roadblock you encounter tonight is one of the Decepticons. If the Decepticons find a source of ignition, they will use their energy to transform the machines on Earth and build a new army. Then, mankind will be completely destroyed." Optimus Prime told Chen Mo all about the Decepticon plot and the dangerous situation of human beings. He thought that Chen Mo would be shocked and anxious when he knew this. After all, it is related to the life and death of the whole Earth. But Chen Mo's reaction surprised Optimus Prime. After he finished, Chen Mo's expression did not change at all, as if he had already known it. Looking up slightly at Optimus Prime crouching in front of him, Chen Mo said in a flat, cold voice, "I'll deal with it. You just have to wait and see how it changes." Seeing Chen Mo confident and unmoved, Optimus Prime can't help frowning. Yes, as the advanced mechanical life of Cybertron, Optimus Prime has eyebrows. In Optimus Prime's view, Chen Mo's performance at this time is just blind confidence. He obviously does not know the real strength of Decepticons. If he wants to stop Decepticons and save innocent people on Earth, Optimus Prime will not give up. Looking at Chen Mo, Optimus Prime said solemnly, "The strength of roadblocks doesn't represent Decepticons. Among all Decepticons, roadblocks are the existence with the lowest strength. The real fighting Decepticons can easily kill roadblocks, and the leader of Decepticons, Megatron, is even more powerful. It's far from being comparable with roadblocks." Looking at Chen Mo deeply, Optimus Prime said in a deep voice, "It's hard for you to get rid of the barricades, but you should understand that the real power of Decepticons is not that you humans can contend with. You need our help." In fact, there is nothing wrong with what Optimus Prime said. The strength of Decepticons is very strong. Even Optimus Prime and his leading Autobots are not the rivals of Megatron and his Decepticons. In addition, Decepticons can transform and disguise the war weapons of the adult army, which is very confusing. Unexpectedly, even the powerful army is not their opponent. Before, the U.S. Air Force Base was destroyed by a combat Decepticon, disguised as a vertigo of a heavy military helicopter. In the end, only Captain William Reynolds and his 6 special operations men escaped. Enough to destroy a small country's powerful military base, so easily and completely destroyed by a Decepticon, not even to cause any damage to Vertigo. In addition to the special small transformers such as Confusion, including the detection transformers such as Roadblocks and Bumblebees, all the large transformers can easily withstand the attack of conventional bullets, while the combat transformers such as Vertigo are more powerful in defense. Whether they are heavy machine guns, howitzers, or bombs, they are tickling. There is no real harm to them. However, Optimus Prime did not know that when he sent Sark Giant to hunt down the surviving members of the Special Forces led by Captain William Reynolds, they also found the weapon that can cause damage to Transformers, high-temperature armor-piercing bullet. In the eyes of Optimus Prime, a very weak human, in front of the powerful Decepticons, is not without resistance. According to Chen Mo's understanding, it is true that in the later period of the Transformers series, human beings regarded all Transformers as a threat, and even set up secret forces to hunt and kill Transformers around the world. These powerful Transformers can only hide around and survive in the corner, but these are afterwards. At least now, human beings have no experience in dealing with Transformers. Decepticons are a huge threat to them. But for ordinary human beings, from the beginning to the end, these Decepticons are only sparring exercises in Chen Mo's eyes. With their powerful strength and equipment, Chen Mo has the courage to face any enemy, whether Decepticons or Megatron. Looking at Optimus Prime with a serious face, Chen Mo was still very pleased with his integrity and fraternity, but he shook his head and said, "You don't know the real strength of human beings. The safety of the Earth is naturally guarded by the Earth people. We have the ability and the courage to face any threat and challenge. We don't need your protection. All Decepticons, including Megatron, will be eliminated." At this point, Chen Mo's eyes flashed a little cold, and his powerful momentum made Optimus Prime in front of him dignified. The human in front of him is not as simple as he thought. It suddenly occurred to Optimus Prime that Bumblebee had said before that this human was from a secret organization, Shendun Bureau, which was hidden behind the scenes. So it seems that human beings may really have some hidden power. Think of here, Optimus Prime's eyes cannot help but flash a trace of thinking color. Before, the Bumblebee told him that Chen Mo had killed the barricade alone, which surprised Optimus Prime. It also showed that, as Chen Mo said, he didn't know the real strength of human beings. Since Chen Mo was able to kill the roadblock, and he was so calm and confident after hearing about the real strength of Decepticons and Megatron, it means that he really has more powerful power yet to show. Think of here, Optimus Prime looks at Chen Mo's eyes cannot help but become solemn. The Earth, it seems, is not as simple as he imagined. Just when Optimus Prime adjusted his comments on the Earth and Chen Mo, and repositioned the Autobot in his mind, Chen Mo's voice of majesty, revealed in his coldness, sounded again. "But if you are willing to abide by our rules, I can allow you to stay on the Earth and live under the protection and supervision of the Shield Bureau." At this time, although Optimus Prime had a new understanding of Chen Mo and the organization behind him, they would indeed borrow on the Earth in the future, and it is indeed necessary to obtain the permission of the owner. After all, they are peace-loving Autobots, rather than Decepticons full of aggression and conquest. It's acceptable for Chen Mo to ask them to abide by the rules and supervise them, but it's a little strange for him that Chen Mo said protect them. You know, he was going to protect the Earth people, but later he will know how important Chen Mo's protection is to them. However, it doesn't matter who is protected by Optimus Prime. He came here with good intentions and wants to live in peace with the human beings on Earth. Think of here, Prime is ready to speak. Chen Mo interrupted him, said first, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. After the Decepticons and Megatron are settled, tell me your answer." Chen Mo is not eager to accept the Autobots. Although because of the information provided by Bumblebee to Optimus Prime about Chen Mo and Shendun Bureau, and Chen Mo's strong strength in killing the barricades alone, Optimus Prime did not have much doubt about Chen Mo's identity and existence of Shendun Bureau. But Chen Mo himself knows that the Shendun Bureau does not exist at all now. He is the only commander of the whole Shendun Bureau. If Optimus Prime now promised him to accept the jurisdiction of the Shendun Bureau, Chen Mo would not be able to settle them. "I can't tell them that I'm the only one in Shendun Bureau. Just stay in my garage." And now the most important thing for Chen Mo is to deal with Decepticons. The problem of Autobots is not urgent. After all, they come with goodwill. Chen Mo is not worried about what they do to harm human beings like Decepticons. So Chen Mo still plans to wait for these things to be handled. After his goal of training himself with Decepticons has been achieved, he will deal with the problem of Autobots. As for before looking directly at Optimus Prime's blue eyes, Chen-Mo said in a cold voice, "I will deal with all those Decepticons. Before that, you just need to hide yourself and not be found by ordinary people. As for bumblebees, stay with me for a while." Seeing Chen-Mo's resolute attitude, Optimus Prime had no choice but to nod his head and give up his intention of helping for the time being. However, with bumblebees following Chen-Mo, they can also grasp the development of the situation. If there is any accident, they can come to help at any time. In any case, never let the source of fire fall into the hands of Decepticons. No matter what Optimus Prime thinks in his mind, at least after having a new understanding of Chen-Mo and the strength of the mysterious Shield Bureau behind him, Optimus Prime temporarily dispelled the intention of getting glasses from Chen-Mo and finding the source of fire before Decepticons. When Chen-Mo saw Optimus Prime nodding, he didn't talk much nonsense. He disappeared in front of the Autobot in a blink, just as he appeared just now. Seeing him leave, the Iron Sheet, the Jazz and the ambulance who had been watching behind just came up. The ambulance took the lead in saying, "We really don't care." When Optimus Prime got up from the ground, he first turned his head and took a deep look at the house beside Chen-Mo, and then turned to look at the three ambulances. "You have also seen that the strength of human beings is not as weak as we think. Moreover, the way he just appeared and disappeared should be space transmission, which is the ability that Cybertron has lost. The power that human beings have mastered may be even stronger than us. Besides, we can't do anything to the Earthman, so do what he says, and we'll watch it change." After saying that, Optimus Prime directly changed into the front of the heavy truck. The ambulance and the Iron Sheet looked at each other, but they didn't speak anymore. At the next moment, all three of them began to deform, and soon recovered to the former car shape. As the leader and soul of Autobots, Optimus Prime's decision is an order. Even if they're confused, they all choose to comply. Then, as they did when they came, Optimus Prime led, followed by the three men of iron. The strange convoy of heavy trucks, rescue vehicles, large pickups and sports cars with headlights on quickly disappeared into the dim night. In front of the window on the second floor, Chen-Mumu took Optimus Prime's 4 people away. It has to be said that Optimus Prime is really a trustworthy partner. He came to the Earth to protect the Earth people and stop the Decepticon plot. All he did was for the Earth and for peace. In the movie, in order not to let Megatron get the kindling source and then destroy the world, he even willing to sacrifice himself. Let Sam put the kindling source into the kindling in his chest and destroy the kindling source at the cost of his own life. Although in the end Sam shoved the ignition source into Megatron's chest and made them win the final victory, the Autobots also paid a heavy price. Bumblebee was beaten, Jazz was torn in two by Megatron, killed on the spot. Now Chen-Mo doesn't let them interfere, which is actually a good thing for them. After finishing with Optimus Prime and the Autobot under his leadership, Chen-Mo didn't have to worry about being robbed of his prey anymore. Chen-Mo, in a good mood, looked at the time and went to bed directly. But tonight, maybe only Chen-Mo is in the mood to sleep. Captain William Reynolds and his surviving special forces are returning to the United States by military aircraft. Although it was found that the high-temperature armor-piercing bullet can cause damage to the mechanical monster, after the base was destroyed and the mechanical monster was chased, they were full of dizziness, and the fierce and terrifying figure of Sark Giant. Where could they sleep? Maggie Madsen, a talented female analyst, and her best friend, Glenn Whitman, the world's top hacker, have been locked in an interrogation room inside the Pentagon since they were arrested by the FBI for stealing and deciphering high-level secrets. To know that stealing state secrets is a felony. Those two people who don't know how they will be dealt with will feel uneasy and sleepy. As for Sam and Mikla, they are more miserable than Maggie and Glenn. In order to get more information about Chen-Mo from the two people, Simmons sent his staff to interrogate them in turn. Maggie and Glenn were locked in the interrogation room. They were sleepy and could lie on the table for a while. Sam and Mikla wanted to sleep and were all sleeping. However, Simmons didn't find anything of value from the two men, and none of his agents in Zone 7 were idle. Under his command, all the agents in Zone 7 were mobilized, and through various channels and ways, they were able to row Chen Mo and the shabby Chevy he bought from Sam Check. He doesn't believe that such a big living person and such a car with such obvious characteristics can evaporate out of nowhere. Even if a lot of key monitoring is blocked and deleted, Simmons believes that the other side can't leave any flaws. As long as he continues to find out, he will definitely be able to find out the mysterious man. But how does Simmons know that Chen Mo has Jarvis in his hand? Different from the previous intentional exposure to lead Decepticons to the door, Chen Mo at this time let Jarvis completely hide his position. No matter on the network or the monitoring system cannot find his trace. In the Decepticons, only the road block is the shape of the car, and the other Decepticons in the second form are all war weapons. They can't send them to him as a sparring practice if they don't want to expose them. And contact with Zone 7 is not the time yet. Department of Defense, Pentagon. Tonight, there are also many staff busy all night. Many attacks and invasions in the past 2 days have seriously threatened the national security and made the United States enter a comprehensive and high combat readiness state. China and Russia are very close to our Western Pacific war zone. We think the situation will soon be beyond our control. In a conference room inside the command center, Defense Secretary John Keller and others were dignified. In previous attacks on bases and Air Force One incursions, they focused their suspicions on other countries with strained relations. Although Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman were arrested, the Department of Defense didn't pay attention to the scattered information they deciphered. After all, they were just fragments, which had no practical significance. And Maggie Madsen's alien comments from the beginning to the end were regarded as nonsense by them. In response to possible further military attacks, they have deployed carrier groups to the Persian Gulf and Yellow Sea for vigilance. But at the same time, such a sudden large-scale military mobilization also makes all countries nervous. Many countries have made responses, and the international situation has become increasingly tense. If one is not good, it may lead to military conflict or even war. At the end of the meeting, Defense Minister John Keller came out of the conference room. A group of senior and middle-level officers, at least major level, surrounded him and kept reporting and asking for instructions. John Keller was dealing with everything, and he walked quickly towards the command area under the crowd. The conference room is just next to the gate of the command center, just a few steps away from John Keller. A tall, thin, middle-aged white man with a thick mustache and a suitcase walked into the command center from the gate behind him. Seeing John Keller surrounded by the crowd, the middle-aged man called him directly, "Mr. Minister." John Keller can't help but stop and look behind him. "This is Tom Banashek, part of the 7th District Advanced Research Department." "Never heard of it," said John Keller, frowning and shaking his head. "I'm very busy now, Tom. I'm sure you can see it." With that, John Keller stopped paying attention to the guy who didn't know where to come out. He turned around and went on to the command area. Now the situation is tense. He has to know all the situations at any time and where to pay attention to others. But when he came to the channel in the command area, many screens on the wall suddenly lost their images. What's the matter? I don't know. In the face of this emergency, many staff members in the command center were suddenly confused and noisy. John Keller's face was the same. Under his gaze, all the computers and screens throughout the command center lost their pictures, either the blue screen or the random flash. John Keller's face was a little flustered. This has never happened in the history of the Pentagon. It's obviously not just a simple computer failure. "Situation reporter, come out and have a word." John Keller called out to the mob below. "All the homework has been interrupted, sir." A bald lieutenant colonel turned to report to him. "I can see it," John Keller said rudely. Just then another major with glasses suddenly thought of something and raised his head to John Keller. "That virus is used to interrupt all operations." Seeing the chaos and busyness in the command center, no one took care of himself. Tom Banasek from the 7th District, who was on one side, pursed his lips and said to himself, "I'll take a seat there." But no one noticed him at this time. Several officers in charge were discussing the current situation together. John Keller came down the passage to several officers and frowned. "What do you mean by virus interruption?" By this time, several people had basically figured out the situation. The balding colonel explained immediately. "They use our website to spread the virus all over the world. This is a global network outage. We have lost contact with satellites and fixed networks around the world." John Keller could not help rubbing his neck when he heard the words and walked to the table beside him. "You mean I can't call my family on this phone?" John Keller grabbed the phone on the desk and started dialing, but he stopped just a few times because there was always a busy tone and there was no response. John Keller took out his mobile phone, but there was no response. As the colonel said, all the networks were cut off. John Keller's face became very dignified. "The network is cut off, which means they have lost contact with the outside world, including their most powerful aircraft carrier fleet and military bases everywhere. The Pentagon is the command center of all American military forces and the brain of the U.S. Army. Now, the brain nerve is cut off and the U.S. Army loses command. At this time, the U.S. completely loses its defense force. Once attacked, the consequences are unimaginable. The situation is unprecedented severe, but they are totally helpless and helpless." Just as John Keller's face was sinking, but there was nothing to do, Tom Banneker, sitting in the chair beside the wall, suddenly opened his mouth. "Mr. Minister, I'm here on the order of the President." Tom Banneker's words attracted the attention of John Keller and other officers, who all turned their heads to him. Tom Banashek said, putting the suitcase he had been carrying on his lap and patting it twice. "You need to see what's in my suitcase." In an independent conference room in the command center, only Tom Banashek and John Keller sat in it. The suitcase that he had been carrying in his hand was finally opened. After inputting a long and complicated password on a keyboard in the box, a seemingly ordinary memory card finally pops out. As he plugged the memory card into the computer, Tom Banneker said, "You have to know that there are things you can't understand right away." Tom Banneker gave John Keller a preventive shot first, because many things he was going to tell him next sounded like a fantasy. John Keller listened to him with a serious face. The 7th District is a special department within the government. It was established 80 years ago by a secret order of President Hoover. After a brief introduction of the origin of Zone 7, Tom Banashek went straight to the subject. "You may remember that NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory lost its Hound II robot on Mars. We told them to declare the whole mission a failure. In fact, Hound 2 transmitted 13 seconds of images. It's more confidential than the top secret." As he spoke, Tom Banneker turned the laptop in front of him to John Keller and pressed the play button. John Keller's attention should be on the screen. The whole video is only 13 seconds, and the front is normal all the time. It's just some pictures of the surface of Mars captured by the exploration robot, but in the last few seconds, a shadow similar to the human figure suddenly appears on the ground. Then, the detection robot seemed to be attacked and the picture began to shake. At the end of the video, a tall steel figure flashed by. Then the picture fell into darkness. After watching this short 13-second video, John Keller's expression became more dignified. Tom Banneker looked at him and said slowly, "There are not only rocks on Mars." Then Tom Banner took out several more photos and handed them to John Keller. "This is the image from Mars. This is the image taken by your special forces when the base was attacked. We believe that this is the same exoskeleton structure. Obviously, this is not something that other countries can have." John Keller looks at the exoskeleton structure of the two photos, which is obviously beyond the current era of robotics. He agrees with Tom Banashek. "You mean alien invasion?" John Keller looked at Tom Banneker, but he couldn't help thinking of the woman analyst who had been arrested. She had suggested to him that their enemy might be alien life. Tom Banneker nodded, took another picture out of his suitcase, and put it in front of John Keller again. "Just this evening, We found the remains of a giant robot on the outskirts of Los Angeles. After comparative analysis, we believe that this remains and the first two photos are the same existence, a strange alien mechanical life form. This picture is totally different from the first two. It was taken with a high-definition camera. Every detail is very clear. Although the wreck is seriously damaged, many structures inside have been exposed. As Secretary of Defense, John Keller is also very knowledgeable. Obviously, these complex structures are not the products of current Earth science and technology. If the previous two photos only make him suspect, now he can determine the existence of alien creatures. And it's the same as the powerful giant scorpion robot they photographed when they rescued Captain William Reynolds and his surviving team. It turns out that their enemies are not hostile countries at all, but alien mechanical life bodies. Just as John Keller was shocked, he heard Tom Banneker continue with a serious face. We intercepted the messages sent back by the special forces. They knew that they could also be hurt by our weapons, so they paralyzed the military command system with viruses, so that we could not organize forces to prevent their next attack. Tom Banneker is referring to Captain William Reynolds' discovery that high-temperature armor-piercing bullets can damage the armor of Transformers, and Decepticons also found this, which makes them feel threatened, so they use the virus implanted before confusion to paralyze all networks, make human forces unable to mobilize and command, and there is no way to stop their actions. Looking at John Keller with a solemn face, Tom Banneker said his judgment in a deep voice. "I'll bet my government salary that the next wave of attacks will definitely come soon." John Keller digested a lot of information he just got. Although many of them are unbelievable, he just analyzed them in his mind, even though he agreed with Tom Banneker. This group of aliens attacked and invaded Saxon Base and Air Force 111 after another. Obviously, they are not good at coming. Now they have paralyzed the command system of the army. In the next step, there will be new actions. The present situation is very unfavorable to them, and the whole country is almost completely unprepared to show up in front of the enemy. They must be ready as soon as possible for the coming invasion of alien. Aware of the seriousness of the problem, John Keller immediately strode out of the conference room and told several officers around the door. Use the National Guard channel to inform the fleet commander that it's shortwave. It may be useful. Tell them to jump forward and come back quickly. Inform the headquarters to resist the coming attack. At Nellis Air Force Base, Captain William Reynolds and his team just got off the plane. Several black SUVs with flashing lights suddenly drove straight into the airport and stopped at the military transport plane. A smart man in a black suit quickly got out of the car, looked at William Reynolds and others who were about to leave, and quickly stopped them. "Captain Reynolds," the suit man shouted as he trotted over. "Please bring your troops with us." Pentagon, some interrogation room. Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman are lying in chairs, one on the table and sleeping. Even if the heart how uneasy, to the latter half of the night they still can't hold on, sleep in the past. But just when they were sleepy, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open, and the two people who were not sleeping deeply woke up quickly, but saw an FBI pushing the door and came in. "Here she is," Maggie Madsen asked as she turned around. "What's the matter?" But the FBI agent didn't pay any attention to him. He stepped to one side. Then, accompanied by two agents in black suits, John Keller strode in. "Come with me." Maggie Madsen turned around and saw that it was Defense Secretary John Keller. "From now on, you are my advisor." When John Keller finished, Maggie Madsen didn't respond, but Glenn Whitman first asked, "Shall I go too?" John Keller noticed this fat black boy and asked for some reason. "Who is he?" Maggie Madsen took a look at Glenn Whitman and said, "He's my advisor." John Keller took a look at Maggie Madsen, pondered a little, and then turned straight out as he spoke. "Then he will come too." In the face of the coming alien invasion, John Keller did not dare to be careless. From the events that they quickly destroyed a military base, infiltrated Air Force One, and easily invaded their defense military network, these alien mechanical lives hold far more scientific and technological power and powerful destructive power. but they lost the command ability to the army under the attack of virus. Facing the coming further attack, they could not organize a strong counterattack. At this time, the whole Earth is in a huge crisis. The situation can be said to be unprecedented severe. Despite the destruction of the military command system and all the network communications, John Keller tried his best to inform the carrier fleet and the military bases through the short-wave radio and try to be prepared for the invasion of aliens. In addition, John Keller, with the help of Zone 7, has mobilized all the people who have contact with or know about these alien mechanical life bodies, including Captain William Reynolds and Maggie Madsen, hoping to find a way to deal with this alien invasion with their joint help. Sam and Mikla are among those who have been mobilized as witnesses of the battle between alien mechanical life and mysterious people. This also let them finally escape from the spirit bombing of Simmons' agents. The agents who had interrogated them took them directly to a military airport, where they boarded a helicopter for Zone 7 with Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman. Simmons was not with them. After catching Sam and asking for the information he wanted, Simmons left several of his men to continue to interrogate them, and he went back to the 7th District directly. That night, all the information and intelligence departments of the 7th District were mobilized to participate in the search for the mysterious and missing Chevy. The spacious hall of the Information and Intelligence Department was full of people, and a video on the computer screen was constantly playing fast forward. It is self-evident that a man who has killed a powerful alien mechanical life by himself is of great importance. Simmons sits in the hall of the Information and Intelligence Department to supervise the work of all people. As the chief of the field department, Simmons is the no-two person in the 7th District except Tom Banashek, who is in charge. Under his personal supervision, no one dares to be lazy, but they were busy all night without any gains. Apart from the limited monitoring, they could not find more traces of the car, nor find its final location. It seems to disappear from the sky. But Simmons didn't just give up. He didn't believe that the other side could block all the surveillance videos. The other side would definitely leave some traces, but they haven't found out yet. After a busy night, all the people in the hall are exhausted. Many people's eyes are covered with bloodshot. Simon's is the same, but his eyes are not discouraged but full of fighting spirit. Cheer me up. This car can't disappear from the sky. If you can't do traffic monitoring, please check the monitoring of shops and households on the street. Don't you brag about your computer level all day long. Then prove it to me. Find this guy for me. Inspired or forced by Simmons, everyone had to work hard, but they also began to invade the monitoring of shops and houses on the street through the internet and continue to search, according to Simmons. This time they did find more traces of the target Chevy, but still couldn't locate it for a short time. In any case, the search has finally made new progress, and Simmons has become more excited. He feels closer and closer to finding the mysterious man. I must catch you. Simmons looked at a picture. Through the driving position of the car window, that looming majestic figure, eyes radiated sharp eyes. As more monitoring images are found, they seem to be getting closer to finding the mysterious man. However, at dawn, their network suddenly breaks down, and a large number of computers in the hall are down. Some are blue screens, some are directly fixed. After the initial confusion, an agent suddenly found that there was a familiar yellow forehead in the freeze frame on the screen in front of him. He couldn't help but look at the past carefully, and then he found that in the corner of the picture, only half of the yellow figure appeared. It was the target they were looking for, the old yellow Chevrolet. At this time, in this freeze frame picture, it is driving into the garage of a house. Sir, found it. Simmons was still angry because of the sudden paralysis of the network. He saw that he was getting closer to the target. At this critical moment, the network broke down completely. He thought that he could not find it. The shouting of the agent made his lost mood rise again. Simmons hurried up behind the agent, who stood up and looked at the screen in front of him. Just at a glance, he saw the yellow figure that had driven into half of the garage. It was the car he was looking for. And now that it's in the garage, doesn't it mean that he has found the place of the mysterious man? "Where is this?" asked Simmons in a high voice. "This is the monitoring picture of the roof of number 106 residence in the 8th block. Look at the location. It should be number 102 over there." Having got the exact location, Simmons immediately turned around and left the hall. He wanted to call up people and immediately get the man back. Soon, Tom Banachek at the Pentagon received news. Although the network has been completely paralyzed, not all means of communication have failed. For example, shortwave radio is not affected by the network and can still be used. Although it is not as convenient as telephone and network, it can be contacted at last. Knowing that Tom Banachek had found the location of the mysterious man who had killed the alien mechanical life, he suddenly turned around and looked at John Keller, the defense minister who was going to the 7th zone with him, with a smile on his lips. "Mr. Minister, do you remember the picture of the wreckage I showed you just now?" Tom Banachek turned his serious expression back, and his tone was a little relaxed. Just now, time is limited. The most important thing for Tom Banachek is to let John Keller accept the fact of alien invasion. In addition, Chen Mo has not yet been found. So Tom Banachek intended to work with other things and tell John Keller one by one after they arrived in Zone 7. But now, after finding the trace of Chen Mo, this matter has become more and more important. John Keller, hearing Tom Banachek's words, couldn't help turning his head and looking at him doubtfully, didn't understand why his mood suddenly changed. In John Keller's confused eyes, he listened to Tom Banachek. After questioning 2 witnesses and analysis by the technical department, the remains of the alien mechanical life can be determined to be killed by a human alone. John Keller's eyes widened suddenly when he heard the words. The wreckage, which was almost disassembled into parts, was actually destroyed by a person. You know, it's a powerful alien that can destroy a military base on its own. If it wasn't Tom Banachek who said that, John Keller would definitely regard it as a fantasy. But when he was shocked, John Keller quickly reflected that if there is such a mysterious person who can easily eliminate the alien mechanical life bodies, then with his help, they will be much easier to deal with the next attack of these powerful alien mechanical life bodies, and the final probability of victory will be much higher. And Tom Banachek, who had never said it before, suddenly mentioned it now, and the whole person was in a relaxed mood, which obviously showed what. Thinking of this, John Keller had already had a guess in his mind and could not help looking forward to Tom Banachek. Tom Banachek said slowly with a smile in front of John Keller's eyes, "We just found his place." John Keller can help but feel happy when he hears this. Of course, he knows what it means for them to be a human who has killed this kind of alien mechanical life on his own. "Bring him here quickly," John Keller said eagerly, then seemed to think of something else, adding at once, "Let your people pay attention to their attitude, please. Don't push him away." Tom Banachek nodded at the words, and naturally he knew what John Keller meant. If at ordinary times, they will definitely find a way to catch up with this powerful human and find out how his power came from. But it's different at this time. They are facing the invasion of powerful alien creatures, and the whole Earth is facing a great threat of life and death, which they cannot care about. All just to be able to defeat these powerful alien mechanical life bodies, save all mankind. Simmons is taking a large number of elite agents and armed fighters to Los Angeles by helicopter, but on the way he received a short-wave radio call from Tom Banachek, the boss of the 7th District, who is in charge. After hanging up, Simmons's face was ugly, because just now Tom Banachek's meaning is very clear. He's going to invite the other party to Zone 7 and deal with those powerful alien mechanical life bodies together with them. It can't be strong or rude. The 2 helicopters carrying the fighters directly turned back to the base on the spot, leaving him and several of his agents in the helicopter, according to the original plan, heading for downtown Los Angeles. According to Simmons's idea, it should be a surprise. Let the fighters rush in and subdue this guy. Then, like Sam and Mikla, force him to explain everything directly. It's no use for such trouble, but after all, he is only the head of the field department. Although he is very strong in the 7th District, he still has to obey Tom Banachek's orders. Soon, the helicopter arrived in Lowe's Angels. However, the helicopter was too noisy. In order to avoid disturbing others, they didn't go there by plane directly. Instead, they landed in a stronghold first. After changing their cars, they rushed to the target's location. As he got closer to the target, Simmons found that it didn't seem to be far from where he had caught Sam and Mikola. Finally, two black SUVs stopped in front of a two-story building, and their eyes swept over the building. Simmons immediately confirmed that this is the house in the video. "Surround this house with me. Don't let people run away." Although Tom Banashek told him to pay attention to his attitude, Simmons would not do it 100% of the time. At least in order to prevent the target from running away, Simmons got off the car and ordered several men from the two cars to block the front and back of the house. But considering Tom Banashek's orders, Simmons added, "No shooting." Seeing that everyone was in place, he took the remaining two agents and strode towards the door of the house. Dong dong. Standing in front of the door, Simmons knocked on the door. But in the house, Chenmo has been waiting for a long time. When the Decepticon activated the virus, Jarvis, who had been monitoring the network, found out the situation for the first time, and according to Chenmo's order, released the key video of a hiding place, which seemed to be accidentally captured by the surveillance of the neighbor's house. With the arrival of Simmons and others, Chenmo found out for the first time. Chenmo didn't take it seriously that Simmons's commanders surrounded the house. If he really wanted to leave, how could these people stop him? But Simmons's not too friendly behavior made Chenmo a little uncomfortable. So when Simmons knocked on the door, Chenmo didn't rush to open it, but stood at the table and continued to make his own coffee. Simmons struck again, but no one answered, which made him frown. In normal times, he would have been knocked into the door, but now Tom Banneker's advice flashed in his head. Simmons took a deep breath and he was patient, frowning and raising his hand again. Dong dong. This time, Simmons waited a long time, but no one came to open the door. Simmons's patience was finally exhausted. He immediately turned to look at the two men behind him and said in a cold voice, "Open the door for me." However, when the two agents came to the door and opened their posture to hit the door that had been closed suddenly opened by themselves. The two people who have already set up POS can't help but look at each other. Fortunately, they haven't made the effort or they will have to twist their waist. Then they turned their heads and looked at Simmons. Simmons calmly looked at the open door, paused for a moment, then pushed them directly open and strode in. The two agents who had been squeezed to one side looked at each other, shrugged, and then walked in after Simmons. When the first Simmons just entered the room, he saw the inside living room table. Holding the coffee pot is slowly pouring coffee into the cup of Chenmo. His brow immediately wrinkled tighter, but just as he was about to speak, Chenmo broke him first. "Let me finish my coffee first," Chenmo said. Put down the coffee pot, pick up the cup and slowly walk to the sofa to sit down. Then he leaned comfortably on the sofa and began to drink coffee without anyone else. Under the influence of the old housekeeper Albert, Chenmo has long been in the habit of having a cup of coffee every morning. However, he is usually served by others. Now he can only cook it by himself. Although Chenmo's own coffee is almost better than old Albert's, it is also much better than ordinary coffee shops. A mellow and attractive aroma of coffee soon spread in the air. Simmons stood at the door looking at Chenmo's arrogance and could not help biting his teeth. Damn it, this guy is so arrogant. Seeing Chenmo leaning on the sofa and sipping his coffee, it was obvious that he didn't pay attention to their meaning before he finished drinking. The air in Simmons's nostrils was heavy. Just when he couldn't help but want to give Chenmo some color to see, behind him was suddenly gyudong, gyudong, and there were two swallowing sounds. At this time in the quiet living room, the two abrupt voices become clear and incomparable. Simmons could not help turning his head and looking at the two men behind him. While they turned their heads, Chi turned his eyes to one side and pretended to examine the room. Simmons couldn't help but get angry and glared at both of them. He thought that he would punish them severely after he went back. For example, he punished them for a month without coffee. The rest of the two glanced at Simmons' eyes. They could not help but shrink their necks together, but they did not know that they would say goodbye to coffee in the next month. This is a very severe punishment for them who come to refresh themselves every day. After staring at the two men, Simmons turned to look at Chen Mo, who was still enjoying his delicious coffee. His eyes were also complicated. They were busy all night last night. After finding the trace of Chen Mo, they came here without stopping. They didn't even have time to eat. They were all hungry. At this time, they smelled the attractive aroma of coffee in the air. Simmons's mouth could not help secreting saliva, and his stomach became hungry. Looking at the coffee in Chen Mo's hands, Simmons would like to go straight to take it away. Quietly sipped his lips, Simmons tried to control himself not to swallow, but his stomach did not cooperate. Gollum! A lot louder than the two agents swallowing saliva before sounded in the room, and Chen Mo on the sofa couldn't help turning to look over. Simmons felt the three eyes before and after his body, only felt hot. I wish I could find a seam to hide. Chen Mo looked at Simmons in a slightly embarrassed way and couldn't help smiling. In the series of Transformers he saw, Simmons played a very important role, even throughout the whole series. Although he looks arrogant and inhumane, he is definitely a qualified agent. Although he has the potential to be funny, he is very reliable at the critical moment. At the same time, he is an idealist who has ideals, beliefs, and can always persevere, full of passion. Even after the dissolution of Zone 7, he still didn't give up the research in search of alien mechanical life bodies. He played a very important role in dealing with the fallen King Kong, even at the critical moment at the expense of himself. For Simmons, Chen Mo doesn't have any bad feelings, but rather likes it. Of course, when the other party doesn't ask him for trouble, Chen Mo doesn't mind giving him a good lesson if Simmons tries to provoke him. At this time, Simmons, who revealed his potential as a teaser, let Chen Mo smile and not plan to hang him. He waved to the coffee pot on the table. Chen Mo said to Simmons, "If you want to drink the coffee you just made, pour it yourself." Chen Mo's tone was not polite, but Simmons didn't care. He glanced at the coffee pot on the table. Simmons thought a little and walked over. If they come to arrest people, then they will not accept Chen Mo's invitation. Even if they want a drink, they will wait until Chen Mo is arrested. But they didn't come here to arrest people. Tom Banneker told him very clearly. As a human being, Chen Mo has defeated that kind of powerful alien mechanical life. It is self-evident that he has the power. No matter who Chen Mo is, at least he is an Earthman, and their enemy is the alien invading the Earth. From this point of view, they are obviously on the same front. The stronger Chen Mo is, the better for them. That's why the Secretary of Defense ordered him to come. This is not only because of Chen Mo's position, but also because of Chen Mo's amazing strength. Although Simmons was a little radical, he was not stupid. Before people surrounded the house, he was afraid of Chen Mo's escape. He always remembered his task, which was to invite Chen Mo. Although he prefers to capture Chen Mo as he did Sam, Simons wisely chose to do what Tom Banishek said. Considering the damage level of the debris of the alien mechanical life found in the abandoned factory last night, and the terrorist fighting capacity Chen Mo possessed according to their analysis. So, after Chen Mo finished, Simmons hesitated for a moment and went to the table and poured himself a drink. As for the two agents behind him, they would like to have a drink for themselves, but considering the ferocious eyes Simons just looked at them, they chose to stay in place and act as door gods wisely. No one knows how Simons got angry in their hearts. With coffee in hand, Simmons also went to the sofa and sat down opposite Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo still enjoying his coffee, Simmons didn't care about him. Simmons didn't rush to get down to business. The aroma in his coffee cup was tempting him all the time, even when he took it to his mouth and tasted it. When the hot coffee enters the mouth, a more full-bodied and mellow smell comes from the taste buds, but it is more mellow than all the coffee he has drunk before. After Simmons swallowed the coffee, he couldn't help looking up at Chen Mo. Coffee is so good. Chen Mo is still comfortably slumped in the sofa. Hearing this, he raises the coffee cup in his hand towards Simmons but does not speak. Simmons also directly leaned back on the back of the sofa and slowly enjoyed coffee with Chen Mo. Simmons is comfortable, but look at the door and window surrounded by the house agent's heart scold. Just before entering the door, they were so tough that they thought they were going to catch people directly. As a result, A cup of coffee bought you, and also put our face to enjoy. We are here to carry out the task, okay? However, they only dare to whisper a few words in their hearts, and no one dares to show them. Otherwise, there will be no good fruit for them to eat in his temper. A cup of coffee is not much, even if two people how to taste also quickly see the bottom. Simmons is like another cup, but when Chen Mo puts down his cup and looks at him, he still remembers that after Simmons killed the rest of the coffee in the cup, he put the cup on the coffee table reluctantly. His face immediately straightens and looks at Chen Mo seriously. After a cup of coffee, Simmons's mood calmed down. At this time, he didn't plan to fight with Chen Mo again. It's not that Chen Mo was bribed after drinking a cup of coffee, but during the coffee time, Simmons also considered how to treat Chen Mo. Before that, he spent the whole night, mobilized a lot of resources to find Chen Mo, and finally found the trace of Chen Mo. His first reaction was to go straight to the door and arrest him. Although Tom Banashek gave new orders halfway and directly transferred his troops back, Simmons was still reluctant. Although the 7th District is a secret institution and rarely appears in public, it is a privileged institution directly under the jurisdiction of the president and with extremely high power. In the past, Simmons used to carry out tasks by using his privileges to crush directly or eliminate arrest, and never invite people in a polite manner. Simmons, who is used to arrogance, is not willing to beg people in a low way. But just now, while drinking coffee, he calmly analyzed the situation. Judging from the Xiaomaui Chen just gave them, it is obvious that he is not an ordinary man like Sam, who can be kneaded, flattened and kneaded, and won't eat his oppression threat. In fact, Simmons didn't have any idea if he didn't violate Tom Banashek's order. After all, Chen Mo's previous results were there. Although he didn't witness them, from the description of Sam and the wreckage of the scene, Chen Mo really has a very strong fighting capacity. If the well-equipped army he was carrying was still there, Simmons would dare to fight. But now, there are less than 10 agents among them. Although each of them has great strength, it is obviously incomparable with Chen's strong fighting power when he exploded the alien mechanical life. It's obviously not a wise move to be hard on Chen Malai. So after a cup of coffee, Simmons, who has thought clearly, has no longer been angry and tough when he just came in. Looking at Chen Mo with a leisurely face opposite, Simmons said directly, "The alien mechanical life you killed last night has been discovered by us." In the face of Chen Moping's eyes, which were as calm as water and without any fluctuation, Simmons continued solemnly, "I don't know who you are and why you have such a powerful power, but I think you are still an earthly man." Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded softly to acknowledge Simmons' statement but did not speak. But that's enough for Simmons. What they are most afraid of is that Chen Mo is also an alien like those alien mechanical life bodies. After all, Chen Mo's strength is so amazing that it's far beyond human beings. No wonder they have such doubts. But at this time, the biggest worry was also dispelled by Chen Mo, and Simmons was still secretly relieved. Then he went on. "Not long ago, those extraterrestrials destroyed our national defense network system, even the global network communication. We lost the command ability to the army. The whole United States, even the whole Earth, was in a state of no defense, and those damned extraterrestrials could launch the next wave of attacks at any time." At this point, Simmons looked at Chen Mo in a sincere and solemn tone. "We need your help." After Simmons finished speaking, Chen Mo suddenly stood up from the sofa. Simmons was shocked by his sudden action. He thought Chen Mo was going to kill people or run away directly. His right hand instinctively touched the gun handle at his waist. But when Chen Mo got up, he went directly to the door leading to the garage. As he walked, Chen Mo's cold voice also sounded in Simmons's ear. "Lead the way." Simmons didn't react at first. One is that he thought he had to spend some time to persuade Chen Mo. The other is that Chen Mo suddenly walked to one side so that he didn't understand Chen Mo for a while. It wasn't until Chen Mo opened the door and walked towards the second-hand Chevrolet parked in the garage that Simmons reacted violently. Chen Mo promised to go with them, but seeing Chen Mo open the door to get on, Simmons shouted, "We'll take a helicopter later. You'd better take our car." But Chen Mo ignored him and said as he got into the car, "This car, I have to take with me." There is no doubt about Chen Mo's tone. Simmons can't help but pause, but it's impossible to persuade Chen Mo to change his mind depending on the situation, so he has to accept it grudgingly. Take it with you. It's just a car. As long as Chen Moken goes with him, it's nothing. When Simmons took his cell phone out of his arms and planned to order people to prepare a transport helicopter, his eyes suddenly fixed on the car Chen Mo was sitting in. The shabby yellow Chevrolet was the one they had been looking for all night. From Sam's words, Simmons already knew that Chen Mo had traded it for him with a $100,000 Porsche sports car. As an agent, Simmons's sharp thinking made him feel as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't fully understand it for a while. But now the most important thing is to take Chen Mo back. As Simmons walked out, he called and told people to prepare the helicopter immediately. Until everyone got on the bus, 2 black SUVs and Chevy driven by Chen Mo went to the countryside together. Simmons still frowned and thought. No one noticed that the pointer on the alien mechanical biological radiation detector in the back of their car was swinging slightly. If they were a little further away from Chen Mo, the detector would sound an alarm. However, Chen Mo, who had known that there was a detection instrument in the 7th zone, kept a deliberate distance with them, and no one found anything unusual along the way. Because Chen Mo insisted on taking his car with him, and the helicopter they were originally in couldn't be transported at all. So this time, instead of returning to the stronghold where the helicopter parked, they went directly to a small military airport, where a Black Hawk helicopter had been waiting. Airport staff quickly completed the lifting of the car. A few minutes later, the Black Hawk helicopter slowly lifted off, with the dilapidated Chevrolet hanging below, flying towards the distance. An hour later, the helicopter landed on the tarmac outside a huge dam. Chen Mo knows that this is Hoover Dam and the secret headquarters of Zone 7. From the helicopter, Chen Mo found that there were several helicopters on the tarmac. It seems that he came a little late. Chen Mo could not help turning his head to look at the direction of the dam. Soon, his sharp eyesight, comparable to that of the high-power telescope, found several familiar figures on a bridge. In addition to Sam and Mikla, there are many people. Chen Mo corresponds to the characters in his mind one by one, and then he finds that everyone has arrived. While Chen Mo was watching, Simmons jumped out of the helicopter. Looking at the old Chevrolet surrounded by several staff and touching the sling, Simmons's eyebrows could not help wrinkling again. His intuition told him that Chen Murphy must have his purpose to bring this car here, and he also had a vague feeling, but until now, he didn't know what the meaning of this was. Perhaps it was because of the insecurity in his heart. Simmons turned to look at Chen Mo and said firmly, "This car must stay here. It's a big deal." Simmons won't put this obviously problematic car in the base. Simmons was worried that Chen Mo, who had always been tough, would argue with him, but to his surprise, Chen Mo only nodded his head lightly and agreed easily. It seems that he was not the general one who brought the car to him with the previous tough request. Simmons frowned and looked at Chen Mo deeply, but saw nothing, so he had to put it down for a while. He waved to Chen Mo and Simmons walked to the dam first. "Come with me." Soon, Chen Mo and his party joined a group of Sam. It didn't seem long before they got there. Sam and Mikla were lying on the side of the dam looking down curiously. Hoover Dam is a very famous landmark in the United States. Sam and Mikla, who were only in the senior one, had never been here before. Just when they were so excited to watch it and even ready to take photos with their mobile phones, the arrival of Chen Mo and his party attracted their attention. Their eyes first fell on Simmons, who was also in front of them. Then their faces showed anger and hatred. Sam and Sam obviously hate the culprit who caught them and sent people to ravage them all night and almost drove them crazy. But the next moment, when Chen Mo came up behind Simmons, the expression on his face changed. Sam's eyes to Chen Mo are complicated, with fear, gratitude, worship, and a little fanaticism. Chen Mo beat the steel giant in the abandoned factory before, which he will never forget. Although they were arrested because of that incident, it had nothing to do with Chen Mo. It was their own and the past. Even Chen Mo saved their lives from the alien robot. Anyway, he was only grateful to Chen Mo. As for Mikla, it's much easier. She looks at Chen Mo in a dazed and hot way. If it's not for the wrong place, no one knows if she will jump at Chen Mo directly. Besides Sam and his wife, there was a blonde girl with a ponytail and a fat black man in a fat sports shirt beside them. Without introduction, Chen Mo knows that these two are Maggie Madsen, a gifted female analyst, and her good friend Glenn Whitman, the world's top hacker who has cracked the confusing intrusion signals. In addition to them, Chen Mo's eyes turned aside and stood in a row. 6 powerful soldiers finally fell on 2 men in black suits. The 6 soldiers were Captain William Reynolds and his team, who survived the attack of Vertigo and Sark Giant. Among the ordinary people who had not been strengthened, they were absolutely elite. And those 2 middle-aged people in suits are the 2 with the highest status and the most voice here. Among them, the older, white-haired, but burly middle-aged man is the Defense Minister of the United States, John Keller. Standing next to him, a tall, thin man with a 2-shaved beard was the head of District 7, Tom Banashek. At the same time Chen Mo looked at the 2 men, they also came up to Chen Mo. Although there was no picture of Chen Mo before, there was no one else with Simmons except the man they were looking for. Although Tom Banashek is in charge of the 7th District, his rank is lower than that of John Keller, the Defense Minister, so he is half behind. Standing in front of Chen Mo, John Keller looked at Chen Mo deeply at first. He couldn't help but be surprised by Chen Mo's youth. However, Chen Mo's tall and strong body, as well as his calm and fierce momentum, made him dare not look down. Turning his head and looking at Simmons, John Keller was confirmed by his nod. Then he looked at Chen Mo again and asked seriously, "You killed an alien by yourself?" As soon as John Keller's voice came to an end, the 6 elite soldiers standing by looked at Chen Mo with unbelievable faces. They experienced vertigo and the attack of Sark Giant. The whole Sankerson base was destroyed. Only 6 of them survived. They knew how terrible the aliens were, and John Keller said he killed one alone. If it were not for the defense minister, they would have thought they had heard it wrong. Captain William Reynolds looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled face. He couldn't imagine how a man could kill that horrible alien robot. Even the weaker scorpion-like robot they met later is not something that a single soldier can deal with. Even their elite special team, with air support, only beat back the scorpion-like machine monster and left a piece of tail broken. Not only William Reynolds and them, but Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman and others all focused on the tall young man who finally arrived. But Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman have only limited information. They don't know how terrible John Keller's alien is, so they are more surprised that Chen Mo killed an alien. Under the eyes of John Keller and Captain William Reynolds, Chen Mo did not rush to answer, but instead turned his eyes to Sam and Mikla, who were standing aside. The 2 felt Chen Mo's eyes. They lowered their heads and dared not look into Chen Mo's eyes. At the same time, their faces were full of guilt. Although they were forced to say what happened that night when Simmons took their family as a threat, they did betray Chen Mo, which made them feel ashamed to face Chen Mo. But Chen Mo was not angry. He had long expected that Sam and Mikla would not be the old and sly rivals of Simmons. Both of them are just 2 high school students. Their parents are just ordinary people, while Simmons is an agent of the state secret agency, holding the privilege. It is easy to deal with them. Without looking at the ashamed Sam and Sam, Chen Mo looked at John Keller in front of him and said slowly, "If you're talking about a 5-meter-high alien mechanical life." When they heard Chen Mo's answer, they all reacted differently. William Reynolds and other people also think of the huge steel body that dazzled on the night of the attack on the base. Although the height of 5 meters is shorter than that of the attack on the base, it is definitely much larger than the scorpion monster that killed them later. This also means that the strength of the alien mechanical life body that Chen Mo killed is only better than the guy who chased them. This makes them look at Chen Mo's eyes full of disbelief. How can a human being have such a strong fighting force? Is he holding some kind of powerful super weapon? Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman were stunned. They were brought here directly from the interrogation room. They didn't know that they were facing a huge mechanical life over 5 meters tall. After they react, they look at Chen Mo as if they are looking at a monster, But John Keller, after being admitted by Chen Mo himself, said to Chen Mo immediately with a sigh of relief, "Young man, listen to me. The situation is very critical now. You must tell us everything you know." John Keller looked at Chen Mo with burning eyes. According to Tom Banashek, the young man in front of him, who looked like his granddaughter, had killed an alien mechanical life hidden on the Earth before they knew the identity of the enemy. This not only shows that he has a very powerful power, but also means that he must have a lot of important information that they don't know yet. As the Secretary of Defense, John Keller, of course, knows the importance of knowing the enemy's intelligence in the war. Tom Banashek and others are also looking forward to Chen Mo's information. Even Sam and Mikla can't help but look up at Chen Mo. If it was someone else, John Keller, the defense minister, would have poured out all the things he knew, but Chen Mo was obviously not affected at all. Glancing at the tower behind them, Chen Mo said calmly, "Here to solve this problem, but I think we'd better go there and talk about it." With that, Chen Mo's eyes fell on Tom Banneker, who was standing beside John Keller. "And you should have a lot to tell us." Tom Banashek took a deep look at Chen and nodded softly. "Yes, let's go inside." John Keller didn't insist anymore. Then, under the leadership of Tom Banashek and Simmons, the people came to the bottom of the dam by elevator. "This is the situation." Moving towards the dam, Simmons said, "You've all been in direct contact with NBE." "NBE?" asked Robert EPP's, Captain William Reynolds' deputy, a burly black soldier. "Abiotic aliens, remember." For others, Simmons was not patient with Chen Mo. With the continuous downward penetration, people don't know how deep they are under the dam. It seems that they have reached the deep underground. When entering a tunnel-like long circular passage, Simmons suddenly reminded the crowd, "What you are about to see is highly confidential." When they heard the words, they couldn't help but look forward to it. Only Chen Mo's lips raised a faint smile. "Are you finally going to see the big boss?" When the public finally walked out of the passageway, a huge space appeared in front of them, which was filled with various complex lines, pipes, and mechanical equipment. But all eyes are attracted by a huge and ferocious figure standing in it. "My God, what is this?" John Keller looked up at the huge object standing in front of him, which was more than 10 meters high. He couldn't help exclaiming. The other people who came in with him also stared with astonishment. Even if the surface of the body is covered with a layer of white ice, it still can't cover up its ferocious appearance. On both hands, there are sharp claws as long as 10 machetes and blades, and sharp protrusions all over the body, like demons from hell, ferocious and evil. Although it seems to be in a frozen state, the huge body stands there quietly, as if there is no life, but people can still feel the terrible cruelty and evil on it. Sam and Maggie Madsen and others feel the huge pressure, just feel the panic in their hearts, and hate not to escape here immediately. Sam and Mikla, in particular, have witnessed the battle between Chen Mo and the barricade. Although the barricade was suppressed by Chen Mo throughout the whole process, the destructive power he showed is also not affordable to ordinary people. Moreover, the height of the steel giant in front of him is twice as high as that of a roadblock. The gap between the two is just like that between children and adults. Even the two people who adore Chen Mo, they don't think that Chen Mo can defeat the apparently stronger steel giant as before. When everyone was shocked, Simmons, who took the lead in the front, said the origin of this huge steel giant. "We think that when he flew over the North Pole, the gravity of the Earth disturbed his navigation system, and he fell into the ice, which was probably thousands of years ago. When they got back to their senses, they followed Simmons towards the Iron Giant and listened to Simmons's introduction carefully. We shipped him here in 1934, and we called him NBE-1. In fact, what you see are modern sources, microchips, lasers, aerospace, automobiles. It's all learned through reverse engineering." After John Keller had figured out the origin of the alien mechanical life, his brow became more and more wrinkled, and he came to Tom Banashek with a straight face. John Keller raised his finger to the huge ferocious steel giant beside him and asked sternly, "Don't you think the U.S. military needs to know that you're freezing an alien robot in the basement?" Tom Banneker explained helplessly, Until recently, we didn't think he was a threat to national security. John Keller turned to one side and said, "Well, it's a big problem now." When the atmosphere became a little stiff, Captain William Reynolds, who had been looking up at the steel giant, suddenly asked, "But why did he come to Earth?" No one was able to answer his questions, and they were equally puzzled, and John Keller, with an angry face, could not help thinking. Just then, a steady and powerful voice suddenly sounded. Because of the fire, all the people in deep thought could not help but turn their heads to the talking Chen Mo. John Keller asked directly, "Fire source, what is that?" After John Keller asked, his eyes were fixed on Chen Mo, as were Tom Banneker and Simmons. They have long guessed that Chen Mo must know a lot of information they don't know. Now it seems that the truth is as they think. Chen Mo did not continue to introduce the source of the fire but focused on the frozen iron giant in front of him. In fact, his name is Megatron. He is the leader of Decepticons. Decepticons. Hearing a new noun again, John Keller couldn't help interjecting. Chen Mo glanced at him, nodded softly, and explained. Decepticons, mechanical creatures from Cybertron under Megatron's leadership, aim to conquer everything. The vertigo of the attack on Sankerson Base, the confusion of the invasion of Air Force One, and the roadblock I killed are all members of Decepticons. Besides them, there are many Decepticons lurking on the Earth. John Keller and others are not too surprised by Chen Mo's clear understanding of what happened during this period. So far, Chen Mo has been giving them a profound feeling. When Chen Mo said that there were many Decepticons hiding on the Earth, Simmons asked, "Why don't we find them all the time?" According to his understanding, whether it's the frozen NBE one in front of him, or the attack on the Sankerson base, or the alien mechanical life that Chen Mo killed, it's huge in size, distinctive in features, and obviously not easy to hide. Simmons doesn't understand how they hide on Earth without being discovered. They have the ability to deform, to disguise themselves as machines on Earth. Chen Mo tells the biggest secret of Transformers. The vertigo of the attack on Sankerson Base is to enter the base disguised as a military helicopter. As for the roadblock, I think you should have found many pieces of armor similar to the shell of the police car at the scene. Hearing this, Simmons suddenly responded, stared at Chen Mo and asked, "You mean that's the police car?" Since Chen Mo has removed all the armor of the barricade, they only thought that the fragments were from the police car before. Now, it seems that the fact is much more strange. They thought the missing police car was the wreck. That's right. Chen Mo nodded to confirm Simmons' conjecture, then continued. They are looking for a cube called the fire source, which contains some strange energy and can give mechanical life. Hearing that Chen Mo finally talked about the source of the fire, all the people put up their ears and listened carefully. Megatron wants to use the fire source to transform all the scientific and technological items on the Earth into Decepticons, and form a powerful and incomparable army of deformation robots to rule the whole universe. That's their plan. As Chen Mo finished, everyone's expression became extremely dignified. Although Chen Mo didn't say it, they can imagine that if the Decepticons' plan succeeds, the end of mankind will be absolutely miserable, either completely destroyed or become slaves of these aliens. "Are you sure?" Simmons asked, looking at Chen Mo with a complicated face. "That's right." Chen Mo looks at Simmons and nods. In his eyes, Chen Mo sees something else. "You know where it is, don't you?" Chen Mo asked in a deep voice, pretending that he had just seen it. Tom Banishek didn't expect that. Just because of a word from Simmons, Chen Mo guessed the truth directly. A deep look at Chen Mo, Tom Banishek said, "Come with me. What you will see is our ultimate treasure." In front of a heavily guarded door, Simmons reached out to open the door and said solemnly to the people. As the door opened, a group of people followed Simmons. This is a small room. There is a large glass window on the wall facing the door. It looks more like an observation room. People can't help but come to the only window in the room and look out. The impact brought by the picture in front of them is no less than that of Megatron just now. Outside the glass window is a much larger underground space than where Megatron was just located. Around and above the rock wall, uneven exposed rock and complex steel frames, pipes, lines, equipment, like an underground secret factory. But this huge space is not empty. A huge and incomparable silver-gray cube with a side of tens of meters long is inlaid on the ground, like a silver-gray crystal bred from the ground, as if it had been sleeping there for hundreds of millions of years. However, the regular cube shape and the complicated and mysterious pattern imprint on the surface obviously contain some rules make it easy to judge that it is not naturally generated. But this is under the Hoover Dam. I don't know how many meters deep it is. Obviously, the huge volume of this cube can't be transported from other places like the frozen Megatron. Looking at the huge cube, Chenmo can't help but flash a light in his eyes. This is what Decepticons are looking for, the most precious thing from Cybertron, the source of fire. It can also be said that this world is the most valuable thing for Chenmo. Chenmo's previous plans are for this. When he saw the fire source, Chenmo had to marvel at it. Compared with the people in the 7th District, Chenmo knew the details of the fire source better. Not to mention its huge size and the magic function of transforming Transformers, it can change its size in the movie. From a huge cube with a side length of nearly 50 meters to a small cube with a side length of more than 20 cm, it is far from what human technology can do. And the ability to transform electronic mechanical equipment into Transformers is more like magic. Not to mention that after millions of years of civil war, the whole planet of Cybertron has been defeated. Even at the peak of Cybertron civilization, for all Transformers, the source of fire is just like a holy thing. Because the whole Transformer race is made of fire. Chenmo stands in front of the window and looks at the huge cube surrounded by steel stairs in the huge underground space outside, quietly releasing his mind. Their room should be on the rock wall of this underground cavity, not far from the fire source, and Chenmo's mind power can cover most of the space. Chenmo tentatively touched the source of the fire, but found an energy barrier on the surface of the source of the fire, which blocked his mind. Chenmo tries and finds that with his current mental strength, he can't break through this energy barrier at all. Chenmo was not too surprised. Although the kindling source and the infinite gem are not the same thing in the world, but from their origins and functions, they have some similarities. They should also be the most valuable treasure in the universe. They are far from the existence that science and technology can explain. They can block the exploration of Chenmo, which seems to be a reasonable thing. Chenmo did not directly recover his mind power, but continued to explore around the source of the fire. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in the scope of Chenmo's mind power exploration. A 20-centimeter man with a fist-sized mechanical head on top and 6 slender metal legs like spiders creeping out of a ventilation duct. If Sam and Mikla see it, they may be impressed. This mechanical spider-like thing is the mini Decepticon that attacked them in the abandoned factory. It's confused. But at that time, Chenmo arrived in time. He stepped on it with his feet, and his head broke directly from his neck. However, due to the special structure of the confusion, the fire to maintain life is not like other large Transformers, hidden in the chest but in the head, so it survived. Later, while everyone's attention was focused on the battle between Chenmo and the barricade, no one noticed the dead one, confused and convenient with the only structure left on his head, deformed 6 long legs and slipped away quietly. However, it didn't forget its task. After finding Sam's car parked not far away, it scrambled up and disguised itself as Sam's mobile phone. It followed them all the way to Hoover Dam and successfully infiltrated into the fire source from the ventilation pipe. After a lot of hard work, Decepticons finally found the location of the fire source they were searching for. Confused after climbing out of the ventilation pipe, the staff in the 7th area all the way dodged the scene and quietly sneaked under the fire source. The huge fire source is embedded in the rock at a slight inclination. After most of the surrounding rocks are removed, part of the lower surface of the cube is suspended. At this time, the confusion is under the fire source, looking up at the holy things from their hometown. All of a sudden, a blue arc came out of the mysterious mark on the surface of the fire source and fell on the confused body below. Then, confused that small body slowly floating up, the continuous blue arc from the fire source, confused floating in the air body is soon surrounded by a small blue arc. Under the influence of these strange blue arcs, the confused body changed greatly. Originally destroyed by Chen Mo, the lower part of his body was quickly reorganized. In a few seconds, the confusion of only one head was restored to its original integrity. The blue arc disappeared and the confusion returned to the ground. Looking at their recovery as the original body, confusion more determined the huge cube in front of them, which is the creature they are looking for, the fire source. His task is finally finished. Then a special wave, which can't be captured by human science and technology, is sent out from the confused body, passing through the surrounding obstacles and towards the distance. Fire source location is determined. With the information sent out in confusion, Decepticons hiding in the earth have taken action. A dozen F-22s are neatly parked in an open space at an air base in the U.S. military. As like as two peas in the cockpit, suddenly flew across a cockpit of a fighter. A pilot wearing a flying suit and helmet appeared in the cockpit and appeared to be exactly like a real person. This F-22 looks no different from other fighters of the same model parked nearby, but if you look closely, you will find that there is a special mark on its body. If Chen Mo is here, he can definitely recognize it. This sign is the emblem of Decepticons. With the advent of virtual images, a special wave of the same type as the previous confusion was launched from this fighter. I'm Starscream. All Decepticons get ready. An M1 main battle tank with anti-tank missile, double turret, minesweeper, and other accessories, which was upgraded and refitted, suddenly started to move on its own and directly broke through the wire fence. Noisy report. At a base of the National Guard, a Buffalo mine and explosion-proof armored vehicle with a height of more than 3 meters and a huge body suddenly started on its own. The broken bone devil set out. On the endless desert, an MH-53 heavy helicopter suddenly turned around and flew towards the location of Hoover Dam. Vertigo on the list. Chen Mo, standing at the window of the observation room, didn't know what was going on outside, but the changes of confusion were all captured by his mind power, including the special electric wave emitted by confusion. Although different from the electromagnetic wave on Earth, Chen Mo's electromagnetic control ability from Bradley can't directly distinguish the contents, but for Chen Mo, who is familiar with the plot, he must have informed other Decepticons hiding on the Earth of the location of the source of the fire. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth could not help but raise a smile of excitement. Next, some play. At this time, the confusion has been restored to its original appearance under the energy radiation of the fire source, but it is good at hiding, and it has never been found in the dark. Chen Mo is not ready to deal with it now. Chen Mo needs it to help him do another thing. Besides, Chen Mo will have another important thing to do later. The others in the observation room did not find Chen Mo's dissimilarity. Tom Banashek was still explaining the origin of the fire to the shocked people. By carbon-14 dating, this cube came to Earth around 10,000 BC. The 7 senators discovered it in 1913, and they knew it was an alien object because the imprint on its surface was very similar to that on the NBE-1 surface. On one wall of the observation room, there are 7 old black and white photos, on which 7 people are the first 7 veterans to find the source of the fire. President Hoover built a dam to hide it in 4 football fields. No one or any alien race outside can detect the energy it emits. Chen Mo can't help shaking his head here. Fortunately, Megatron has been frozen. The fire source won't send out signals. Otherwise, although the cement barrier can block the weak energy they naturally emit, it can't block the communication signals of Cybertron at all. All the people were staring at the huge and shocking cube outside the window, listening to Tom Banashek's introduction. When Maggie Madsen, the gifted female analyst, heard this, she suddenly caught a sharp message from Tom Banashek's words. Wait, you say the dam hides its energy. What kind of energy? Good question. Tom Banashek admired Maggie Madsen's keen sense of smell and saw the only Chen Mo who was so conceited besides him and Simmons. Tom Banashek told the crowd, "Come with me." Soon, under the leadership of Tom Banashek and Simmons, people came to a room with a thick explosion-proof door along a passage beside the observation room. There was a staff member with safety helmet and safety vest waiting at the door. Standing in the room, Tom Banneker said to a few people who were still outside, "Please come in. He has to lock us in." Soon, everyone entered the room, and the explosion-proof door was locked from inside and outside. The area here is only about 20 square meters, which is about the size of the observation room before, but there are no other passageways or windows or other exits except for the door in. People can say that they have been closed, but with Defense Secretary John Keller, no one was worried about it. Instead, they were all interested in observing the mysterious room. In addition to a row of instruments and equipment embedded in the wall, there is a 1 meter square and half-meter high transparent box composed of metal and thick glass in the middle of the room, which looks very solid. It is fixed at a height of more than 1 meter from the ground, and there are 2 thick cables connected with the equipment above. The top hacker, little black fat Glenn Whitman, found a long scratch on the steel wall behind him. In some places, the iron sheet was even completely lifted and twisted into a ball. "Wow," Glenn Whitman exclaimed. Robert EPP's, the Special Forces adjutant standing next to him, looked around and frowned at the scratches on the wall. "What is this? Has Freddy Krueger ever been here?" Robert EPP's just said it casually, but Glenn Whitman is more true. As a homesteader, Glenn Whitman has also seen the classic horror film Raptor Street. Naturally, he knows that Freddy Krueger, a dream murderer, shakes his head and says it seriously. "Oh no, man, Freddy Krueger has 4 claws but only 3. That's Wolverine, Shua, haha." Glenn Whitman didn't notice other people looking at him strangely, still immersed in his analysis, even turned to Simmons and asked with a giggle, "I'm right. Is that Wolverine?" Maggie Madsen, his good friend, turned away speechless as if I didn't know him. All the people at the scene looked at him with a kind of care for the mentally retarded children. Chen Mo can't help exclaiming that geniuses have their own shortcomings. Glenn Whitman is the top super hacker on the internet, and even the Decepticon signal can be cracked, but he is a fool in reality. Very interesting. Simmons looked at grinning Glenn Whitman with a cold face. They were facing a powerful alien invasion. They were gathered to find a way to deal with it, not to make a joke here. Simon's cold eyes made Glenn Whitman instantly honest and stood there chattily, afraid to talk more. Who has electronics, BlackBerry, car keys, or cell phones? And Simon paid no more attention to him but turned his head and said to the people. A group of people immediately groped for it. When Glenn Whitman took out a mobile phone from his pocket to hand it to Simmons, Chen Mo took the lead and threw the holographic smartphone into Simmons' hands. "Use mine." Simmons took a look at the black full-screen mobile phone, which is full of metal sci-fi texture, and couldn't help sighing. "The mobile phone is really good. What brand is it?" Now it's only 2007. Smartphones have just sprung up. Chen Mo's special customized holographic smartphones, even if they only look at the appearance, crush all the phones in this period, and the other people present can't help but look at them more. "Shield," Chen Mo replied casually. "Never heard of it. Made in Japan." "No, made in China." "Oh," Simmons looked surprised, but then he put it aside. Chen Mo must be joking when he wanted to come. Tom Banashek guides them to wear black goggles. Simmons takes his cell phone to the glass box in the middle of the room and opens an alloy explosion-proof door on the side. Everyone else came up and looked into the box through a circle of glass. Only a small mechanical arm is installed on the top of the box. On the head of the mechanical arm is something like a drill or syringe. Simmons reached out and put Chen Mo's cell phone in the middle of the box, then closed the explosion-proof door. When they were reminded by Tom Banachek, they put on their goggles, and then all their attention was focused on the box, while Simmons turned to the row of equipment beside the wall and began to operate. The original retracted mechanical arm quickly stretches down, and the drill-like device fixed at the front clings to the holographic smartphone. "Next, we will transfer the energy of the fire source to this box." As his voice fell, the last switch was pressed by him. In the underground cavity not far away, a blue electric light suddenly appeared on the surface of the huge universe cube, and finally went out along a cable connected with it. In the lab, a dazzling blue electric light suddenly shoots out from the equipment nozzle at the front of the mechanical arm, directly hitting the near-holographic smartphone. A fine blue arc soon twined around the mobile phone, and a dazzling blue light burst out. Fortunately, everyone was wearing goggles, which didn't blind in this strong light, and because of this, they could clearly see the amazing changes of the holographic smartphone. The cell phone that was lying quietly on the platform suddenly shakes up, and the frequency is faster and faster. At the next moment, the whole cell phone suddenly cracks, and a series of dazzling deformations happen rapidly at a speed that is hard to be caught by the naked eye. In less than a second, the original holographic smartphone has disappeared completely. Instead, it is a black figure nearly 20 cm high. In the laboratory, people looked at the dark figure standing quietly in the glass box. All of them couldn't help but stare. Even Tom Banashek and Simmons, who were used to this change, were surprised. This kind of small mechanical life, which was born in the previous experiments, is almost in some ferocious and strange forms, and will start to attack violently after the completion of deformation. The scratches inside the glass box and those on the outside wall are all left by the previous experiments. But at this time, the new mechanical life in the experimental box is not only different from the previous experiment, but also has no intention to attack. This makes Simons and Simons both look at each other and see deep doubts from each other's eyes. They have never met this situation before. When Chen Mo looked at the figure in the glass box, he could not help but smile. In the glass box, the original holographic smartphone has disappeared. Instead, a black figure nearly 20 cm tall stands there quietly. Its body surface is completely covered by a layer of dark armor. Only the eyes are shining with two destructive blue lights. These armors are not as rough and crude as other transformers. They only protect some key parts. Instead, they are closely connected and almost have no gap between each other. Demand is as like as two peas in Chen Mo's armor suit, which is almost the same as a model that has been reduced many times. At the next moment, just under the eyes of all the people, the new mechanical life suddenly moved. He stretched his hand behind his back and slowly pulled out a 10-centimeter long silver sword from the armor on his back. Several people standing at the back clearly saw that the sword did not exist at first, but popped out of the armor on his back and quickly deformed and combined when he reached over. When they thought he was going to attack, they saw him holding the sword in both hands and thrust it into the ground in front of them. The alloy table made of high-strength alloy was easily pierced by a long sword. Just as Tom Banashek and Simmons were about to take action, they saw the black humanoid armored mechanical life in the glass box suddenly kneeling on one knee with a sword in one hand. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but get Chi's eyes wide open, and the public looked down the direction of his kneeling, but saw Chen Mo standing in front of the glass box with a faint smile on his face. "What's the matter?" Simmons looked at Chen Mo with a ghostly look. "In the past, all the mechanical life bodies we made will attack like crazy, and our character is very fierce. Some of us even die in their hands." Glenn Whitman's neck shrank when he heard the words. He secretly turned his head and looked at the deep scratches on the wall behind him. He felt that he had no idea before. Simmons didn't notice Glenn Whitman's action at all. He frowned at the mechanical life like a knight who swore allegiance to the king and knelt on his sword in the glass box. He only felt 10,000 abnormal. There must be something wrong with it. Obviously, this demonstration experiment has some unusual changes compared with the countless previous experiments, and the root of this change must be Chen Mo. With Simmons's words, all the other people on the scene also turned their eyes to Chen Mo. Chen Mo then reluctantly took his eyes back from the glass box, glanced at all of them, and said slowly, "I've said before that the energy of the fire source can transform all the electronic machinery into mechanical life bodies that can be transformed, or I prefer to call them transformers. But not all transformers are evil and cruel Decepticons, just as human beings have good and bad. In fact, there is a kind of peace-loving transformer on Cybertron. They call themselves Autobots." When Simmons heard the words, he asked quickly, "You mean this is an Autobot?" "No." But Chen Mo shook his head and saw that all the people there were puzzled. But listened to Chen Mo continue to explain. In this world, almost all electronic and mechanical equipment, as long as it is activated by the energy of the fire source, will eventually become Decepticons, because as you said before, many modern technologies are analyzed from Megatron. These technologies are derived from Decepticons, which is equivalent to branding Decepticons on the equipment. So, after these electronic and mechanical devices with the brand of Decepticons are activated by the fire source, they will all become Decepticons. Listening to Chen Mo's explanation, everyone nodded secretly and understood why all the previous experiments were so violent. But is there another alien mechanical life like NBE-1, but belonging to Autobots? Simmons frowned and looked at the half-kneeling figure in the glass box, like a black figure like a sculpture. He asked with a puzzled face, "Then why is your cell phone? I told you that this mobile phone is made in China. Remember your previous technology blockade. All the technology of this mobile phone is independently developed by the Chinese, which has nothing to do with Megatron and Decepticon." Everyone can't help but look at each other. Is there any other advantage of technology blockade? If the Decepticons really took the source of the fire and turned the world's technological products into Decepticons, wouldn't only China escape? Looking at the transformer in the glass box, it's obvious that it won't kill people or even listen to Chen Mo. Will all the technological products of Madden China be transformed into the transformers that obey the orders of human beings? Asked Maggie Madsen uncertainly. Chen Mo looks at her but slowly shakes his head. Of course not. This mobile phone is running my own artificial intelligence program, which will naturally recognize me as the main one. As for others, I can only say that it depends on luck. You should know that the original planet of Cybertron is not divided into Decepticons and Autobots. The transformation of pure Earth technology products should be considered as free transformers. Justice or evil is not absolute. Moreover, even transformers that are biased towards justice will not attack human beings actively at most, and it is not likely that they will obey human orders. What Chen Mo said is not totally fooling them, but Chen Mo's own inference. The performance of the transformer transformed from the holographic smartphone also confirms Chen Mo's speculation. Of course, Chen Mo conceals the existence of the real world and the real source of holographic smartphone technology, pushing all this to made in China. Chen Mo's China actually refers to the real world. In fact, in this world, although the United States has imposed a scientific and technological blockade on China, there are more cutting-edge technologies. Many of the basic technologies originated from Weixin are open all over the world, so there are almost no technological products without the brand of Decepticon in this world. If anyone wants to transform the made-in-China technology according to Chen Mo products to make transformers for their use, Chen Majai can wish them good luck. Besides, Chen Mo didn't plan to leave the source of the fire to them, so they won't have a chance to verify it at all. In fact, Chen Mo was not sure what the holographic smartphone would look like after being strengthened by fire. Different from the setting of Transformers World, Chen Mo's holographic smartphone uses technology from the real world and Iron Man world, which has nothing to do with the technology source of the world, Megatron. But after all, it's the source of fire from Cybertron. Chen Mo is still not sure whether the Transformer will be a Decepticon or a Autobot. What's the final consciousness? Will the built-in super AI Jarvis of the holographic smartphone have an impact on the result of the transformation mobile phone as like as two peas? Did not finish the transformation until he found that the shape of the holographic smartphone was almost identical to his own demand armor suit. When he kneels down on his knees and leans on his sword, Chen Makai decides that the new Transformers is still controlled by Jarvis. After a half-true and half-false explanation made a group of people dizzy, Chen Mo said to Simmons, who was frowning and thinking, "Well, you can open the box." When Simmons heard the words, he turned to Tom Banachek, who was still half kneeling on the ground like a sculpture in the glass box and was motionless. Tom Banneker hesitated and finally nodded. Chen Mo's statement is basically acceptable and can be explained theoretically. The main thing is that the performance of the new transformer is really different from that of the previous experiment. Tom Banachek doesn't think it's camouflage. Inspired by Tom Banachek, Simmons immediately stepped forward and slowly opened the explosion-proof door on the test box. Just when the explosion-proof door was half opened, the 20-centimeter-high human transformer, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly moved, and the speed was amazing. When they saw a dark shadow flash by, they lost his trace in the box. Simmons was scared that he would be killed by the escaped transformers like his colleagues who had sacrificed before, and immediately backed away. Others quickly turned to look for it. Captain William Reynolds and others were the first to encircle and protect Defense Secretary John Keller. Next, they saw a dark shadow, like a ghost, jumping and refracting on the walls and ceiling of the room. After several turns, they flew to Chen Mo's position and finally fell into his outstretched palm. In the eyes of all the enemies, this small transformer, which is the size of a toy model, just shows its amazing speed. And then in a dazzled deformation, it returns to the original mobile phone again. It was a relief to see that it didn't attack anyone, but they were still amazed at the amazing speed it just showed. Fortunately, the transformer is really under the control of Chen Mo. Otherwise, none of them will survive. Its speed is too fast, they just can barely see its moving track, so they have no time to react. They don't take the longsword with a length of more than 10 centimeters as a toy. In reality, a knife with a length of several centimeters is deadly. With the speed it just showed, as long as the sword is across their neck, everyone will definitely be killed in a very short time. This makes people think about it, and they can't help but be afraid. They can't help but look at Chen Mo's sci-fi mobile phone. Chen Mo didn't care about the people's eyes. This experiment is very important to him. It's not only a small transformer that obeys orders, but also represents that his previous idea is correct. As a super artificial intelligence, Jarvis won't be completely erased in the transformation of the fire source, which means that the transformation is controllable. You know, Chen Mo doesn't just have a holographic smartphone. There are other good things in his space. However, what changes have taken place in the holographic smartphone, and what kind of connection between the awareness of the new transformers and Jarvis, Chen Mo is not clear, and now it is not suitable for in-depth research. Chen Mo temporarily put away the new transformers that have changed back to the shape of the mobile phone, and is ready to study them carefully later. John Keller looked at the mobile phone that Chen Mo had put in his pocket with a complicated face. He was trying to ask Chen Mo for more information, but the light in the lab suddenly flickered, as if there was something wrong with the power supply. But you know, it's a top-secret base, and just below the Hoover Dam, there's no possibility of power failure. Just as Sam and others were puzzled, and Tom Banachek and Simmons, who are familiar with the situation here, changed their faces, Chen Mo suddenly said, "Gentlemen, they know the source of the fire is here." When they heard Chen Mo's words, their faces changed. They knew who Chen Mo was talking about, those powerful and evil alien mechanical life forms, Decepticons. Here they are. Tom Banneker hurried to one side and pressed down on the communicator. "I'm Banneker, what's going on?" A little panic in the messenger answered quickly. "NBE-1 shutdown shed is powered off." "What?" Without waiting for the other party to finish, Tom Banneker could not help exclaiming. Captain William Reynolds realized that the situation was not good and hurried forward. Just listen to the voice in the communicator. "The standby generator cannot generate enough power." Tom Banneker's face was completely changed at the news. NBE-1, also known as Megatron in Chen Mo's mouth, has always relied on the refrigeration system to keep it frozen. In the past, they were only cautious, but after experiencing the attack on the Saxon base and knowing the real identity and strength of Megatron from Chen Mo's mouth, Tom Banachek at this time knew very well that once Megatron thawed and revived, the consequences would be devastating. Those soldiers in the 7th area are not the opponents of Megatron at all. Most importantly, Decepticons have been looking for a source of ignition right here. Once Megatron finds the source of ignition, many machines and equipment in the 7th zone will be transformed into Decepticons, which cannot be stopped by their power. At that time, not only the 7th zone will be destroyed, but the whole world will come to an end. "Do you have an arsenal?" asked Captain William Reynolds, looking at the pale Tom Banneker. Tom Banneker snapped back to his senses and nodded hard at Captain William Reynolds. Now Zone 7 is facing a powerful attack from Decepticons. Every force must be fully utilized. Captain William Reynolds and his elite special fighters are the elites who have fought with Decepticons and survived. They should be able to play a greater role in the fight against Decepticons. Tom Banashek turned to the door and called the waiting staff to open the explosion-proof door of the laboratory. But just as he was going to lead the people to the arsenal, Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded behind the people. "You get ready. I'll go up and deal with the guy outside first." Everyone can't help but turn around and look at Chen Mo after Simon's and Chen Mo's stories, and what they have experienced and seen before and just now. All the people present have a clear understanding of the power of Decepticons. It's the terror of a man comparable to an army. Even if all the people in the 7th zone are put together, they may not be able to deal with a Decepticon. It's too late for ordinary people to hide in this situation, but Chen Mo offers to deal with it alone. Simmons looked at Chen Mo and became solemn. At the critical moment, Chen Mo can stand up to the danger. Even Simmons, who always has eyes higher than the top, can't help but feel admiration. Sam and Mikla look at Chen Mo with adoration. They can't help but recall that in the abandoned factory, Chen Mo was wearing a steel warsuit and was attacked by a barricade many times larger than him. They wished they could go out with Chen Mo and see Chen Mo's unique style in the battle again, but reason told them that they could only go with them as a burden. The picture of confusing and attacking them last time was still vivid. If it wasn't for Chen Mo's timely rescue, they would have died in the hands of a small, deformed Jin gang who was less than a meter high, but quick and sharp. Glenn Whitman and others, who are not very clear about Chen Mo's situation, look at Chen Mo with a puzzled face. They don't understand why Chen Mo has to take the initiative to die. Chen Mo, no matter how fierce he is, can he be a powerful opponent of Decepticons? But William Reynolds and Maggie Madsen's gaze at Chen Mo is much more complicated. When Chen Mo arrived at the dam, they both noticed the conversation between John Keller and Chen Mo. This man once killed an alien mechanical life by himself, and a big 5-meter guy. After that, John Keller and Tom Banneker and other high-level officials showed their distinctive attitude towards Chen Mo, which also showed their value for Chen Mo. With all the secrets about these aliens that Chen Mo said just now, the evaluation of Chen Mo in their hearts has been improved again and again. Although I don't know how Chen Mo managed to kill the 5-meter high Decepticon by himself, they don't have much doubt about it. At this time, Chen Mo proposes to deal with the incoming Decepticons alone. After the initial accident, they soon take it for granted, but they still have deep curiosity in their hearts. What does Chen Mo rely on to fight against the powerful Decepticon robot with his own strength? Tom Banneker's eyes lit up sharply after Chen Mo spoke. He remembered that Chen Mo in front of him could kill the existence of a Decepticon robot alone. Just flustered unexpectedly ignored this. Tom Banneker couldn't help looking at John Keller. They both looked at each other with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Maybe this young man can really solve the crisis they are facing now. "Good." John Keller looked at Chen Mo seriously and said solemnly, "You must be careful and do what you can. We will support you as fast as we can." Chen Mo nodded, didn't speak, and walked away in another direction. The rest of the people looked at Chen Moyuan's figure of Wyan. Their faces were extremely complicated. "Let's go. We must support him as soon as possible." Simon's face moved quickly and urged the crowd. Not to mention the people rushing to the arsenal to prepare weapons, Chen Mo left the army and started to move in another direction along the channel alone. Out of the public's vision, Chen Mo called out Jarvis. He strode forward and asked Jarvis at the same time, "Jarvis, what's going on with holographic smartphones?" The body of the holographic smartphone has changed under the action of the previous special energy and has the ability of deformation. The specific mechanism of change is not clear. Jarvis's voice soon sounded, but Chen's discovery of the changes, compared with the past, Jarvis's voice has become more humanized, or more spiritual. It doesn't sound like the kind of inflexible intonation before, but as if a living person is talking. Just listen to Jarvis. My system has also been upgraded under the influence of that energy. The logic algorithm and the overall architecture have been optimized, but the core program has not changed. Hearing this, Chenmo took out the holographic smartphone he had put in his pocket and asked, "In other words, are you still in control of the holographic smartphone?" "Yes, sir." Jarvis's voice instead comes from a holographic smartphone. When that energy transformed the holographic smartphone, I tried to control it, and then found that it can affect the deformed shape to a certain extent, so I have the current deformed shape. As Jarvis's voice fell, Chenmo's holographic smartphone quickly deformed, and in a blink of an eye became the 20 cm high transformer in the form of human armor again. This time, standing on Chenmo's palm, he did not pull out the hidden sword but knelt down on one knee, and once again made a knight's salute to Chenmo. "Jarvis is at your service." Chenmo looks at the fist-sized transformer in his palm, nods gently, then stops suddenly and looks to the front of the passage. In front of a gate a dozen meters away, a 1-meter-tall silver robot covered with metal blades is constantly attacking the closed door. Although its body looks very thin and small, its strength is not much weaker than that of normal human beings. Every time it strikes, the door clans and clangs. Its dense blades cut a deep scar on the door, and a flustered voice of human beings constantly comes out from the gap of the door. Under his constant attack, the originally solid door was already a little shaky and could be broken at any time. Chenmo looks at the Decepticons who have been trampled into 3 parts by him, but now they are back as they were. They are confused, and a cold light flashes in their eyes. Then Chenmo put his eyes on his palm and said in a deep voice, "Jarvis, get rid of it." Chenmo's voice just fell. The black human armor half kneeling on Chenmo's palm suddenly raised his head, and the blue light in his eyes became more dazzling. "Yes, sir." The next moment, the black humanoid armor stood up, took out the long sword hidden in the armor behind him, and jumped from Chenmo's hands. As soon as his feet hit the ground, his body jumped up again and rushed to the front of his side at an extremely fast speed. After borrowing the force again at a height of more than 1 meter, the body of the humanoid armor is raised again while rushing forward, and directly falls on the concrete ceiling above the passage. In this way, the ground, walls and ceiling constantly refract and jump, and the humanoid armor rushes towards the confusion in front of the passage with the speed hard to be caught by the naked eye. The distance of more than 10 meters was quickly crossed in a few turns, and the human-shaped armor controlled by Jarvis soon came to the confused front. The human-shaped armor on the top of the passage, legs on the concrete ceiling, body hanging upside down, hands tightly holding the long sword, the silver blade straight pointed to the confusion under the slope. As the legs start to work hard, the body of the humanoid armor shoots out at a high speed, heading for the confusion below. At this time, the confusion is still attacking the door with all its strength, not aware of the attack from the top of the head. I saw a flash of black shadow, mixed with a 10-centimeter long silver training, cut off from the confused head. As the figure of the humanoid armor fell to the ground, the confused figure settled there and stopped the attack. Bang! At the next moment, the confused half of the head falls off the body and falls on the concrete floor, making a crisp crash sound. However, it can be seen that the half of the head that has been cut off has been completely dimmed by the originally shining electronic eyes. Before Chenmo intended to release water, escape the confusion of a robbery. This time it is completely dead, and died in the hands of a very small transformer who was born just a few minutes ago, many times smaller than him. Although it takes advantage of the sneak attack, according to Chenmo's understanding of the battle effectiveness of confusion, confusion is not the opponent of this super small transformer, which is transformed from a holographic smartphone, even if it is a frontal battle. This can be seen from their speed performance. The speed of confusion is not much faster than that of ordinary people. However, the moving speed of holographic smartphone becomes extremely amazing, and ordinary people can't catch his figure at all. The reason why his strength is so strong is closely related to his noumenon. Chen Mo's own holographic smartphone is not any version for sale, but only a high-end private customized one. The chips and other hardware used are specially made with the most advanced technology from the Iron Man world. Even the fuselage shell uses not the noble version of H3 Aviation Special Alloy, but the most powerful alpha alloy in Chen Mo's hands besides Edelman alloy. That's why Jarvis was able to cut through his confused head. Although the 10-centimeter long silver sword looks like a toy, its real power is stronger than any cold weapon, not to mention the confused head. Even the tank armor can be easily cut with the speed and strength of the human armor controlled by Jarvis. Although too small size limits its power and can't cut the turret with one sword like Chen Mo, the length of more than 10 centimeters is enough to damage the weak links such as barrel and track. It's not difficult to take a little time to break into the tank. In the face of ordinary people, with the terror speed of this super small transformer and the long sword in hand, it is a complete one-sided massacre. All the materials, hardware and technology used in Chen Mo's holographic smartphone are the most advanced configurations, which are at least decades ahead of the technological level of Transformers' world. Cutting-edge technologies like alpha alloy are the top technology that can't be copied, so this small but terrifying super small transformer is created. After dealing with the confusion, Chen Mo did not enter the room where he was attacked. Chen Mo didn't happen to meet, but came to clean up the confusion. The room it attacked before was the main control room of Zone 7. If Chen Mo doesn't stop him, he will directly release the freezing procedure of Megatron and speed up the thawing, so that he will soon wake up. Chen Mo doesn't want to deal with the boss of Shanghui Zhenshin so quickly. The red spider outside hasn't been solved yet. Chen Mo doesn't want to make trouble when he's having a good fight with the red spider. Since it's a big boss, let's wait until the end. Therefore, Chen Mo did not go directly to the ground after he was separated from the crowd, but according to Jarvis's guidance, he first came to the general control room in the 7th district. Now that the confusion has been solved, Chen Mo doesn't take care of the Area 7 staff in the main control room who are still in panic, and directly reaches out to the human-shaped armor controlled by Jarvis. The black humanoid armor immediately put up the long sword, and several jumps fell to Chen Mo's hands again. Then in a rapid combination of deformation, it changed back to the shape of holographic smartphone. Put away the mobile phone, Chen Mo's face cannot help but emerge a touch of excitement. Next, it's Starscream's turn. Instead of walking to the outside of the dam, Chen Mo took out the steel battle clothes directly from the space. After finishing dressing quickly, he started the propeller directly and flew along the passage at a high speed. Along the route directed by Jarvis, Chen Mo flies at a high speed. Along the way, he also meets some Area 7 staff running in panic. Chen Mo doesn't stop. In their exclamation, he directly skips over their heads and flies to the distance. Soon, Chen Mo rushed out of a passageway under the dam, then crossed an arc in the air and flew over the dam. When Chen Mo flew over the dam more than 200 meters high and came over the dam, a huge figure came into Chen Mo's vision. At the top of the dam, a giant robot more than 9 meters tall with 2 wings slanting out of its back is attacking the power system outside the dam. His arm changed into a missile launcher, and a missile came out of his hand, attacking the power transmission line on the distant hillside and the power generation equipment under the dam. In the sound of an explosion, the power supply of the dam was constantly damaged. This giant transformer, which is almost twice as tall as the barricade, is the number 2 figure among the Decepticons, Spider. Chen Mo's appearance also attracted the attention of the Red Spider, who was destroying crazily. Then he fired a missile towards Chen Mo's position. Seeing a missile coming at him with its tail smoke, Chen Mo, who was hovering in the mid-air, dodged the attack easily. Passing the missile launched by Starscream, Chen Mo looks coldly at the Starscream below. Red Spider sees Chen Mo to escape his attack easily unexpectedly. Can't help but look at Chen Mo again accidentally, carefully looked up. Although Chen Mo is more than 2 meters tall in steel battle clothes, he looks very small in the Red Spider who is more than 9 meters tall. Among the Transformers whose body size represents strength, Chen Mo's body size is not even cannon fodder. Like the original Roadblock, Starscream also regarded Chen Mo in steel as a small Autobot. Seeing that he didn't get rid of this weak Autobot minion with a missile, Starscream raised his arm again and aimed the missile launcher at Chen Mo. On the ugly steel face of Starscream, there is a ferocity. 3 missiles are launched continuously, attacking the Chen Mo in the air again. In his opinion, this weak Autobot, even if more flexible, narrowly missed a missile, but it is absolutely unable to receive his 3 missiles in a row. This time, in the face of the missiles, Chen Mo did not stay in place to dodge anymore. Instead, he made a direct movement to face the missiles and dive towards the Red Spider standing on the dam below. 3 missiles are fired at Chen Mo from different directions. With Chen Mo's reaction and the strong performance of the steel battle suit, it is not difficult to avoid all of them. But Chen Mo didn't bother. The flying attitude remained unchanged. As the Starscream went straight, an armor on his shoulder quickly opened, revealing the orderly array of micro-automatic tracking missiles inside. 3 miniature automatic tracking missiles, the size of pistol bullets, shot out of shoulder magazines and flew up against the 3 missiles coming from the front. In terms of the tracking ability, the micro-automatic tracking missile is far more flexible than the ordinary missile. 3 micro-automatic tracking missiles almost hit the 3 missiles at the same time. Boom! The violent explosion broke out in the air, and Chen Mo was completely engulfed by a huge fire. Starscream sneered, and was about to turn around and continue to destroy the power system when a black figure suddenly rushed out of the huge fire group formed by the explosion in the air. The Red Spider's scarlet electronic eyes flickered for a while, but Chen Mo's speed was too fast. Before he could respond, Chen Mo had rushed to him. Just a moment before the two were about to touch, Chen Mo suddenly turned around and kicked his feet forward on the face of Starscream. A large spark accompanied by a large number of metal pieces splashed out. Red Spider's ugly face was completely broken. At the same time, under Chen Mo's fierce kick, the Red Spider's body also involuntarily backward. However, he is now at the edge of the bridge at the top of the dam. When he retreats, he directly steps into the air and falls down towards the bottom of the dam. If it's someone else, it's bound to fall directly into the water below, but the second form of Starscream is an F-22 Raptor. When it was about to fall into the water, Starscream finally slowed down from Chen Mo's heavy blow and began to deform rapidly. Finally, before falling into the water, it changed back to the form of Raptor in time. The 2 engines advanced at full power, and the fuselage drew an arc close to the water surface, then flew upward and came over the dam again. After landing tens of meters away from Chen Mo and changing back to robot form, Starscream stares at Chen Mo with red light in her eyes and says in a deep voice, "It's dead." For oneself in a weak cannon fodder Autobot in the hands of a big loss, Spider angry. As soon as the voice fell, he raised his right hand directly and quickly became a money gun. Chen Mo, who kicked him down the dam and then landed on the ground, began to shoot continuously. In fact, the caliber of a ray gun can be regarded as a gun. Although its firing speed is far lower than that of a small caliber weapon such as a machine gun, it is also much stronger than a missile, and it is powerful. Don't say it's a small transformer with only 2 meters tall and weak defense. Even a guy with 5 meters tall like a roadblock will be seriously injured if he eats one hair. As for Chen Mo, in the eyes of Starscream, one hair can break him into pieces. A hot orange ray came from the muzzle of the gun and shot at Chen Mo, but Chen Mo did not flinch. His body moved and directly rushed towards the Red Spider against the fierce attack. On the ground, Chen Mo is more flexible than in the air. Superman's response speed enables him to clearly capture the track of each attack. Chen-mo didn't even need to use the prediction of gunfight. He just relied on the quick response, and his body was nimble, flashing around, so he easily avoided all attacks and rushed to Starscream at the same speed. See Chen-mo nimbly dodge all the attacks and rush to the front, but the attack of Starscream suddenly stops. He moves the muzzle of the gun down and points to Chen-mo. He is ready to attack directly. He blows Chen-mo up. Chen-mo naturally found out the intention of Starscream, but how could he be faster than Chen-mo? At the same time, Chen-mo, who has come to the front of the Red Spider, starts to jump up from the ground. Red Spider sees Chen-mo jump up. Scarlet electronic eyes can't help but flash. If Chen-mo dodges on the ground, he's really not good at aiming. The agility and speed of small transformers are the most annoying. But now Chen-mo jumped up and couldn't escape in the air. Didn't he become a target? Just don't wait for him to be happy how long. He suddenly found that Chen-mo jumped faster than his muzzle. And Chen-mo is not facing his gun, but towards his arm position. Before Starscream's muzzle pointed at Chen-mo, Chen-mo's hands had grabbed the ray gun on his arm. At the same time, Chen-mo's body continued to rush forward, and the whole body then crossed over, and his feet heavily stepped on the elbow of the spider. At the next moment, Chen-mo grabs the arm and waist of the ray gun and makes great efforts to hear a sharp sound of metal fracture. Starscream was shocked to cover his broken arm and back again and opened the distance with Chen-mo. Chen-mo landed steadily from the mid-air, but did not catch up. After glancing at the large caliber ray gun that was still intact in his hand, he immediately put it into the space. Once again in the hands of Chen-mo, the cannon fodder Autobot, the Red Spider finally dare not look down on Chen-mo anymore. Her eyes are tightly fixed on Chen-mo in the flash of scarlet electronic eyes. It reveals a strong sense of killing. As the deputy commander of Decepticons, the second person under the leader of Megatron, he has been commanding all Decepticons in the years of Megatron's disappearance, which can be said to be in power. In these years, I don't know how many Autobots died in his hands, and he never suffered such a big loss. Trying to change the broken right arm back to its original shape, Starscream found that only half of his right arm was left. Sparks were splashed at the break, and the first half of his arm and the whole right hand were gone. Looking at Chen-mo mercilessly, Red Spider's heart is turning. "Damn bugs, I'll tear you to pieces." Red Spider finished saying, also no longer turn out other weapon, but directly toward Chen-mo rushed up. He doesn't think Chen-mo's strength is better than him. Whether he was kicked off the dam or just broke his ray gun, he relied on flexible speed and unexpected attack. So he simply jumped up and planned to use his powerful power to crush the little Autobot directly. But this is exactly what Chen-mo wants. Chen-mo doesn't flinch at once. His face under his helmet is full of excitement. He rushes up directly against the spider. Next moment, two steel bodies, one big and one small, collided directly with each other. Bang! A huge metal crash erupted from the position of the two men. The result of the collision is that Red Spider's body once again collapses a pile of parts, while Chen-mo sprang out of Red Spider's body unhurt. Just before the two men were about to collide, the Red Spider's intact left hand snapped at Chen-mo from top to bottom, while Chen-mo jumped to the Red Spider's palm before the Red Spider's palm fell. With his feet on the back of the Red Spider's hand, Chen-mo once again leaps up and pours at the Red Spider. Finally, he kicks the Red Spider's chest with a heavy heart. Fortunately, there are two pieces of heavy armor on the chest of Starscream, which block the attack. Otherwise, it might be able to kill his kindling and direct him to KO. But even if there is outer armor, the Red Spider's defense can't completely block Chen-mo's attack. Not only is the armor broken by Chen-mo, but also the parts on the chest are broken by Chen-mo and fly a lot. Next, Chen-mo didn't give the spider any more time to react, and directly launched a continuous and fierce attack. Although the spider is the fastest one among the Decepticons, it is only limited to the air. As for the ground when fighting in the form of a robot, the speed is not better than that of ordinary Transformers. Even because of the huge size, the speed is slightly slower than small and medium Transformers such as Roadblocks. There was no suspense in the battle between the two men. The red spider, more than 9 meters high, was completely suppressed by Chen Mo, 2 meters high. Its armor and parts soon scattered all over the ground. However, Chen Mo did not rush to the end of the fight because he was holding the purpose of exercise, so he deliberately avoided the key point. So although Starscream seemed to be in a mess, its combat power did not decrease too much. Nevertheless, seeing that he has completely fallen into the downwind, and going on like this, he is likely to explain that here, the red spider's scarlet electronic eye can't help blinking rapidly. Starscream has never been a brave man who does not fear death. On the contrary, he is insidious, cunning, deceiving, and afraid of hard work. Running away is nothing shameful to him. Seeing that he is not an opponent but also dead to stand down, in the eyes of Starscream is extremely stupid. So, after Chen Mo smashed half of his cheek with a fist in the air again, Starscream took advantage of the situation to step back, and then directly changed into the form of an F-22 Raptor, and started the engine to try to escape. Chen Mo, who had known about the character of Starscream, had long expected that he would not be able to fight honestly until the end, and had long prevented this move. See Red Spider Deformation Escape. Chen Mo coldly smile also directly started the engine catch-up. After taking off successfully, Starscream is relieved. As long as he is in the air, he has full confidence in speed. No transformer can catch up with him. As for counterattack, in flight mode, his main means of attack is missiles, but the first battle has proved that missiles have no effect on Chen. So Starscream didn't plan to use the air superiority to attack Chen Mo but decided to run away immediately. There are opportunities for revenge. We can wait for other Decepticon reinforcements to come and take action together. In that way, we can be more confident. There is no need to rush to the moment and commit risks. Life is the most important thing. Starscream didn't care about Chen Mo who came after him, because all along, whether in Cybertron or on Earth, his speed is the top of all Transformers. In his mind, this little Autobot is also small in stature and flexible in action. This is the advantage on the ground. Even if he can fly, it is absolutely impossible to catch up with him in the air. And if the other side is really chasing high, he doesn't mind another air battle. Let him know what is the real speed, what is really powerful. But soon, Starscream is not in the mood to continue to be cruel. He thought that he would be quickly and far away from the small Autobot, and the distance between him is rapidly getting closer. Before he can fly far, Chen Mo has already caught up with him. The maximum flight speed of Starscream is Mach 2.8, which is the fastest among Transformers. Even the top fighters of the Air Force of all countries cannot catch up with it. But under Chen Mo's iron and steel battle suit super speed of Mach 10, the speed that Starscream is proud of is not worth mentioning. Moreover, the Red Spider's body is much larger than Chen Mo's, and its acceleration is naturally much slower. It is not possible to achieve the highest flight speed in a short time, but Chen Mo is not. The acceleration performance of the steel battle suit itself is very strong. After replacing the 4th-generation arc reactor built with new elements, the power of the steel battle suit becomes stronger, and the acceleration performance is many times higher than before. Even if Chen Mo didn't turn on the thruster to the maximum power and pursue with all his strength, the distance between the two people was rapidly shortened at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Chen Mo approaching quickly behind him, Starscream was shocked and panicked. He moved quickly and changed direction constantly to get rid of Chen Mo. But how can he be Chen Mo's opponent when it comes to mobility? No matter how Starscream changes direction, rolls, and makes all kinds of difficult maneuvers, Chen Mo can't get rid of all the time. Chen Mo is always firmly behind him, and the distance between him continues to rapidly shorten. With Chen Mo's reaction speed, these movements of Starscream have almost no impact on him. The strong control performance and flexible mobility of the steel battle suit also enable him to easily change direction and seize the target. Seeing that he was about to catch up with Starscream, Chen Mo did not use many powerful long-range weapons equipped on the steel battle clothes, but directly accelerated again and jumped on Starscream's back. The Starscream felt the situation behind him. He recalled the terrible destructive power of Chen Mo's close combat with him. He immediately lost his face and tumbled up to get rid of Chen Mo. However, when Chen Mo started to move, he smashed into the shell of his back, firmly grasped the steel structure inside and fixed his body. At the same time, the other hand was not affected at all, so he squatted on the back of the spider and began to destroy. A piece of armor was smashed by Chen Mo's fist, and pieces of parts were thrown around in the air. Seeing this going on, Chen Mo either disassembled them into parts in the air or crashed directly. Red Spider had no choice but to quickly lower its height and dive down to the ground below. In a wilderness a few kilometers away from Hoover Dam, Starscream carrying Chen Mo falls from the sky. With a few tens of meters to the ground, it can't wait to start to deform and restore the robot shape. Chen Mo also kicks his feet hard when Starscream starts to deform, jumps out, starts the propeller and slowly lands on the ground. The Starscream, who has returned to robot form again, is more embarrassed than before. The wings behind him are damaged to different degrees. If he didn't land in time, he might crash directly. Having personally learned Chen Mo's strong strength, the Red Spider at this time has already lost its original arrogance. Looking at Chen Mo, his eyes are full of fear and cringe. Fight and fight, run and cannot escape. Red Spider only feel unprecedented powerlessness. Before, he only experienced this feeling in front of Megatron, looking at the opposite height only to his knee, but his body is emitting bursts of Chen Mo, which makes him cold and murderous. The scarlet electronic eyes of Red Spider flash violently. In fact, Starscream is better at scheming than fighting. Seeing that Chen Mo is ready to rush to him again, Starscream, "Wait, I think we can talk. I know a lot of secrets, I can tell you all." If it's Optimus Prime, he may hesitate, but Chen Mo won't. He basically knows all the secrets in Starscream's mouth. With his knowledge of Starscream, he can't be honest at all. Most of the secrets obtained from his mouth are false. In addition, Chen Mo's goal is very clear. To exercise his own strength, Starscream, in his opinion, plays the most important role as a target for Han's training. Since it's a target, just shut up and get beaten. Chen Mo didn't give Red Spider any chance to beg for mercy or negotiate. Without stopping at his feet, he rushed directly to Red Spider, easily broke through the arm blocked by Red Spider, stepped on his body and jumped to the middle of the sky, smashing a fist deep into his neck. When Chen Mo pulled out his hand, he was holding a round sounder. With his feet on the Red Spider's body, Chen Mo rolled steadily and landed in the air, looking at the Red Spider, who raised his hands to cover his neck, but could not make a sound. Chen Mo raised his right hand holding the sounder, and was about to shake it hard to destroy it, but suddenly thought of the bumblebee whose sounder was damaged and could only speak with the radio. Chen Mo immediately stops the action in his hand and puts the sounder into the space. Then, Chen Mo rushes to the spider again. Chen Mo removes the sounder. Even if Starscream wants to surrender, he can't help it, and he can see that Chen Megan won't accept his surrender. But Red Spider had to fight with all his strength. They fight from the ground to the sky and fight from the sky to the ground again, but in the face of Chen Mo, his resistance is doomed to be in vain. Starscream also tried to escape for several times, but was stopped by Chen Mo. At last, even the propeller was dismantled by Chen Mo. In the end, Starscream can't escape the same ending as the barricade, and is disassembled into a pile of parts by Chen Mesheng. With Chen Mo's last punch hitting the Red Spider's chest, he put out his kindling. The Red Spider's scarlet electronic eyes went out quickly, and the huge body lost all power in a moment and slowly fell back. Boom! At the moment when the Red Spider's body contacts the ground, the whole earth vibrates violently. A large piece of dust flies from the ground and flies around. The battle is over. Chen Mo, who fought happily and painfully, shook his fists and felt his body more active than before with a satisfied smile on his face. These big guys with rough skin and thick meat are really good partners. Glancing at the remains of the spider across the wilderness, Chen Mo didn't stay here. He started the thruster directly and soared to the direction of the dam. "Jarvis, how long does Megatron have to defrost?" Chen Mo asked as he flew. 30 minutes. Jarvis, who has been monitoring the situation in Zone 7, quickly replied. In the original scenario, Megatron soon thawed and revived, but it was under the common destruction of Starscream and confused inside and outside. Now the confusion was killed by Chen Mo for the first time. The refrigeration system of Megatron was not closed, and the damage of Starscream to the power system was interrupted in advance by him. Although the power supply is still seriously insufficient, it can barely support for a period of time. Megatron needs more time to defrost. Half an hour, almost enough. After calculating the next time, Chen did not manage Wei Zhenshin anymore but directly flew into the dam from the channel when he came out. Under the guidance of Jarvis, he flew towards the arsenal. The fight against Starscream just now was very fierce, but it didn't take long in fact. When Chen Mo landed in front of the arsenal, Simmons and others had just finished their equipment and were going out to support him. But before they set out, a sudden crash of heavy objects falling to the ground outside the gate of the arsenal made everyone look different. All the people in the audience could not help but stop their actions and turn their heads to look in the direction of the gate. Captain William Reynolds and other soldiers took up their guns and pointed them at the gate. In the eyes of all the people, a tall figure came in slowly from the door. It was Chen Mo, who left the team alone not long ago. "You're back!" Mikla was the first to shout, her face full of joy. The eyes of others are a little more complicated. From Chen Mo's departure to now, it's only about 10 minutes. After cutting off the time on the road, it's obvious that there isn't much time to spend in the battle. "Do you mean?" Seeing that Chen Mo's face was solemn, there was no excitement of winning and returning. Tom Banneker and John Keller looked at each other and saw a little disappointment in each other's eyes, but then they cleared up their mood. John Keller nodded to Chen Mo, not asking him about the battle but comforting him. "It doesn't matter. Our enemy is too powerful. It's not easy for you to retreat all over. Next, let's deal with him." Obviously, they thought Chen Mo had fled back after fighting with Decepticons from outside. However, they did not show disdain and contempt for Chen Mo's escape, because if they were replaced, they would probably not dare to face it alone. They had psychological preparation for the strength of the enemy. Chen Mo's defeat did not surprise them. It was very rare for them to escape back alive. Just as the crowd was thinking about how to deal with the strong enemies outside, Mikla was thinking about how to comfort Chen Mo. Chen Mo, who had not spoken all of a sudden, spoke. "I have solved the Decepticons outside. In this quiet arsenal, the needle can be heard instantly." "What do you say?" John Keller looked at Chen Mo incredulously and asked aloud. However, the crowd quickly reacted and learned that the threat outside had been solved by Chen Mo. While they were relieved, they all showed a happy face and looked at Chen Mo with eager eyes. However, before they are happy for a long time, Chen Mo's next words make them fall into ice again. Chen Mo didn't repeat what he said before. He looked into John Keller's eyes with sharp eyes and said in a serious voice, "What just attacked the dam was their first troops. The Decepticons are on their way. They should arrive in succession soon." John Keller and others can't help but change their faces. It's just a Decepticon that they have been very difficult to deal with. When the Decepticon army arrives, they have only one way to die. Moreover, there is a bigger hidden danger in the 7th zone. Tom Banashek contacted the control room in a hurry and asked about it. He looked at the crowd with a heavy face and said in a deep voice, "The power system has been destroyed. The existing energy is not enough to support the whole refrigeration system. Megatron is melting," asked John Keller in a hurry. "How long do we have?" "Half an hour at most." There was silence again in the arsenal. Half an hour later, they will face the common attack of Decepticons and Megatron. With their strength at this time, they are almost dead. Although they can evacuate, but the fire source cannot be transferred, and once Megatron gets the fire source, the whole Earth will be destroyed. At the same time, Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded again. "Take my car, he knows how to deal with the fire." John Keller and Tom Banachek looked at Chen Mo doubtfully and didn't know what he meant, but Simmons, who had invited Chen Mo himself, suddenly responded, looked at Chen Mo in shock, and asked with wide eyes, "Your car is also a transformer." Don't wait for Chen Mo to answer. Maggie Madsen beside suddenly brightens her eyes, looks at Chen Mo and says excitedly, "You said before, in addition to Decepticons, there is a kind of peace-loving transformer called Autobots." "Yes." Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen-mo nodded, then looked at Simmons again. Simmons instantly responded, quickly picked up the communicator and began to order. In normal times, it's impossible for Simons to let an alien enter Zone 7 at will, but now it's a very special time. How to deal with Decepticons and the coming thaw of the awesome genius is the most important thing at present. Listen to Simmons's command to the communicator, and then contact Chen-mo for the conversation just now. John Keller and Tom Banashek and others have just responded. Chen-mo even brought an Autobot. Chen-mo didn't give them a chance to ask carefully. After Simmons quickly explained, Chen-mo turned his head and glanced at the crowd and said directly, "Let's go now." Although it surprised everyone to know that there was an Autobot from another planet around Chen-mo, John Keller quickly calmed down and agreed with him at the first time. "Yes, let's go to the fire source and wait." At the same time, John Keller turned to Simmons. "Let them get that car to the source of the fire as fast as they can." Simmons nodded, picked up the communicator again and urged his subordinates, while following the crowd, quickly rushed to the source of the fire. A few minutes later, they took the lead to arrive at the underground space where the fire source is located. This time, they were not standing in the observation room, observing through the window, but directly standing under the huge metal cube. The shock to them was much stronger than before. The mysterious imprint engraved on the surface of the cube seems to contain the endless secrets of the vast universe, which makes people lose their mind for a while. Back to God, people couldn't help but doubt that Chen-mo's Autobot can really deal with this huge and incomparable cube. Even if we want to destroy it, such a huge thing can't be destroyed in a short time. However, people's doubts didn't last long. Soon a roar of car engine came from the passage, and a yellow figure rushed out of the passage quickly. Sam was the first one to stare and murmur without waiting for people's response. "Isn't this my car?" Simmons, standing next to him, glanced at him, adding, "Once." Sam looked at the old yellow Chevrolet rushing out of the passage, then thought about the brand new Porsche in his house and nodded. Yes, it was. But soon Sam couldn't keep calm. "I saw this old yellow Chevy in front of the crowd. It began to transform directly. The yellow body shell split quickly, revealing a far more complicated mechanical structure than ordinary cars, and in a rhythmic mechanical operation sound, began a series of dazzling combination deformation. In the eyes of all the people, the old Chevrolet car, which was very humble, quickly became a 5-meter-tall alien robot with yellow armor covering most of its body. Sam opened his mouth wide and didn't move for a long time. He seemed to be in a state of stupidity. Simmons looked at him sympathetically, shook his head and didn't speak. John Keller, Tom Banneker and others all looked at the bumblebee in front of them in shock. In addition to the frozen Megatron, this is the first time they have seen a live Transformer. Although Capt. William Reynolds and others have suffered from vertigo and Sark giants, one of them is an attack launched in the middle of the night. They can't see clearly. The other is the shape of Scorpion, and the body is much smaller, far less than the bumblebee in front of them at this time. And it's the first time they've seen Transformers transform. I saw the whole process of Bumblebee from car to robot with my own eyes. All the people really understood why Chen-mo called them Transformers. After the transformation, the Bumblebee glanced at all the people present, and finally looked at the huge mysterious cube standing not far away, showing a touch of excitement in his eyes. "Bumblebee, Decepticons are coming. I think you should have a way to control the fire source." The Bumblebee turned to Chen-mo and nodded. The Bumblebee didn't expect that Chen-mo could actually take him to find the source of the fire, but the situation is obviously very urgent now. The Bumblebee didn't say much and walked directly under the source of the fire. Due to the slight inclination of the fire source, most of the whole bottom is inlaid in the rocks on the ground, and one corner is cocked in the air, which is 6 or 7 meters away from the ground. The Bumblebee came to the fire source, looked up at the sacred object from their mother star Sebaten, and some excitedly slowly stretched out his hands, and stretched out towards the fire source above his head. On the other side, Robert EPPs, a black soldier standing not far away and looking up at Bumblebees with others, said with a worried face, Well, it's coming. What is he going to do? He's going to do it. Unconsciously muttering in his mouth, Robert EPPs could not help but move back quietly. For his nagging and small movements, Captain William Reynolds and others have no response. In fact, they are not better than EPPs at this time, but they have no mind to talk. The bumblebee's hands slowly press on the fire source under the excited, uneasy, or complex gaze of all the people. As the bumblebee's hands seem to caress the fire source casually, a dazzling blue light shines from the place where his hands touch and quickly spreads to the whole cube, forming a visible blue energy layer on the surface of the fire source. Chenmo's eyes are bright. This blue energy layer should be the energy barrier that prevents him from detecting the interior of the fire source. With the appearance of this blue energy layer, a dazzling blue light bursts out and flashes from time to time all over the fire source. At the same time, the complex imprint engraved on the surface of the cube is just like being activated by the energy, shining. Then, the whole huge cube surface suddenly flashed a layer of neat square grid composed of blue lines. This layer of blue grid disappeared in a flash, but then the ignition source changed even more. As the blue light grid is divided, a gap suddenly appears on the surface of the huge cube which is originally integrated. Different from the previously flashed blue grid, this time, these cracks are actually appeared on the cube, and it is neatly divided into small cubes many times smaller, which looks like a huge and complex multi-level magic cube. Change is not over here. If these changes are still within the acceptance ability of all people, then the next changes will be beyond the understanding of outstanding people. Just after these cracks appeared, the small cubes on the surface of the fire source were suddenly moved. First, there are some small cubes concave inward, and some begin to move sideways or flip, but they are not simply moving, but they disappear directly. It seems that they are fused with the adjacent small cubes. With the splitting of these fire sources, tens of thousands of small cubes are constantly moving and fusing. In the continuous clicking sound, the volume of the fire sources is rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of change, contrary to the principle of normal space, makes the people who look up at the source of the fire, all eyes are incredibly wide open. My God! God! There were constant exclamations. As like as 2 peas, the is very small. The cube of the 50-meter-long edge is shrinking continuously in a series of space folding. It is finally turned into a small cube with a length of about 30 centimeters, and the shape is still the same as before. Just as all of them set their eyes on the small cube which has shrunk countless times in the hands of the bumblebee, Chenmo's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. We must take it away. As soon as Chenmo's words came to an end, Captain William Reynolds stood up and agreed. He's right. Megatron is in the garage next door. If we stay, we will die. At this time, Mikla suddenly stepped forward, looked at Chenmo with a hot and fanatical eyes, and said in her sexy voice, "Since you can kill the Decepticons who attack the dam outside, why don't you just kill Megatron?" Chenmo can't help swearing at his mother. I can kill Megatron, but not now. Megatron's such a good hand-training object. Chenmo doesn't want to take advantage of his icy time and directly kill it, which is really a waste. It's just a monster. What's more, if Megatron is dried up directly, how can we bring the kindling source out of the 7th area? We need to know that the reason why he can enter the area smoothly and bring in the bumblebee is that Megatron and Decepticons are all relying on the huge threat to human beings. In the special period of human life and death, he has the chance to achieve his goal so smoothly, and even further bring out the fire source. And once the biggest threat, Megatron, is solved, it's hard to say how things will develop in the future. Although they may still be forced by the threat of the remaining Decepticons to take out the source of the fire, there are undoubtedly many more variables. So whether it's from the purpose of his own exercise or the plan to take the chance to get rid of the fire, Megatron can't be killed now. Looking at Mikla's fiery eyes, even Sam around her is the same face of recognition. Chenmo can't help regretting that he had shown some strength in front of them. At the beginning, in front of the 2 people, they easily killed the roadblock and made them blindly believe in his strength. Only in this way can Mikla make trouble at the critical moment. Chenmo glanced at the others and found that, although they didn't look at him as confidently as Mikla and Sam did, they could not help looking at him with more doubts, obviously influenced by Mikla's words. This is also related to the fact that he just went out and killed the incoming Starscream. Although the people in the base didn't see the battle between him and Starscream, the attack on the dam did stop soon after he went out. Combined with the length of time he went out, it's easy for them to have a general understanding of his strength. Before, out of fear of Megatron, people didn't think about it. At this time, with Mikla's warning, people couldn't help wondering. However, it is clear that this accident will not affect Chenmo's plan. Under the eyes of all the people, Chenmo nodded quietly and said slowly in a calm voice, "I'm confident I can deal with Megatron, but—" At this point, Chenmo's eyes swept through the faces of the crowd. What if it fails? Under Chenmo's eyes, other people were okay, but they thought Chenmo's eyes were steady and deep, while Sam and Mikla felt a heavy pressure enveloping them in a moment. They couldn't help being flustered, and even talking became difficult. Other people didn't notice the abnormality of Sam and Sam. Even if someone saw their eyes flustered, they only thought that their psychological quality was too poor. When they heard Chenmo's words, they were flustered. Megatron is not an ordinary Decepticon. Its strength is far beyond that of any Transformer. It is the real overlord of Cybertron. Although I am confident to defeat him, I dare not say to suppress him completely. When they heard Chenmo's words, they couldn't help being silent. It was John Keller who first thought about it and said loudly, "Yes, this matter is related to the life and death of the whole Earth. It must not be taken lightly. If a person accidentally gets the ignition source, not only will we die, but also the Earth will die." At this point, John Keller's serious face was full of resolutions. "We can't take risks." John Keller's words were well received. Indeed, they are not dealing with ordinary enemies now. If they fail or escape, they can come back again. There is a nuclear weapon like a kindling source. If they make a little mistake, they will pay an unbearable price. In contrast, it's still more prudent to be silent. This is to support Chenmo's. Captain William Reynolds immediately put forward more detailed proposals. The nearest city is 22 miles away, and we can sneak the energy out and hide it in the city. John Keller nodded at the words. "Good, do it." But listened to Captain William Reynolds with a dignified face to continue to say, "But we need the support of the Air Force, otherwise we will be hard to resist if we are overtaken by Decepticons." It's true that even Chenmo, a member of their group, can't resist the attack of the Decepticons. But before Decepticon had destroyed the global network communication, all communication satellites and networks had been paralyzed, and the army could not be contacted at all. "There must be a radio in this place, right?" John Keller quickly turned his head to Simmons. "Yes," Simmons nodded quickly. "Shortwave radio," John Keller confirmed. "Only the shortwave radio station with the longest communication distance can contact the Northern Command." "Yes," Simmons continued, nodding. "There's an old military radio console in the alien archive." "Can it still be used?" asked John Keller. Simmons heard the words, but he was a little excited and said quickly, "Everything is possible, sir. You see just now, whoosh." As Simmons said this, he quickly turned around and motioned for the position of the fire source just now. Then he raised his hands and quickly shrank in the middle, which was obviously describing the amazing scene of the fire source folding and shrinking out of the sky. At this time, no one questioned Chenmo's transfer plan. Later, the people did not delay their time and began to take action. Captain William Reynolds, as he walked out with his men, shouted to John Keller, who was hurrying with Simmons to the archives. "Mr. Minister, you must find a way to deliver the news and let the Air Force come to support you. When we get to the city, we'll find another radio. Let EPPs lead us." John Keller's feet kept running and his head didn't return. "Yes." Chenmo came directly to the bumblebee. Without Chenmo's words, the bumblebee began to transform very consciously and soon changed back to the car shape, opened the door and stopped in front of Chenmo. Chenmo steps into the driver's cab. The fire source held by the bumblebee is lying quietly on the co-pilot. When Chen sits down, The bumblebee starts immediately and leaves quickly under the escort of Captain William Reynolds and others. When Chen Mo and others left, Mikla and Sam suddenly returned to their senses. They looked up at the surroundings in a daze, but only saw the running figures of Glenn Whitman and Maggie Madsen not far away. When they were in a trance, Glenn Whitman saw that they were not following, running, turning to the two still standing in place. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Keep up." Sam and Mikla can't care why they were stunned just now. They agreed to catch up quickly. A group of Defense Secretary John Keller, led by Simmons, rushed to the archives. "Force!" Simmons greets the crowd and pushes open the cobweb. Apparently, he has not opened the steel gate of the archives for a long time. Then he rushes in first. He ran to a table against the wall and sat down. Simmons immediately began to lay a pile on the table, which was obviously for some years, and was also manipulated by the instrument covered with a thick layer of spider webs. "Wait a minute, give me some time." Simmons appeased the anxious people and began to try to start the antique radio station according to his memory. "Please, please." In his hands, Simmons could not help muttering to himself, "Insert this here." All of a sudden, there was an electric current and Simmons shouted excitedly, "Yes, there's electricity." Just then Glenn Whitman, a fat black man standing behind him, asked suddenly, "Where is the microphone?" "Microphone." Simmons was stunned when he heard the words, and then he began to rummage among the messy wires and cobwebs on the table. "It's useless without a microphone," said Glenn Whitman anxiously. When they saw it, they turned around and dispersed and began to look for a microphone in the room. "No, no, no, no," cried Simmons, exasperated. "Look for it." As Glenn Whitman rummaged, he reminded Simmons. Simmons immediately rose from his chair, grabbed Glenn Whitman and pushed him into it. "You sit here, boy." Simmons himself began to join in the search. "Damn it, they stole everything," Simmons yelled as he searched. Glenn Whitman sat at the table, trying to figure out how to tune the radio. "How do we get the signal? How can we contact the Air Force?" Glenn Whitman muttered to himself with a worried face. Just as things got stuck, Maggie Madsen, who was rummaging in front of a row of abandoned old desks, suddenly looked at the old computers on the desks and fell into thinking. "Glenn," Maggie Madsen suddenly waved to Glenn Whitman. "What?" Glenn Whitman looked around and saw Maggie Madsen pointing to the old computer on his desk and shouting excitedly at him. "Can you connect this computer to the radio and send a signal?" "What's the use of that?" Glenn Whitman didn't understand Maggie Madsen. "You can connect this computer to the radio and send Morse code," Maggie Madsen said her way. Cried Glenn Whitman, excited when he heard the words. "Good, good, I can." Yelling, Glenn Whitman got up and ran to Maggie Madsen. "Turn it around, I'll see." Glenn Whitman turned the old computer around, looked at the interface behind it, and then shouted up at Simmons. "Simmons, I need a screwdriver." When Simmons and others tried to contact the northern headquarters, Chen Mo and his party had already left the 7th District and galloped along the road towards the nearest city. Chen Mo leads with the Bumblebee, and Captain William Reynolds, his special forces, and the elite soldiers in the 7th Sector follow him in 4 military cross-country vehicles. It is located in a desolate suburb. Both sides of the road are covered with weeds and shrubs. In the distance, there are bare and exposed brown mountains. There are almost no other vehicles on the road. Just as they were in a line, driving towards the city at a high speed, Chen Mo's expression suddenly moved and then looked up to the front. The road ahead is a relatively large turn, which is blocked by a mountain a few hundred meters away. There are no vehicles in the middle part of the road, which seems to be nothing unusual. However, from the look on Chen Mo's face, it is obvious that something has been found. Soon after Chen Mo found out the abnormality, a loud whistle suddenly sounded in front of the road. Then, a huge Peterbilt heavy truck with silver head and red and blue paint turned out from behind the mountain and drove towards them. Behind the heavy truck, a silver-gray Pontiac sports car, a yellow Hummer H2 rescue vehicle, and a black GMC large-scale pickup truck appeared, followed by the heavy truck. 4 military cross-country vehicles following Chen Mo. They're not sure if these are the incoming Decepticons. Chen Mo's reaction was much easier. He was not surprised by the appearance of Optimus Prime. Palm patted lightly on the steering wheel. Chenmo slowly opened his mouth to the bumblebee, but there was a chill in the voice. "Tell them to stay away. I don't want to see them in the rearview mirror even one tire." Since the appearance of Optimus Prime, the channel pointer of Bumblebee's old car radio began to move randomly, but there was no speech, just some random rustle which can clearly feel his heart. At the first time when we saw the fire source, the Bumblebee sent a signal to Optimus Prime. After all, this matters a lot. Even if Chenmo warned them not to interfere, Optimus Prime decided to come to help just in case. However, when Optimus Prime appeared in front of Chenmo, the Bumblebee was still very uneasy, for fear that Chenmo would not be happy to tear him down. The tragic end of the roadblock is his eternal nightmare. Just as the Bumblebee was about to send Chenmo's warning to Optimus Prime, Chenmo continued. "In addition, no one is allowed to deform without my permission when fighting for a while. Just stay in the distance and watch." The Bumblebee quickly sent Chenmo's warning to Optimus Prime and soon received a reply from Optimus Prime. The car radio, which has been rustling since the beginning, seems to be finally tuned to the right channel, and a loud male voice rings in the speaker. "Yes, sir." On the 4 military cross-country vehicles behind Chenmo, the soldiers are on guard. The 4 vehicles that are getting closer and closer to them, whether they are the machine gunners who operate the machine guns on the roof or the other soldiers in the vehicle, firmly grasp the weapons in their hands and prepare to attack at any time. But until the 2 teams crossed, the 4 cars led by the heavy truck did not change. Looking at the backs of the 4 cars in the rearview mirror, Captain William Reynolds sighed, but he didn't let his guard down. Instead, he ordered Robert EPPs. "EPPs, keep an eye on the back. Report as soon as there are vehicles approaching." "Yes," Robert EPPs, a strong black soldier, answered immediately. "But their team has been driving a long way. There is nothing unusual behind. It's the road that's happening again. They are still in a desolate place. Apart from the 4 suspicious vehicles they just met, they have not met any other vehicles." At this time, a far more suspicious large yellow figure than the 4 cars before suddenly appeared at the end of the road ahead. "Watch out!" With the order of Captain William Reynolds, the soldiers in the back 4 military cross-country vehicles are alert again. As the distance gradually drew closer, they soon saw the true face of the huge yellow figure, which was a Buffalo mine explosion-proof armored vehicle that should never appear here alone at this time. The huge car body of more than 3 meters high, and the aggressive posture, even if it is far away, still make people feel a huge sense of oppression. Just as the soldiers in the back 4 cars were on full alert, the Bumblebee running in the front suddenly began to speed up, threw off the military cross-country convoy escorted, and rushed to the far-away Bufaro explosion-proof armored vehicle. "What is he going to do?" Robert EPPs looked at the Bumblebee and said puzzledly. "Catch up with him." Although Captain William Reynolds didn't know what Chenmo wanted to do, he knew their mission clearly. He could never let the fire source fall into the hands of Decepticons. At his command, 4 military off-road vehicles immediately began to speed up their pursuit. However, the acceleration performance and maximum speed of military off-road vehicles are limited, while the seemingly worn-out Chevy at this time is comparable to the performance of super sports cars. No matter how the rear 4 vehicles increase the throttle to catch up with each other, the distance between them is still rapidly expanding, even quickly beyond the effective shooting range of rifles and grenade launchers. In the anxious eyes of Captain William Reynolds, the distance between the Bumblebee and the suspected Buffalo explosion-proof armored vehicle is getting closer and closer. The gunners are ready to attack. If there's something wrong with that armored car, shoot directly. The others are ready to support when they're in range. When Captain William Reynolds and others were in a hurry, Chenmo had already driven the Bumblebee to a distance less than 100 meters from the Bufar explosion-proof armored vehicle. Don't wait for Chenmo to take action, but the other side first has a response. Originally clinging to the roof, the mechanical arm of more than 10 meters long, like the human arm, was lifted up nimbly and rapidly. At the end of the mechanical arm, there were many long and sharp-toothed minesweepers, like a huge steel claw hanging high in the air. This was originally used to remove mines. It was heavy and solid. If ordinary vehicles were hit by it, it would definitely be the end of vehicle damage and human death. Seeing the distance from the high-flying minesweeper getting closer and closer, Chenmo started a smile at the corner of his mouth and then ordered to the bumblebee, "Open the ceiling." If Chenmo's car is really just a normal Chevrolet car, and it's not an open top, it's impossible to open the roof without any reason, but Bumblebee is a transformer. Although his current car form is a worn-out old Chevrolet, it does not mean that he is really just a broken car at this time. This can be seen from the speed performance that he just showed comparable to the top Super Run. The shabby Chevy appearance is just a kind of disguise. He can change into any luxury sports car at any time if he wants. At this time, with Chenmo's order, Chevrolet changed rapidly. The shabby car body didn't change, but the roof, which was originally connected with the car body, suddenly split, and then in a burst of folding changes, it quickly came into the back of the car body. In a flash, the shabby Chevrolet became a still shabby convertible sports car. Soon after the Bumblebee opened the ceiling, they finally came to the front of the Buffalo Mine, an explosion-proof armored vehicle. Without the shelter of the ceiling, Chenmo looks up through the roof, just in time to see the minesweeper hanging in the mid-air, and the row of sharp teeth point obliquely to Chenmo sitting in the car. While Chenmo raised his head, the mechanical arm of this Buffalo explosion-proof armored vehicle, which was originally raised high, also moved rapidly. The mechanical arm quickly swung down, and the high-hanging minesweeper shoveled down towards the Bumblebee below and Chenmo, who was sitting in it. Later, Captain William Reynolds noticed the movement of this Buffalo Mine and explosion-proof armored vehicle, but its mechanical arm moved very fast, and in an instant, it had launched an attack on Bumblebee and Chenmo. "Fire!" Captain William Reynolds called out for an order to shoot, but they were some distance away from the two cars at this time. Neither the bullet from the rifle nor the armor-piercing bullet from the grenade launcher was able to hit the target. However, several heavy machine guns on the roof have a long range. A molecular bullet hit the huge body of the Buffalo demining and explosion-proof armored vehicle, but it did not cause any damage at all. In the driver's seat of Bumblebee, Chenmo looks up slightly. His eyes are looking directly at the minesweeper under the stab. A sharp color flashes in his eyes. At the next moment, his body moves instantly. The body suddenly stands up from the seat, feet on the seat and backrest. Chenmo's body then rises from the open ceiling, facing the huge minesweeper shoveled down from the air above the front. Captain William Reynolds in the rear saw Chenmo suddenly jump out of the car. Although he was very surprised, he shouted for his soldiers at the first time. "Stop shooting! Stop it all!" Although their attack didn't work on the rough and fleshy Buffalo Mine, an explosion-proof armored vehicle, it didn't mean that Chenmo was safe to be hit. In order to prevent Chenmo from being injured by accident, Captain William Reynolds had to order to stop shooting. But then he found out that Chenmo was actually rushing towards the minesweeper that was photographed in the air. The discovery changed Captain William Reynolds' face, but at this time, they were too far away to stop it. The next moment, the look of horror on Captain William Reynolds' face changed. In the shocked eyes of Captain William Reynolds and his soldiers, Chenmo, who was flying in the air, was suddenly wrapped in a layer of black steel armor that appeared in the air. Originally very tall figure, after wearing the steel war clothes, it becomes more heroic. "What is that?" Robert EPPs asked in a shocked voice, but no one was able to answer his question. After finishing wearing the iron and steel battle clothes in the air, Chenmo immediately started the propeller at his feet, increasing the speed without decreasing, and speeding up to the top. In the distance, people stare at Chenmo and the minesweeper. However, the result of the collision is completely opposite to what people thought before. When flying to the bottom of the minesweeper, Chenmo clenched his right hand directly and hit out quickly towards the upper row of coarse teeth. A sharp tooth hit by Chenmo directly breaks and breaks. Later, Chenmo's body directly smashes the whole minesweeper, and the huge mechanical arm can't resist Chenmo's impact force. At the same time of Chen Mo's contact with the minesweeper, the bumblebee at the bottom is a fast-changing direction, flashing to one side, avoiding a frontal collision with this buffalo explosion-proof armored vehicle. The two cars crossed quickly. Chen Mo, after colliding with the minesweeper, controlled the steel battle suit and hovered in the air. However, the bumblebee did not stop, but continued to drive along the road to the distance, with no decrease in speed. The buffalo explosion-proof armored vehicle started to brake immediately after it rushed past. At the same time, its huge body began to change rapidly. The original height has been more than 3 meters of the huge body up to expand, two huge and strong steel arms from both sides of the car. With the deformation and lifting of the car body, a pair of tires in the middle of the car body suddenly pop out from the chassis, and the mechanical structure connected with it also deforms rapidly, forming 4 sharp claws, protecting the tire around, forming a pair of wheels and special feet combined with sharp claws. On the top, there are 2 short, thick and strong steel legs, which are connected with the car body. The 2 huge tires surrounded by sharp claws at the bottom rotate rapidly like roller skates, replacing the original 6-wheel chassis of armored vehicles, supporting the whole huge steel body, and continuing to rush forward along the horse road. The other parts of the body all left the ground. After a complex turnover combination, the original buffalo explosion-proof armored vehicle soon became a huge steel giant with a height of nearly 9 meters and yellow armor all over it. He is one of the main fighters of Decepticons, the Bone-Breaking Devil. After completing the deformation, the legs of the Bone-Breaking Devil moved alternately rapidly, like skating, turning around quickly, rushing backwards, looking up at the Chen Mo hovering in the air, with hatred in his eyes. Just now, this humble human being broke a sharp tooth in his minesweeper with a fist. Now on his shoulders, among the 2 6-tooth claw blades made of the deformation of the minesweeper, the one on the left is obviously missing, which looks incongruous. He was so ferocious that he was weak. The bone-breaking demon was originally a bully full of hatred. His strong hatred for all people and things was the driving force of his fight. Chen Mo at this time apparently succeeded in arousing the boundless hatred in his heart. He even temporarily gave up attacking the bumblebee with their target in the car and listed Chen Mo as the first target. He looks up and confirms Chen Mo's position. The blood-red electronic eyes of the bone-breaking devil flash. Then he bends down and grabs his left hand to the ground. At this time, he still slides backward along the road under the original inertia. As his steel palm grasps the ground, the original flat and hard cement road is directly plowed out of a long, deep ditch, and the cement and gravel are splashed everywhere. At the same time, the outer side of his feet tires originally opened outwards, and the 4 steel claws that left the ground also closed down, stabbed into the ground, causing greater damage to the road. At the same time, his speed of retrogression was also rapidly reduced, and he soon stopped completely. Then the bone-breaking devil raised his left hand and put back his feet claws. Like starting skating, he swung his legs and arms and rushed back in the direction of coming. Although the body is huge, but after the deformation, the broken bone devil is very flexible. When his legs are sliding, he quickly raises the speed and rushes towards Chen Mo at a faster speed than the previous armored vehicle. Originally rushed out not far soon, Broken Bone Devil returned to Chen Mo hover position. When Chen Mo was more than 10 meters away, the 2 legs of the bone-breaking devil started to work hard and jumped up from the ground. At the same time, the 2 strong arms, which were longer than the legs, stretched out forcefully and grabbed Chen Mo in the air. Chen Mo did not rush to attack, but increased the power of the propeller, and then rose for a while, just hiding over the claws of the bone breaker. But the broken bone devil didn't give up. Seeing that the body has reached the highest point, but his hands still can't catch Chen Mo, the 2 teeth blades behind the broken bone devil's shoulders suddenly move. This pair of blades is not fixed on his shoulder, but connected in the middle, and finally connected to a mechanical arm folded and contracted on the back of the broken bone devil. This pair of teeth blades quickly folded from the middle connecting part, and became the state of opposite teeth blades, like a closed fly trap. Then the two teeth blades suddenly opened and entered the predatory state. With the rapid extension of the mechanical arm, the open claws, like lightning, grasps Chen-mo at the top. It's just that, although the claw attack behind the bone-breaking devil is sudden and fast, it still can't escape Chen-mo's reaction. However, Chen-mo did not avoid, but hovered in the middle of the air like this and quickly raised his right foot back. When the talons of bone-breaking devil attack his feet, Chen-mo's right foot kicks forward. When a loud and clear metal impact was heard in the middle of the air. At the same time, a sharp and strong metal tooth blade, which was more than 1.5 meters long, was thrown out of the air. It was swished into the nearby wilderness, and the rest half of it was exposed outside. With the huge reaction force of this kick, Chen-mo's body quickly turned back. At the same time, with the help of his hands and the thrust of the propellers at his feet, Chen-mo made a beautiful somersault, retreated more than 10 meters backward, and then he was suspended in the air again stably. However, the bone-breaking devil's attack failed. Just now, the momentum of that leap has been exhausted. The heavy body fell to the ground quickly. The feet made of steel claws directly smashed the road into two big pits. After landing, the broken bone devil continued to rush out on the ground for several steps, and finally stopped his body after stepping on a large area of the road. Looking up at a pair of claws stretched out by the mechanical arm in front of his eyes, the bone-breaking devil immediately found that there was a missing tooth blade at this time. Originally, there were 12 teeth blades, but now there are only 10 left. They look uneven, like the old man's incomplete teeth, which look very ugly. This makes the hatred in the broken bone devil's heart break out again. He suddenly looks up at Chen-mo and rushes up again regardless. Seeing that the partner, who has been waiting for a long time, rushes up again, Chen-mo still doesn't fight, but leans back slightly and flies back rapidly under the effect of the propeller. In the trend of hatred, the broken bone devil has recognized Chen-mo at this time. If he doesn't see the bumblebee that has already driven out hundreds of meters, he immediately follows Chen-mo, who retreats. Chen-mo did not always retreat along the road, but gradually deviated from the road and retreated to the wilderness outside the road. But the bone-breaking devil, who has been blinded by hatred, doesn't care. Although the wheels under his feet are faster on the flat road, his second form is a large armored vehicle for mine clearance. The size of the tires is quite large, and his cross-country ability is not weak at all. Even in the bush and gravel-covered wilderness, his speed is not slow at all. The huge tire under his feet easily rolled over rocks and shrubs, which aroused a billowing smoke and dust in the wilderness. However, Chen-mo always held Chen-mo tightly, which was not thrown away by him. At the same time, the two claws behind him also attack Chen-mo in the air from time to time, but they are almost the same. Chen-mo easily avoids them. At this time, Captain William Reynolds, who was left behind by Chen-mo, finally caught up. 4 cross-country vehicles quickly bypassed the road, which was damaged by the broken bone devil, and soon came to the side of the two. When Captain William Reynolds ordered to slow down and prepare to attack the broken bone demon from the side to support Chen-mo, Chen-mo's voice suddenly came from the air. "Don't stop. Keep going and protect the fire." When Captain William Reynolds heard this, he couldn't help but pause. Although there was only a Decepticon named Broken Bone Devil in front of him, he was very clear in his heart. It was obvious that the Decepticon troops would not be the only one. There must be other Decepticons coming to intercept. The most important thing in front of them is to protect the kindling sources. They must escort bumblebees and kindling sources into the city according to the plan. Captain William Reynolds looked at the fierce bone crusher in the wild not far away, and Chen-mo, who was constantly avoiding the attack of Bone Crusher's steel claw in the air, bit his teeth secretly and finally gave up supporting Chen-mo, chose to focus on the overall situation and protect the fire source. In a deep voice, he ordered the soldiers to continue driving, and Captain William Reynolds shouted solemnly at Chen-mo, who was evading the attack in the air. "Take care." As Chen-mo sidestepped the claw attack behind the bone breaker, he raised his arm and waved to Captain William Reynolds. Soon, A line of 4 military cross-country vehicles followed the bumblebee and disappeared into Chen Mo's vision. In this wilderness, only Chen Mo and the bone-breaking devil were left. Without the influence of Captain William Reynolds and others, Chen Mo can finally fight with the bone-breaking devil. As soon as the team disappeared, Chen Mo changed his passive defense. When the bone-breaking devil's teeth and claws came again, his body flashed past the quick-closing claws. Then, before the claws retracted, he kicked sideways in the mid-air and heavily on the side of the claws. Bang! The Edelman armor on the lower leg collides with a row of teeth on the claw side. This time, there are enough 3 teeth blades were directly kicked off, and then oblique out again, did not enter the ground. The whole claw of the bone-breaking devil was also kicked by Chen Mo to one side, and the long mechanical arm below was almost broken. Later, instead of continuing to fly in the air, Chen Mo shut down the propeller and landed straight back on the ground. His feet stepped out of 2 deep pits in the wilderness. Chen Mo did not stop at all, but directly rushed to the bone-breaking devil. Every step out, a huge force will trample on the soil and gravel from the splash, arouse the bursts of smoke and dust. With the last step of Chen Mo's leap, he even lifted a large piece of earth under his feet. Chen Mo's body is driven by this huge force and pours on the broken bone devil. One big, one small, 2 iron figure, in this piece of wilderness close-to-hand fight. Bone-breaking demon has no long-range weapons. Apart from its huge body, it only has a flexible mechanical arm and sharp claws behind it. Chen Mo didn't use weapons either, but relied on his own fists and feet to attack. Even so, the battle between the two is still very fierce. The mud and gravel in the wilderness, the broken bush branches and leaves, are constantly flying everywhere. The originally natural and desolate land will soon become a mess. Although his body size is much smaller than that of the broken bone devil, Chen Mo never loses the edge in the battle. However, the back of the broken bone devil is as flexible as the arm. An even more rapid folding of the mechanical arm has caused Chen Mo some troubles. Several times when Chen Mo was preparing to attack in front of the bone-breaking devil, he would be blocked by the sharp claw that suddenly attacked him. Although Chen Mo could not be hurt, it would greatly affect his performance and make him very upset in this case. Break off your third hand first. Immediately, Chen Mo is no longer in a hurry to attack, but with the broken bone devil's claw bar. In the face of the claw attack of the bone-breaking devil, Chen Mo doesn't hide and doesn't avoid it. He directly hits him with one fist or sweeps his leg out and flicks the claw away. And every time Chen Mo attacks, he can break at least 1/7/4 blade. Soon, the only sting left on the claw of the bone-breaking devil was caught by Chen Mo directly, and Sheng broke it. At the next moment, Chen Mo directly grasps the mechanical arm in front of him that has not yet been retracted. He raises his right leg sideways and hits the high whip leg. The last section of the mechanical arm is directly kicked off. The rest section stands behind the bone-breaking devil, like an antenna, and can no longer affect Chen Mo. The most powerful weapon of Bone Crusher was completely discarded by Chen Mo. Bone Crusher. After finishing the expansion and claw of the bone-breaking devil, Chen Mo began to do his favorite thing. He took off his armor from fist and fist to meet. Although the armor of Bone Crusher is thicker and stronger than the Barricade and Spider, it can only withstand several more attacks. Under the continuous bombardment of the fist wrapped in Chen Mo Edelman's alloy armor, the armor of Bone Crusher quickly twisted and deformed, and soon broke. Before long, Chen Mo's armor was all broken and scattered in the wild. Chen Mo was not addicted to it, and rushed to the broken bone devil again. Broken bone gorilla general thick long arms suddenly from one side towards Chen Mo fan. If he fan, Chen Mo will definitely be directly hit to fly far away. But this may not happen. Look at the flash arm of the bone-breaking devil. Chen Mo's leg is stepping on the ground. His whole body is jumping up quickly, just stepping on the palm of the bone-breaking devil's fan. Don't wait for the broken bone devil to catch it. Chen Mo has already stepped on his arm and galloped up. In a flash, he rushed to his shoulder. Chen Mo's momentum continued and his feet leaped up again. His whole body came across in the air. He kicked in the air. The right foot wrapped in Edelman's alloy armor hit the skull of the bone-breaking demon severely. Just as the bone-breaking demon turned his head, Chenmo just kicked his head. Chenmo's flying kicking in the air is not heavy. The whole head of the bone-breaking devil is thrown back. Two blood-red electronic eyes in his eyes are flying out of his eyes under the huge impact. However, due to the circuit connection behind the electronic eye, the two electronic eyes did not drop directly out of the frame, but under the connection of the two silver lines, hanging on the face of the broken bone demon. Although we can still see things, but the angle of view has changed a lot. It's not Chenmo's opponent's broken bone devil, but he has no power to parry. Soon, Chenmo will break it up and finally put out the fire and fall to the ground. Looking at the huge corpse of the bone-breaking demon falling in the wilderness, Chenmo's mouth corner hidden under the helmet of the battle clothes could not help showing a faint smile. Then, Chenmo turned to look at the direction of the team leaving, where more Decepticons were waiting for him. At the next moment, Chenmo directly starts the thruster, quickly rises into the air, and chases the bumblebees. Naturally, the speed of the team is far slower than Chenmo in steel battle clothes. Soon, Chenmo caught up with the team that escorted the kindling source. On a military off-road vehicle, Captain William Reynolds suddenly heard a loud sound of air breaking from behind. He could not help turning his head to look in the rear-view mirror, and then found that a dark flying figure was rapidly approaching above the road behind. There was a flash of joy in Captain William Reynolds's face, and Robert EPP's, who was sitting next to him, saw the figure behind him and shouted excitedly. "He's back!" Chenmo's speed is very fast. Captain William Reynolds, they just found his arrival. In an instant, Chenmo has been roaring over their heads. Over the 4 military cross-country vehicles driving in the back of the team, Chen Murphy reached the top of the bumblebee and quickly adjusted his posture, leaned back, the propeller forward, and quickly began to slow down. In a twinkling, the speed of the iron and steel battle suit was reduced to the same level as the bumblebee. Chenmo immediately removed the dress and put the battle suit into the space. Under the action of gravity, Chenmo's body fell rapidly, just passing through the open ceiling of Bumblebee, and fell back to the driver's seat. All this happened between the lightning and the firestone. When Captain William Reynolds and his men came to their reaction, Chenmo had already sat in the Bumblebee and stepped on the accelerator. Chenmo can't wait to face the next opponent. Captain William Reynolds just came back from the surprise of Chenmo's safe return and found that the Bumblebee's engine exploded with a roar, and the distance between them and their 4 cross-country vehicles quickly opened again. "What else is this guy doing?" Robert EPP's looked at the Bumblebee and asked William Reynolds with a puzzled face. "Do you still need to ask? Hurry up." When Captain William Reynolds thought of Chenmo's reaction when he was hit by the bone-breaking devil, he immediately shouted, took the motorcade to full throttle, and chased up. When they chased Chenmo around a curve blocked by the mountain, the figure on the road ahead made their hearts sink, and many people's faces changed color. Only saw army green jungle camouflage coating, and after a large number of enhanced modifications, equipped with anti-tank missiles, twin turrets, minesweepers, and other accessories of the M1 main battle tank from the end of the road roared to face. This time, without waiting for the other party to launch an attack, Captain William Reynolds can be sure that this is absolutely a Decepticon. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a main battle tank to drive directly on the road, and it is still in such a sensitive time. The appearance of this tank is too abrupt. Obviously, it can't be as simple as coincidence. Then contact the Bufar mine explosion-proof armored vehicle that I met not long ago. Obviously, they are all Decepticons who come to rob the fire source. Only because the tank's speed is much slower than the armored vehicle, it was left behind. But only from their second form, and the weapons and equipment revealed on them, we can clearly judge the strength gap between them. Not only are the heavy minesweepers at the front of the tank bigger and stronger than those on the explosion-proof armored vehicle of Buffalo. The barrel on the main turret of the tank has a 120 main gun with a length of more than 4 meters. The double turrets on the upper part, 2 quadruple anti-tank missile launchers, and the double machine guns on the roof are all powerful weapons that the Bone Crusher does not have. And as the king of land war, in addition to the powerful attack power, the strong defense power brought by the heavy armor of tanks also makes them afraid. A tank armed to the teeth, with powerful attack and defense, and can become a huge steel robot. The pressure on people is undoubtedly huge. The spirit of Capt. William Reynolds and others was immediately tense, ready to deal with the possible violent attack. At the same time, their eyes were full of anxiety and worry when they looked forward to the Bumblebee rushing towards the tank at full speed. But before they could get close, the reinforced M1 tank suddenly opened fire. The 120 main gun of the tank suddenly shot out a long flame, accompanied by the white smoke of gunpowder explosion. A shell shot out of the gun bore at a high speed of 3 times the speed of sound towards the approaching Bumblebee. With the reaction speed of Bumblebee, it is difficult to completely avoid the attack of the main tank gun. Once hit by the shell, the Bumblebee will be seriously injured at least with the shell power of 120 muskets. But don't forget, Chen Mo is still in the car, holding the steering wheel and controlling the Bumblebee. At the first time when the tank gun was launched, Chen Mo made a quick response. Without waiting for the shell to fly in front of him, the Bumblebee had dodged to one side flexibly under Chen Mo's control, avoiding the trajectory of the shell. However, due to the flat shot, when the attack target is lost, the shell directly flies through the window on Chen Mo's side and continues to fly straight back. Finally, it just hits the power SUV coming from behind. The shell explosion split the gravel and bushes on the ground and splashed a lot of mud all around. A military off-road vehicle running in the back was just hit by the sputtered mud. With the shock wave generated by the explosion, the heavy military off-road vehicle's body tilted to one side. The driver hit the steering wheel quickly and finally didn't rush out of the road. In fact, if they didn't just have some radians on the road, which made them deviate from the trajectory of the shell would not hit the roadside, but would directly penetrate and explode all 4 military off-road vehicles in a row. But then, they drove through the bend and came to the straight road, and the anti-tank missile launchers on both sides of the reinforced M1 tank turret began to attack. 4 missiles in the left-hand transmitter flew out one after another, dragging a thick tail smoke, heading towards the Bumblebee, almost completely blocking his escape position. Captain William Reynolds in the rear can't help changing his face, but now they can't help Bumblebee and Chen Mo, so they have to look after themselves first. "Get out of the way," cried Captain William Reynolds. After the dangerous situation in which the shell exploded just now, the soldiers in the car had already focused on the tank. When it launched the missile, the people had already noticed the danger. In the shout of Captain William Reynolds, 4 SUVs swerved in a hurry and went straight out on both sides of the road. Fortunately, they drive military off-road vehicles with strong off-road ability. There are no gullies on both sides of the road. 4 off-road vehicles have successfully rushed down the road and entered the wilderness on both sides. Although there are many shrubs, grass, and gravel in the wilderness, it is still flat as a whole. Although the 4 off-road vehicles are bumped violently and the speed is reduced by a large part, they are still moving towards the front quickly. But these missiles did not reach them. Just when these 4 missiles were launched, Chen Mo had an action. He saw his left hand holding the steering wheel, his right hand lifting up, void a grip. A thick barrel, science fiction shape of the silver pistol will appear in the hands of Chen Mo. Holding the gun in one hand, Chen Mo stretched his arm forward and stretched out the thick barrel of the silver pistol from above the windshield. With Chen Mo's wrist pressed, the muzzle of the gun moved down, pointing horizontally to the front, and aiming at the 4 missiles flying at top speed. Hum! Chen Mo immediately pulled the trigger directly, and a visible air ripple rushed out of the muzzle of the gun towards the 4 missiles in front of him. At the moment of contact between the 4 missiles and the air ripple, their original stable flight attitude was even broken, and the whole missile body shook violently. At the next moment, the 4 missiles disintegrated directly in the air. The shell was broken, and then there was an explosion. Boom, 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 boom. With only one shot, all 4 missiles in the air were blasted by Chen Mo. The violent explosion formed a huge fire group in the mid-air, which expanded rapidly towards the surrounding area, and the whole road was covered by flames. 4 powerful missiles have been blasted in advance. Only the power of the flame generated after the explosion cannot cause damage to the bumblebee. So the bumblebee does not reduce its speed, and directly faces the fireball, which is still expanding and expanding towards the surrounding dozens of meters away from the front. However, at the same time of galloping, the ceiling originally opened by the bumblebee began to deform again quickly, and was completely closed before rushing into the fire mass. In an instant, the bumblebee rushed directly into the sea of fire, and all the windows were occupied by the orange-red flame. However, the fire and high temperature caused by the explosion were all isolated from the car, and Chen Mo in the driver's seat did not feel the slightest heat, nor was he hurt a little. Maybe it's because Chen Mo is not wearing an iron and steel battle suit, and is worried that Chen Mo's body can't withstand the fire, so the Hornet will close the ceiling again. After all, Chen Mo is just an ordinary human being in Da Huang Peak's eyes. Even if his fighting skills and steel battle clothes are even stronger, he is still an ordinary human being, and should not be able to resist such high temperatures and flames. As a matter of fact, he's totally over the top. Even if there is no iron and steel battle clothes, Chen Mo's super self-healing ability can quickly recover his injury. The fire can't pose any threat to him at all. Just because of Chen Mo's strong physical quality, Chen Mo can easily bear this kind of fire burning for a short time. However, it would be a bit of a mess if we fought hard, but don't forget that Chen Mo has a strong mind. Even if the bumblebee doesn't close the ceiling, Chen Mo can use the imagination to form a layer of imagination barrier on the roof to completely block the flame. And that's what he had planned. He just didn't expect the bumblebee to close the ceiling, which saved him. Although it's not necessary, Chen Mo is very satisfied with the excellent service provided by Bumblebee. The diameter of the fire is only 10 meters. In an instant, the bumblebee goes through the fire wall, and then the ceiling is deformed again. At this time, they were not far away from the enhanced M1 tank. Chen Mo immediately stopped waiting, jumped out of the vehicle again, put on the steel battle suit in the mid-air, started the propeller, and rushed to the tank which came from the front of the road. Seeing that 4 missiles failed to hit the target, the tank immediately began to attack more violently. 1 main gun, 2 auxiliary guns, and 2 anti-tank missile launchers which had been loaded again at some time, all fired at Chen Mo, who was flying in the air. A shell and anti-tank missile rushed through the air and built a heavy fire coverage net over the road, covering Chen Mo. The 2 truck-mounted heavy machine guns on the top of the car are not idle either. The dense bullets gush out from the muzzle of the gun and attack Chen Mo to make the sparse, heavy fire net composed of shells and anti-tank missiles more dense. In the face of this situation, it seems that other people have no other way but to bear it positively. But with Chen Mo's reaction speed, this thick and thin interwoven fire net seems to be impeccable, but it is full of loopholes in front of Chen Mo. Whether it's artillery shells, anti-tank missiles, or higher firing speed, more dense heavy machine gun bullets, although the scattered area is very large, almost covering Chen Mo and the dodge space around him, it seems that there is no place to hide, but because of the launch gap, they actually pulled far away along the direction of the road. Of course, this distance has no significance for ordinary people at their terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound, and there is no time to avoid it at all. But for Chen Mo, it's all right. Even the bullets with extremely high speed and heavy machine gun are not difficult to avoid in the eyes of Chen Mo, who is proficient in gun fighting. But in the end, Chen Mo didn't choose to escape. He can easily avoid it, but it doesn't mean that the bumblebee can. Under the attack of these heavy firepower, even the bumblebee as a transformer can't bear it. Therefore, Chen Mo must stop all these shells and anti-tank missiles. It's very difficult for others, but it's very simple for Chen. His flying posture remained unchanged, and he was still facing the attack. At the same time, the armor on his shoulders on both sides quickly bounced away, revealing dozens of micro-automatic tracking missiles arranged orderly inside. The next work was given to Jarvis. Under Jarvis's control, a miniature automatic tracking missile with the size of a pistol bullet flew out of the bomb nest, crossed different arcs in the air, and quickly met the shells and anti-tank missiles coming from the front. When it comes to reaction speed, Jarvis, as an artificial intelligence, is faster than Chenmo. Under his control, every micro-automatic tracking missile hit the target accurately. A series of violent explosions started in front of Chenmo and extended all the way along the road to the intensified M1 tank. All shells and anti-tank missiles were exploded, and the explosion light paved a road of flame over the road. Chenmo flies straight forward in the mid-air. He flies through the flame road at a high speed and penetrates a hot flame directly. The fire and high temperature caused by the explosion could not hinder Chenmo, who was wearing a steel battle suit. His speed did not decrease at all, and he was approaching the intensified M1 tank that was still attacking. All the shells and anti-tank missiles were intercepted by the micro-automatic tracking missile, and the attack of the remaining auxiliary guns and heavy machine guns could not pose a threat to Chenmo and the Bumblebee. Chenmo was just in the way of Jarvis's missile, and flew all the way to the enhanced M1 tank. Flash past the two heavy machine guns in front of him. Chenmo rushes directly over the machine guns and lands on the top of the tank turret. One foot stepped out and casually crushed two heavy machine guns into pieces. Chenmo focused on two anti-tank missile launchers on both sides of the turret. In the previous first attack, one of the two missile launchers apparently launched all the missiles, but it soon filled up again. Just now, in the course of Chenmo's flight, these two tanks launched more than 8 anti-tank missiles. It is necessary to know that the 4-unit anti-tank missile launchers loaded on these two M1 tanks cannot be reloaded in battle. Even if they need to be reloaded, they need to be operated by the personnel in the vehicle. However, with the launch frequency and loading speed of these two missile launchers, it is obviously impossible to be loaded by human force. This obvious abnormality also further proves its identity. Only transformers with life and mechanical deformation can achieve such rapid missile loading without manpower. Because of this, the fire strength of these two missile launchers is far above the main gun of the tank with relatively slow firing speed. After all, there is only one tank main gun, and these two missile launchers have 8 missile launchers. So Chenmo listed them as the primary target of destruction. Standing on the turret of the tank, Chenmo raised his right foot and kicked hard at one of the missile launchers. Above the missile launcher are 4 parallel missile launchers, and the lower part is fixed on one side of the auxiliary turret of the top double barrel by a solid steel bracket. Chenmo's foot is not only to dent the deformation of the two missile launchers inside, but also to directly break the bracket below. The deformed missile launcher and the broken bracket are together. I was kicked out directly and fell into the grass on the side of the road. Just as Chenmo turned around to start on the remaining missile launcher, the tank at his feet suddenly moved. First, the protective armor on both sides of the bottom chassis suddenly split, and at the same time, the two groups of track wheels and tracks quickly contracted and moved forward. In the position where the middle and rear track moved away and gave way, the split protective armor and the internal mechanical structure quickly deformed and combined, and soon formed 2 pairs of thick mechanical arms and legs covered with army green jungle camouflage armor. At the same time of the deformation of the robot arm and legs, the tank turret under Chenmo's feet also began to change. The armor on the top of the auxiliary turret split from the middle and began to deform. The original integrated twin turret soon became 2 independent small turrets. The rest of the missile launcher also moved quickly to one side during the deformation and was connected to the main turret with the same armor split and complicated deformation. Chenmo is not in a hurry to attack. He steps on 2 independent small turrets one by one and looks down at the deformation of the tank with interest. It has to be said that the deformation process of transformers is really very pleasant. armor pieces are rapidly split and recombined. The complex mechanical structure is also changing its shape under a series of dazzling combination deformation. In contrast, the deformation of Chenmo's steel battle suit is much simpler. Chenmo intends to observe the deformation process of the transformer to see if it can help the subsequent upgrade and improvement. The change of the tank is still going on. As the deformation of arms and legs is completed, the front of the tank is raised sharply, just like the body of a man lying on the ground. The main structure of the tank changes from horizontal to vertical. Chenmo, who was standing on the top of the tank, had to start the propeller of the battle suit and left the turret. Chenmo, who didn't hold the attitude of learning, didn't fly far away. He hovered in the mid-air a few meters away and continued to observe the deformation of the tank excitedly. After the main body stands up, the original tank has basically had a rough robot shape, but there are still many parts that have not completed the deformation obviously. The two groups of crawlers that contracted and moved forward before stood up and stood high in the air. However, with the opening of the front armor of the main body of the tank and the rapid deformation of the internal structure, the two groups of crawlers quickly drew closer to the middle, then retracted down into the main structure, leaving only a small part exposed outside, just like two powerful armor shoulders above the shoulder. With two groups of tracks at the same time, the main body of the tank and the 4-meter-long main gun. The main turret of the tank is also combined with the main body of the tank in deformation. The heavy front armor of the turret splits and covers the body surface. Together with the armor of other parts, it provides a strong defense for its huge steel body. Finally, with the deformation and overturning of the front part between the top two groups of tracks, a machine head inlaid with two red electronic eyes came out, and the deformation of the whole tank also ended completely. Originally, the huge main battle tank with the main body length of nearly 8 meters and the height of more than 3 meters turned into a giant robot with a height of more than 9 meters and a ferocious and powerful appearance in just a few seconds. His identity is also about to come out. He is the ground attack Decepticon, which is subordinate to the Decepticon chariot army like the bone-breaking demon before, and is more powerful than the bone-breaking demon. Noisy. At the first time of the deformation, the noise turned to look at Chenmo, and at the same time, the only missile launcher above the right shoulder was aimed at him. At the same time of the deformation just now, the missiles in the missile launcher have been loaded, and 4 missiles have been launched rapidly towards Chenmo's close fire. Looking at Chenmo, who is only a few meters away from him and floating in the air, there is a cruel and exciting brilliance in the noisy red electronic eyes. His favorite noise is explosion. He enjoys the scene of witnessing the enemy screaming and being blown apart under his fire. It will make him feel very excited, but Chenmo's flexibility and reaction are far beyond his imagination. In order to prevent his attack from causing damage to the bumblebee, Chenmo didn't choose to avoid it, but used the micro-automatic tracking missile to detonate accurately, which also made the noisy mistake to estimate his flexibility, thinking that Chenmo could not avoid his near attack. Naturally, he was disappointed. Chenmo didn't even use the auxiliary thrusters behind and under his ribs. He just relied on his hands and the thrusters under his feet to easily dodge the missile coming in front of him. Then, without waiting for the noise to continue to attack, Chenmo's body suddenly leans forward and rushes towards the noise. The noise is not only the slow speed of tank form, but also the slow speed of action after becoming a robot form. The distance between the two is only a few meters away. Without waiting for the noise to react, Chenmo has rushed to him and directly kicked the missile launcher left on his shoulder out. But when Chenmo continued to attack him, he found a problem. Although the noisy action is slow, which makes it difficult for him to attack Chenmo, he is not good at speed, but the most powerful part of the noisy action is his strong defense. The external armor of the body transformed from the original tank armor is very heavy, more than 10 times that of the ordinary transformer. The defense is very strong, far above the bone breaker, and Chen Mo's attack has little effect on it. However, Chen Mo is very happy about this. He is eager for the stronger the sandbag defense, the better. In this way, he can attack to his heart's content and give full play to his strength. After Chen Mo quickly carried out several invalid attacks, the bumblebee also came to the noisy front. However, Chen Mo had ordered him not to participate in the exhibition, just to drive to the city according to the plan, so he did not slow down or deform. Instead, he was attracted by Chen Mo, rushed directly from his side, and galloped away along the road and go. Soon, 4 military cross-country vehicles came quickly from the wilderness on both sides of the road. Captain William Reynolds looked through the window at the Chen Mo who was fighting with the noise on the road ahead. He was worried and worried. He also saw the power of the noise. Chen Mo's attacks hit the noisy body again and again, but they can't hurt him at all. He immediately picked up the grenade launcher in his hand and stretched out from the window, aiming the muzzle at the huge noise. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, Chen Mo's voice suddenly came from the air. "Continue to complete the task, Captain." When Chen Mo was fighting, he always paid attention to Captain William Reynolds in the rear. He didn't want his fight to be affected by them. So when he found out that Captain William Reynolds had a grenade launcher ready to attack and support him, he quickly stopped him. "What a joke! Decepticons are all mine. You just need to be honest and play soy sauce." Chen Mo said that he was worried that Captain William Reynolds would help him, and he deliberately adjusted the battle position, deliberately stopped in front of the noise, and protected him from being attacked by the soldiers. Captain William Reynolds had intended to fire several guns to support Chen Mo before he left. However, Chen Mo's body moved rapidly, and he stopped in front of the noisy scene from time to time. In order to prevent Chen Mo from being hurt by accident, he had to take up the grenade launcher and give orders to his men. "Let's go." Since Chen Mo was able to deal with the former Buffalo demining and explosion-proof armored vehicle, even if he could not defeat the steel giant that the M1 main battle tank turned into, there should be no problem with self-preservation. At least so far, Chen Mo has not been attacked by him because of his amazing flexibility and speed. As long as they leave as soon as possible, Chen Mo doesn't need to risk staying here to contain each other. 4 military cross-country vehicles quickly bypassed the fighting noise and Chen Mo from both sides, then drove on the road again not far away, and chased the bumblebee who dropped Chen Mo and ran away alone. When the bumblebee and the team drove by, they all tried to stop the noise, but although Chen Mo was unable to break his armor temporarily, there was no problem to stop his attack. Bumblebee and convoy left under the cover of Chen Mo. It wasn't long before Captain William Reynolds caught up with the bumblebee in front of them. After the two sides met, they formed a team again and drove towards the nearest city. But Captain William Reynolds, who had just been escorting the bumblebee a short distance away, saw a dark shadow approaching rapidly in the distant sky. Captain William Reynolds frowned, then picked up his telescope and looked up into the air. Soon he saw the other side's appearance, and his face immediately changed. "It is," Captain William Reynolds can't help exclaiming. "It's no one else. It's the original killer of Sankerson Base, the unknown MH-53 heavy helicopter captured by the fighters. After a series of attacks by Bufar's demining and explosion-proof armored vehicles and M1 tanks, Captain William Reynolds never thought that the helicopter's arrival was just a coincidence. After knowing that the Decepticons are all war machines, he can be sure that the MH-53 heavy helicopter flying at high speed is the Decepticons attacking the Sankerson base. At the same time, a few kilometers behind them, Chen Mo, who was constantly attacking around his noisy and huge body, also received a warning from Jarvis. "Master, here comes the vertigo." Hearing this, Chen Mo did not immediately stop his work, still kept shaking his fist and launched a fierce attack against the noise. It was not easy for him to have such a strong iron and steel shield so that he could attack heartily. He did not want to stop at all before he completely killed the other party. However, in the interval of the attack, Chen Mo still gave part of his attention. With Jarvis's warning, he soon found the huge MH-53 heavy military helicopter flying in the distance. At the same time, Jarvis also showed the position of Bumblebee and the team in the holographic projection screen inside the helmet. The red icon representing the helicopter is approaching the position of the team rapidly. In terms of the threat to the team, this military helicopter, which has the advantage in the air and strong firepower, is obviously much bigger than the noise of slow action. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, Chenmo can't watch the bumblebees being killed by the helicopter, though he doesn't give up the solid good target in front of him. Without further delay, Chenmo immediately left the noise behind, started the thruster at his feet, and headed for the helicopter coming from the air in the distance. The speed of the iron and steel battle suit is extremely fast. Chenmo has come to the front of the team before the helicopter approaches the team. In order to prevent it from directly attacking the team in a long-range way, Chenmo chooses to start first. After approaching, he directly opens the shoulder armor, launches a micro-automatic tracking missile, and rushes towards the helicopter. Captain William Reynolds on the ground also found Chenmo's arrival. He was relieved that Chenmo was not only safe, but also arrived in time to help them stop the helicopter. Full speed. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Captain William Reynolds knows that their stay here will only increase Chenmo's pressure. What they have to do now is to leave as soon as possible and reduce Chenmo's burden. The speed of the 4 military off-road vehicles immediately increased again, escorting the Bumblebee all the way forward. However, because the target city is still ahead, they have to continue to move in the direction of the helicopter. In the air, Chenmo's micro-automatic tracking missile is heading for the helicopter at a high speed. Although the size of the micro-automatic tracking missile is very small, its power is not weak at all. Once it hits the key point, it is enough to shoot down the helicopter. However, although the heavy military helicopter is huge in size, it is very flexible. After discovering Chenmo and his micro-missile, it quickly dodged with the extremely inconsistent flexibility. However, this micro-automatic tracking missile is not an ordinary product, and its flexibility should be far above that of the conventional missile. Under the control of Jarvis, the micro-missile quickly adjusted its direction with the dodge of the helicopter, always firmly locked it, and finally hit its tail severely. Boom! The violent explosion broke out in the tail of the helicopter. Although the scope of the explosion was not large, it was enough as an accurate attack weapon. The propeller at the tail of the helicopter is directly broken, and the transverse thrust of the propeller at the tail is lost. The helicopter quickly loses its balance and begins to rotate uncontrollably in the air. Soon, the helicopter was out of control and began to spin down to the ground. Chenmo did not continue to attack it, but just flew aside and watched it fall down quietly. Just now, it wasn't an accident that the micro-automatic tracking missile hit the tail of the helicopter, but Chenmo did it intentionally. He didn't want to solve it in the air like this. It was too wasteful. On Chenmo's watch, the heavy military helicopter whirled to the ground and fell rapidly. Finally, it hit the wilderness severely. The huge rotating fuselage directly lifted the soil on the ground. After the fuselage is tilted, the propeller on the top of the helicopter rotates rapidly and cuts a deep gully on the ground. Many shrubs are directly crushed by the propeller, mixed with the soil shoveled by the propeller, and thrown around in the air. However, Chenmo shot down the helicopter from a high altitude, but because the thrust of the main propeller is still there, the helicopter's falling speed has been greatly buffered, not completely free-falling type. So although the ground is messed up, the main structure of the helicopter has not suffered much damage. The propeller blades, including those plowing numerous gullies on the ground, are not broken. This seemingly dangerous fall did not cause any harm to the helicopter, as the momentum of helicopter rotation was gradually offset by the soil. The huge heavy military helicopter finally stopped. The propeller also stopped rotating, so reclining quietly in a mess of wilderness, it seems that there is no threat. But Chenmo is very clear, it is just camouflage. Maybe he had a taste of sweetness when he attacked the Sankerson base. This guy even planned to act again, and wanted to make a surprise attack when the enemy's defenses were lowered. It has to be admitted that compared with the land-battled Decepticons who were killed by Chen-Mo before, who were completely controlled by hatred and only knew how to attack and kill, the Vertigo in front of them was a rare bit of brain in Decepticons and knew the cunning of using tactics. Of course, compared to the insidious Red Spider, it's totally incomparable. Even Starscream can't escape from Chen-Mo's palm. He disassembles it into a pile of parts. It's even more impossible for him to be dizzy and pretend to be dead. Chen-Mo, dressed in steel battle clothes, hovered in the mid-air, watching the days of maintaining the helicopter's shape and pretending to be dead in the wilderness below. With a cold smile, he directly opened the armor on his shoulder and launched a micro-automatic tracking missile again. Seeing this missile fly half of the distance in a blink of an eye, the helicopter which was installed on the ground and died finally reacted. First, the 6 propellers on the top of the helicopter quickly closed back together, and then the whole huge fuselage suddenly split and began to deform. When the micro-automatic tracking missile flew to the front, the heavy military helicopter had become a giant robot with a height of more than 9 meters, showing its true appearance. 6 slender propeller blades, like the wings of an angel, slant out from his back to both sides, but they are combined with his steel body full of weapons, but they are ferocious and powerful. After the deformation, the micro-automatic tracking missile has already flown in front of him. He was too dizzy to intercept, so he had to roll on the ground in a panic to avoid the attack of the missile. However, although the robot's shape is very flexible, it still can't avoid the tracking of the micro-automatic tracking missile. The dizzy, lazy donkey rolling didn't play his expected role. The missile hit his back accurately and directly blew 2 propeller blades behind him in the explosion. Dizzy immediately rose from the ground, looked up at Chen-Mo in the air, angrily raised his right hand, and launched an attack on Chen-Mo. Annoyed that Chen-Mo shot him down directly and saw through his disguise, Dizzy. As soon as he came up, he directly used his strongest weapon, energy, to impact the gun. A blue wave of energy burst out of the muzzle on the dazed right arm and shot at Chen-Mo, who was floating in the air at an extremely fast speed. Chen-Mo recognized the blue light wave at a glance. It's the biggest weapon for dizziness. It's very powerful. Chen-Mo didn't connect directly to the front, but quickly dodged the blow, then turned around and dived towards the Vertigo below. Passive beating is not Chen-Mo's style. The sudden arrival of Vertigo forced him to stop fighting with the noise, left it behind, came to intercept Vertigo and cover the convoy for evacuation. But since he interrupted Chen-Mo's fight, let's replace it with his own. I just don't know if he's fighting so much. Chen-Mo dived straight towards the Vertigo at an angle of nearly 90 degrees, but instead of firing the energy impact gun, he turned to use the heavy Gatling machine gun equipped on his right arm to attack Chen-Mo. It's not that he doesn't want to continue to launch the energy impact gun, but as the ultimate weapon with the greatest power on his body. The launching of the energy impact gun requires energy storage for a period of time, so the firing frequency is not high. At this time, in the face of Chen-Mo, who comes from the rapid dive in the air, he has no time to launch the second gun at all. Although there is also an energy impact gun on his left arm, Chen-Mo is not in a high position. With the speed of his dive, Chen-Mo has rushed to him before he raises his left arm. Moreover, it is very difficult for Chen-Mo to hit him with the energy impact gun because of his mobility when he just dodged. However, the Gatling machine gun with amazing shooting speed is more suitable for intercepting and telling close air targets. From a conventional point of view, Vertigo is not wrong, but what he met was Chen-Mo, who was proficient in gun fighting. Gatling's shooting speed is even higher, but it is also straight from the muzzle. Chen-Mo never let the muzzle aim at him, and these bullets can't help him. Obviously, the speed of stun-moving muzzle is not as fast as Chen-Mo. Not everyone can use the firecracker as a sniper gun like Chen-Mo. 6,000 Gatling machine gun bullets per minute form a flickering hot line of fire in the air, while Chen-Mo's body is flexible to shuttle back and forth in this rapidly changing line of fire. but he can always avoid all the shells by a fraction of a millimeter, facing the dense bullet rain below, and dive down at a high speed. Looking at the vertigo of anger shooting from below, Chenmo felt his eyes on the metal disc like the halo of the spirit on the vertigo head. It is formed by the deformation of the original propeller main shaft, which just stands above the dizzy head. The original 6 propeller blades are connected behind it. After folding, they slant out from the dizzy back towards the bottom, like wings and cape, which is very powerful and handsome. But at this time, these handsome wings have been damaged, making him look a little embarrassed. Chenmo will now attack the target on the fixed wing of the spindle. Driven by the thruster, Chenmo's dive speed is extremely amazing. In a flash, he broke through the dizzy artillery blockade and quickly passed in front of the thick mechanical arm pointing to the air from his high altitude. At this time, Chenmo is only a few meters away from the dizzy head. Just between the lightning and flint that is about to happen, Chenmo's body suddenly turned over, his feet together and down. The whole man fell like a shell from the sky, towards the round axis of dizzy head. Bang! A huge bell-like sound sounded in the air. A shock wave visible to the naked eye spread rapidly from the dizzy head to the surrounding. Although the power of this shock wave is far less than that of his energy shock gun, the position where the shock wave broke out is too close to his head. As the shock wave passed from his head, the 2 red electronic eyes of the dazzle quickly became dim, and the whole body shook. The vertigo that likes to attack with shockwave is actually hit by the shockwave made by Chen Murin and enters the vertigo state. However, the metal disc, which was originally like the aura of the spirit on his head, together with the propeller wings on it, was directly kicked out by Chenmo's blow from the sky. It rolled on the ground and flew out for a long time. After exhausted, it fell into the soil like a pair of broken wings torn down by life, and no longer regained its previous power and hegemony. After all, the power of the shock wave generated by the impact is limited, and the dizzy state soon wakes up, shaking his head hard, dazed and steadied his body. Then he quickly turned around and looked behind him. Just now, everything happened between the lightning and the firestone. He only noticed that Chenmo broke through his fire net and fell rapidly towards his head. Later, he felt that his eyes were black and his ears were shocked, and the whole man fainted. Turn around, dizzy, the first time found dozens of meters away in the rubble of the soil that pair of wings. Until then he suddenly found that his wings were broken. Chenmo destroyed the small propeller at the tail before. Without the main propeller at this time, dizziness is a complete loss of the ability to fly. Think of here, dizzy, a pair of red electronic eyes can't help but light up the fascinating light, immediately turned around angrily looking for Chenmo's figure. He's going to smash the man who completely destroyed his flying ability. But when the vertigo around but found that there is no trace of Chenmo around, Dizzy cannot help but look up to the sky, and then found that the sky is still no one's trace. Where the hell is this guy hiding? Dazed in the chest, a cavity, anger, no place to vent, the resentment of the continuous turn, a pair of red electronic eyes to look around, trying to find the trace of Chenmo. At this time, under the shadow of the dizzy and huge figure, a head wrapped in black armor is lying quietly on the wild land which was turned over by the mud which was raging when he fell, and there is a light white light in his eyes. Chenmo is not in a good mood at this time. He just recorded that the flying immortal outside the sky came from the sky a little too hard. Due to the wrong estimation of the firmness of the propeller's main shaft, Chenmo's attack speed was too high. Under the strong impact of Chenmo's iron and steel battle suit with huge kinetic energy, the cylindrical main shaft connected to the propeller on the Vertigo's head broke directly and fell off from behind the Vertigo. However, Chenmo's speed is only slightly reduced, and he still swims from the dizzy back at a very high speed, pounding hard on the ground with the momentum of thunder. The huge kinetic energy and the small area at the foot of the war clothes, Chenmo, like an armor-piercing bullet, directly and deeply inserted into the ground. In fact, Chenmo's reaction speed is not too late to respond. If his spirit is fully focused and he treats the battle with a cautious attitude, When he easily breaks the connection between the spindle and the dizzy body, Chen-mo can react at the first time and start the propeller to slow down. However, it may be that the previous battles with Decepticons were very easy. Chen-mo gradually became a bit careless. This fight with Vertigo was too relaxed and even played. It's just because of this that he will take the cool aura of Dizzy Head as the target of attack as soon as he comes up. After breaking through the vertiginous Gatling machine gun blockade easily by the ability of gun fighting, Chen-mo, who thought that his strength was the absolute advantage, relaxed quickly. Just like wandering while driving, Chen-mo, who did not have a high concentration of attention, was stunned for a few seconds after breaking the main axis unexpectedly easily. And it's such a small fraction of a second, but it's enough for Chen-mo to get into the ground from the air. Chen-mo's action of bombarding himself into the earth is not small, but he just got dizzy and fell into a short dizziness because of the shock wave interference caused by the strong impact he had just had. This didn't find Chen-mo, whose whole body was buried in the earth under his feet. The strong buffering ability of iron and steel battle clothes, plus the buffering ability of soil, this close contact with the earth did not cause any harm to Chen-mo, who has a strong physical quality, but his mood is different. Chen-mo has not made such a low-level mistake for a long time. Obviously, he is too careless. Chen-mo, aware of the problem, did not rush to come out of the soil, but just let himself grow like a radish in the soil, and his eyes under the helmet showed the color of thinking. In recent years, Chen-mo's experience flashed in his mind. Chen-mo soon found that the problem did not appear until he came to the world of Transformers. As early as in the Avengers world, or even earlier, his mentality has gone wrong. The root of the problem is still his strength. From the world of Captain America to the world of Legend of the Night and Wolverine, Chen-mo's strength has been constantly improving, and his physical quality, equipment, and variety ability have been continuously strengthened, which makes Chen-mo's fighting ability and survival ability more and more strong. However, he has never met with the strength stronger than him, which can cause a fatal threat to him, my opponent. Hulk and Thor are the most powerful beings he has ever met, but they are not Chen-mo's enemies, and they have not brought enough threat to Chen-mo. In particular, relying on powerful equipment and variety ability, Chen-mo found that his mentality became more complacent after he defeated Thor in the competition. Although it is clear that Thor is not the strongest, and he also uses a lot of top equipment that can be called cheaters, but he really defeated a god in the frontal battle. Although Chen-mo has warned himself to be cautious, there are more powerful and even terrifying existents such as Hala and Mieba, which can easily defeat or even wipe him out. But after all, they haven't appeared, and Chen-mo can freely choose which world to enter. He can completely avoid competing with them in the case of insufficient strength, so Chen-mo doesn't really feel their threat. In the process of strength promotion and victory, Chen-mo gradually lost himself, immersed in many achievements he created, became arrogant, and lost the first kind of prudence and seriousness. To some extent, Chen-mo has regarded crossing as a kind of fun. The imbalance of mentality and absolute confidence in his own strength make Chen-mo lose his previous caution and care. Although he consciously exercises his power control ability, he doesn't go all out and take 100% of his attention seriously, of course. If it wasn't for the accident just now, Chen-mo might not find this problem for a long time, and he would probably get a more cruel lesson in a bigger accident in the end. From this point of view, Chen-mo should be grateful for Vertigo. Thinking about the root of the problem, Chen-mo can't help but ask himself in his heart, what is it for? At the beginning, it was to survive, to save Chen Jing, who was seriously injured. Now, his survival is no longer a problem. Chen Jing and his parents also live well under his care. Now, what is the meaning of crossing? Chen-mo's mind was filled with familiar faces. Steve, Carter, Howard, Old Eddie, Selena, Andrew, Victor, Amelia, Logan, Victor, Tyler, Lincoln, Tony, Sharon, Ethan, Natasha, all the characters that appeared or never appeared in the original movie are alive in his memory. They are flesh and blood, they really exist, and under his intervention the ending of all of them has been rewritten. The person who should have died survived. The regret has been made up. The tragedy did not happen in real life. Great changes have also taken place. Grandpa Chen Jing was cured and his family was healthy, happy and full. The Shendong group he founded developed rapidly and is gradually promoting the progress of Earth science and technology. New anti-cancer drugs will be launched soon. By then, countless cancer patients will be cured. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lives will be saved by him, and countless families will be saved. With the release of other drugs, Chen-mo will eventually benefit the whole world with his power. Think of all these. Chen-mo's heart cannot help surging a deep satisfaction. These may be the meaning of his crossing. The worlds he traversed were not virtual worlds, which had been proved by the old Albert who he brought to the real world. They are in the same real world as Earth. Those Chen-mo's subordinates and friends are all flesh and blood. Whether it's Serena, who has been properly arranged by him, or Tony and others who are about to face a huge crisis, Chen-mo can't forget them as NPC. He also wants to go back to see if little Selena has grown up. Does she still like candy so much? I want to see how Logan and Victor, who followed him for more than a century, managed his mutant school. I want to help Tony and them resist the invasion of Despot and defeat his plot to wipe out half of life in the universe. Also want to go to more other world to see, collect technology, improve the strength at the same time. But also those films are going to be staged in the tragedy of all rewriting. At the same time, he can also use the technology and power obtained from these worlds to better change the real world and guard the beautiful blue planet. In order to achieve this goal, what he has to do is to constantly improve his strength. After all, not every world is so weak and small. The top strongman in the world of Couplet is coming soon. Sooner or later, he will meet those really powerful enemies. He didn't expect to see his friends killed, but he couldn't help it. He could only run away like a lost dog. However, although it is still to improve the power, Chen-mo's mentality is totally different. He is no longer influenced by power, lost in a strong power, proud of his own strength and worried about his own weakness. What he has to do is to fully control these forces, not only physically but also mentally. Strength is just a tool in his hands, just like steel battle clothes and sword of the king, but compared with them, the strength of the body itself is more fundamental and reliable. But in essence, they don't make a big difference. The function of power should not be to influence people's thoughts, but to do what they want to do, what they think is worth doing and what they have to do under people's control. Not only his own strength, Chen-mo's ability to shuttle through space is also constantly improving. From the very beginning, there was only one photosphere, the scattered and incomparable projection picture. To now, there are 3 photospheres and the clear and complete world projection. Chen-mo believes that one day, he will be able to decide where to cross, freely choose the world to shuttle, or return to the world he has been to before, instead of making a passive decision to cross the world from a limited number of choices. Chen-mo's mind seems to have flashed many ideas, but in fact, only a short time has passed. At the moment of complete thinking, Chen-mo feels that his spiritual power has changed accordingly. Although the increase in quantity is not too large, the refinement of mental strength has increased significantly. Finding the hidden problems in his heart and figuring out what he wants, Chen-mo's mind becomes more transparent and firm at the same time. Willpower and mental power have been greatly improved. This unexpected mistake actually caused Chen-mo to correct his deviated mentality and return to the right path. For Chen-mo, the significance is far greater than the improvement of his power control ability. It can be said that this sudden awakening is Chen-mo's biggest harvest in Transformers. After trying to understand everything, Chen-mo also woke up from his meditation, looked down at the mud that had not reached his neck, and a smile of self-mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought that a mistake would put most of his body into the soil? What's more unexpected is that he had an epiphany. When Chen-mo was laughing at himself, he suddenly felt a huge black shadow falling towards his head. Chen-mo quickly looked up but saw a huge steel foot falling from the sky and pressing down on him. But I am still looking for Chen-mo's vertigo. I move constantly at my feet and just step on Chen-mo. Chen Mo has been a turnip for a long time. He doesn't want to be trampled into the soil. He will experience the feeling of being a potato again at that time. Chen Mo directly started the propeller of the war clothes. A huge push came from the foot, pushing Chen Mo's body out of the soil quickly. Then the vertigo found that the little one he couldn't find for a long time suddenly sprang out of his feet. Vertigo. Even if he reached out and slapped him hard, he just shot a blank. When he looked at Chen Mo again, Chen Mo had fallen back to the ground again. But this time, Chen Mo was standing on the ground, dizzy, and easily found him. Seeing that Chen Mo did not fly in the mid-air, his dizzy heart couldn't help but rejoice. Even if he directly extended his right arm in the direction of Chen Mo, he didn't wait for his arm to point at Chen Mo, so he launched an attack in advance. A brilliant blue light burst out of the muzzle of his arm, and it hit the ground in front of him in a flash. However, Chen Mo was still 10 meters away from the ground. However, there was no disappointment on the dizzy face. On the contrary, in his red electronic eyes, there was a flash of excitement. At the moment when the blue light group hit the ground, there was no ordinary missile or a fire light when the energy gun exploded, but a brilliant blue energy shock wave with a height of several meters rose rapidly from the ground. This shock wave is like a violent wave, pushing forward at a high speed close to the ground, flying sand and stones, just like the devastating shock wave crossing when the nuclear bomb exploded. After this powerful shock wave formed rapidly, it swept towards Chen Mo at a very high speed. Looking at the energy shock wave of bright blue light coming from his eyes, Chen Mo can't help but flash the dizzy attack on the Saxon base in the movie. Under this shock wave, the huge military transport aircraft was completely destroyed, disintegrated, and exploded. Most of the reason why the whole base was quickly occupied is because of the dizzy two powerful and terrifying energy shock guns. Compared with attacking air targets, in fact, the ground is the place that can give full play to its power. In the air, this energy shock wave basically propagates in a straight line without encountering obstacles. As long as the response is fast enough, it is not difficult to avoid, and the range of attack is limited to a straight line. But it's different on the ground. After being blocked by the ground, the energy shockwave light cluster will spread rapidly, form a few meters high energy shockwave close to the ground, and expand at a fan-shaped forward speed. Although the longer the distance is, the larger the area of diffusion is, and the weaker the power of shock wave will become. But within the range of 100 meters, it is still enough to ensure enough destructive power, and the attack coverage is very large, which is a powerful large area lethal weapon. In the face of the blue energy wave, Chen Mo, who knew its power, did not choose to fight hard, but quickly flew off the ground to avoid the attack of the energy shock wave in time. And as the energy shock wave swept by, the ground that was originally made a mess by the dizzy fall was like the passage of a typhoon, and a thick layer of soil on the surface was scraped off by the raw. Originally scattered with large and small gravel and shrubs, the wilderness was cleared out of a long and narrow fan-shaped open space. In addition to the fresh soil placed underground, the ground was flat and nothing else. The attack was fruitless, dizzy, but did not stop. Instead, the fire was all open, pouring many powerful weapons into Chen Mo. The two energy impact guns of both arms alternately store energy and fire. Centering on Dizzy themselves, they release a shock wave towards the periphery, completely blocking the ground, forcing Chen Mo to hardly stand on the ground and fly in the air by the thruster. The missile launchers on both shoulders continuously fired a missile to attack Chen Mo from the air. These missiles are not small anti-tank missiles with noisy equipment, but air-to-air missiles with greater power and higher firing speed. Although it's not easy to hit Chen Mo, the power of short-range active detonation is still very huge, enough to affect Chen Mo's flight and dodge. In addition, two heavy-duty Gatling cannons, which are also located in the arm, continuously pour out a dense curtain of bullets to Chen Mo, which brings a lot of pressure to Chen Mo. Under the attack of dizziness, a fierce and incomparable variety of weapons, Chen Mo was hard to get close to for a while. Of course, This doesn't mean that Chen Mo can't get dizzy and is completely suppressed by him, but that Chen Mo, who is disillusioned, begins to take the battle more seriously. He doesn't want to use the weapons equipped on the steel war clothes, nor rely on the defense of the war clothes to resist the attack. Although still regard this battle as exercise, Chen Mo's attitude is more correct, no longer holding the relaxed mentality of the game, but put forward higher requirements for himself, increase the difficulty, so that he can get better exercise effect in this battle. Therefore, the situation on the battlefield becomes a crazy attack with dazed fire in full swing, while Chen Mo keeps flying and dodging around dazed fire in the air. A tsunami like blue energy shockwave swept around, and powerful missiles erupted into a hot fire ball in the air. Two heavy Gatling machine guns spewed out a dense fire line, interwoven with a tight fire net in the air. For a while the fire was all over the sky, the shockwave was roaring, the missiles were roaring, and the machine guns were roaring through the wilderness. This time, Captain William Reynolds didn't want to help Chen Mo beyond his control. He seemed to see that night. The Saxon base was quickly destroyed under the rampage of the steel giant, but they could only run away in a panic without fighting back. At this time, the battle was far more fierce and violent than that night. The rampant shockwaves, missiles exploding in the air, and shells flying everywhere made them impossible to get close to. William Reynolds watched Chen Mo, who was able to quickly destroy any base and army in this terrorist attack, and he was still intact. He was surprised, and he kept urging the team to move forward. Finally, taking advantage of Chen Mo's chance to get dizzy, he successfully rushed across the edge of the battlefield and galloped along the road. Chen Mo is not distracted to take charge of the team. The whole person is fully involved in this extreme avoidance training. Every movement of vertigo, the launching time and direction of energy impact gun, the speed and explosion range of air-to-air missile, and the dancing track of two steel whip composed of dense shells are all mapped in Chen Mo's mind. The battlefield control and simulation ability of gun fighting are fully applied by Chen Mo with the continuous fighting. Chen Mo's evasion becomes more and more easy. If Chen Mo's previous flight path and posture also give a slightly embarrassed feeling. Now, the black figure that freely shuttles in the gunfire explosion gives a feeling of easy to walk in the idle court and master. Just when Chen Mo has completely adapted to the dizzy intensive fire and is ready to turn defense into attack, in the direction of Chen Mo's coming not far away, a huge tank is rumbling along the road. It's the Decepticons left by Chen Mo not long ago noisy. After Chen Mo's propeller is fully powered and flies away quickly, the noisy people assume that Chen Mo wants to escape, even if they catch up with him. But the speed of his robot form is too slow. It's okay when fighting. It's totally inappropriate to use it to drive. So the noise was transformed and restored to the tank's shape, driving full horsepower to catch up with the road. However, after a short fight with Chen Mo, two heavy machine guns and two anti-tank missile launchers that were originally located at the top of the turret were all disappeared. However, his huge and powerful body, heavy armor and thick barrel, as well as the double turrets and ferocious minesweeper plow that are more than ordinary tanks after modification and reinforcement, still make the noise from the fierce rumble and gallop show a powerful deterrent force. At the foot of a mountain, after seeing Chen Mo in the remote wilderness and dizzy entanglement, he made a direct turn and rushed down the road at the highest speed of more than 80 km/h, straight towards Chen Mo. After adapting to the high-intensity attack of vertigo, Chen Mo also got out of the training state of concentration, took out some attention on the surrounding environment. Chen Mo found him at the first time when the noise appeared. The rapid arrival of the noise did not surprise or panic Chen Mo. On the contrary, after seeing Chen Mo's eyes flashed an excited look. He has now adapted to the fierce attack of vertigo and feels that the intensity of attack is not enough. At this time, the noisy arrival is simply sleepy. Someone sent a pillow. Chen Mo is not in a hurry to attack the vertigo but continues to evade his attack in the air, waiting for the noise to come. The noise is more urgent than Chen Mo. Even the road doesn't go. Directly approach Chen Mo in a straight line in the wilderness. In the roar of the engine, the speed has reached the maximum. Two steel tracks are rotating rapidly, crushing a piece of gravel bush into pieces. With the smoke and dust rising all the way behind him, the noise soon came to the edge of the battlefield, still attacking Chen Mo's dizziness and discovering the arrival of his comrades. A flash of light flashed in the electronic eyes that were originally impatient and twinkling because they could not attack for a long time. In his opinion, Chen Mo has been suppressed by him now, but Chen Mo can't be taken down for a while because of his small size and strong flexibility. But with noisy help, Chen Mo will only be defeated under the attack of two people. This makes Chen Mo's dizziness excited. The revenge of his broken wings will soon be rewarded. Under the common expectation of Chen Mo and Vertigo, the noisy and deformed heavy tank soon rushed into the battle circle. In order to avoid accidental injury, Vertigo had to deliberately avoid the attack from the noise. Originally, he was worried that Chen Mo would take the opportunity to escape, but Chen Mo was very cooperative and flew to one side, just staggered the rushing noise. Dizzy cannot help but secretly laugh at the heart, Chen Mo's own initiative to find death. With Chen Mo's intentional cooperation, the noise was not attacked. It rushed all the way directly to the place 10 meters away from Chen Mo and began to deform again quickly in the movement. In a twinkling, the noise restored the tall and ferocious robot shape, and with the momentum of forward rush, directly rushed to Chen Mo. It's a pity that the rapid and noisy attack didn't get the effect he expected under his slow speed. Chen Mo easily dodged his attack, then turned around, threw off his vertigo and rushed towards the noise. A big war with a small enemy and a big war with a second enemy will be launched on this wasteland. The attack power of the stun energy impact gun is amazing. It can scrape a large area of ground off a thick layer at a single shot, and it is enough to directly destroy the heavy armor on the body. The power of the heavy Gatling machine gun and air-to-air missile are also very strong, and it is enough to blow Chen Mo out when hit by any kind of weapon. Noisy, although all the missile launchers were broken by Chen Mo, the huge size of his own power cannot be peeped at. He carries a huge power between his hands and feet. The power of each attack is no less than that of his tank's main gun. Moreover, the noisy body with heavy armor is extremely powerful in defense. Chen Mo's devastating attack in front of the ordinary Decepticons can't cause too much damage to him for a while. Dizzy and noisy two people join hands. A long attack, a close battle, a strong defense, a fierce attack. Only rely on their own strength and steel battle clothes to fight. Chen Mo, who does not intend to use weapons, has gradually fallen into the downwind. But Chen Mo was very happy. He has not experienced this kind of battle for a long time. Although he deliberately weakened his own means of attack, the pressure they brought to him is real. The previous battles with Decepticons were too easy for him. Although they played a role in exercise to some extent, they were far from being full of energy. Chen Mo has to deliberately avoid attacking the key points every time, starting from the most unimportant parts, so that they can persist for a longer time and have no chance to play their full strength at all. But now, although vertigo and noise have obvious weaknesses, they are not Chen Mo's opponents alone, but after the two join hands, they complement each other's advantages and increase their combat effectiveness. Under the attack of dizziness and noise, although Chen Mo is a little embarrassed, he has really exerted all his strength. Strength, speed, flexibility, response, analysis, and other capabilities have all been brought to the extreme. Chen Mo has once again entered a state of concentration and devoted himself to the battle. While constantly avoiding the dizzy and powerful long-range attack of wandering around, Chen Mo looks for opportunities to attack the noise. Although the attack intensity of vertigo has been reduced due to the need to avoid noisy attack, in the case of Chen Mo's single-minded attack, Vertigo does not need to worry about Chen Mo's attack on him, but it is more tricky to attack. Chen Mo, however, has to wait for the opportunity to attack noisily and distract himself from the attack of Vertigo. On the contrary, the pressure is much greater than that of the full-scale attack of Vertigo. As for getting rid of vertigo first, Chen Mo is not willing to give up. It's rare for him to encounter such a powerful enemy, which can cause so much pressure on him. Chen Mo also wants him to fight for more with himself and squeeze out more value. Under Chen Mo's intentional guidance, the battle fell into a stalemate, forming a delicate balance in the whole war situation. Although the fighting process seems not as fierce as before, in fact, the intensity of the fighting is far greater than before. With the passage of time, Chen Mo's power has not been greatly improved, but his control and use of power has been rapidly improved, far surpassing the previous improvement in fighting with other Decepticons. Moreover, Chen Mo's mastery of his own speed, physical flexibility and other qualities has also been constantly improved, and his abilities of coordination, dodge and analysis have also been improved rise. Although it seems that the effect of not directly improving physical quality is obvious, in fact, the improvement of Chen Mo's actual combat effectiveness is not weak at all. The fight has not been so deadlocked. Noise is not always unhurt. After all, his armor does not cover the whole body completely like Chen Mo. Under Chen Mo's continuous attack, the high track on both sides of his shoulder, like a gorgeous shoulder guard, was soon broken. First, the steel track outside was broken and directly hung on his chest and back. With Chen Mo's constant attack, the track wheel inside was knocked off and flew out. Before long, there were only 2 damaged and sunken pits left on the noisy shoulders. Even the broken and drooped track was broken into a section under Chen Mo's fierce attack and fell to the ground. Only a small part of it stretched out from the hole on the noisy shoulders. With his action, it was constantly swinging and hitting, and there was no longer the original majestic appearance. After the track on both shoulders, the 2 independent turrets behind the noise became Chen's new target. Although the armor thickness of these 2 independent turrets, which are deformed from the original twin turrets, is not as thick as that of the main turret and the front armor of the tank, they are also very strong. However, these 2 turrets are not directly fixed on the noisy back, but can rotate like normal turrets, which also leads to their connection with the noisy back is not so strong. Under Chen Mo's successive fierce attacks, the connection between the turret and the back continued to loosen, and was finally kicked off by Chen Mo's powerful kick from the sky, and both fell to the ground. The noisy and proud strong armor didn't last long. Although his heavy armor defense is very strong, it is not indestructible after all. Under the continuous and fierce attack of Chen Mo, who is wearing a hard and incomparable Edelman alloy steel battle suit, the heavy armor that can withstand the attack of the main gun of the tank finally cracks. First, the weak armor on his legs and back was broken. Later, with Chen Mo's powerful fist hitting his chest armor again, the armor on the front of the tank was deformed, and the most powerful one finally broke. Originally, only a small part of the residual track was exposed on the shoulder. Without the protection of the chest armor, a longer part of the track was also exposed below, and it drooped down. When the battle comes here, the promotion they can bring to him has become weaker and weaker. Chen Mo thinks it's almost time to end. Chen Mo looked at the noisy shoulder track that was shaking with the waving of his arm. Between several leaps of his body, a series of shells flashed from the dazzle and quickly came to the noisy shoulder. For a short time, Chen Mo bent his legs and squatted down, bent over and stretched out his hands to firmly grasp the track. With the simultaneous force of his waist, legs, and arms, the track wheel remaining in the body under the noisy shoulder was dragged and turned passively, and the half-track wrapped outside the track wheel was pulled out by Chen Mo come out. Under the great power of Chen Mo, the faster the track wheel turns, the other half of the track will be pulled out completely by Chen Mo, but Chen Mo's action does not stop. By drawing out the inertia of the track, Chen Mo turned, twisted and swung his arm directly, just like waving a steel whip, holding the heavy steel track in his hand with his arm straight up to 20 meters away, waiting for the opportunity to continue the attack and shaking it away. The speed of this steel track is not slow under the increase of Chen Mo's own great strength and the strength of his steel battle suit. Because Chen Mo calculated the angle in advance, He acted when he was facing Dizzy. The noisy, huge brain not only blocked his Dizzy attack, but also blocked his vision, so that he didn't notice Chen Mo before he didn't react until the half-track was flying towards him. Although it was just thrown out by Chen Mo's strength, it will not be easy to hit him with the weight of this half-track. He's not noisy. He's not as thick as his armor, and he doesn't dare to connect it hard at all. Vertigo, when even hurried to one side, want to try to avoid, but because Chen Mo has been around the noise in the attack before, he cannot help but some carelessness. The response naturally slow half. In an instant, the track flew to his eyes. Fortunately, he was careful and kept a distance of more than 20 meters between Chen Mo and the quarrel. Although his reaction was slow, he finally escaped the flying track. But Chen Mo's long-range attack is not so easy to hide. Don't forget that among the many combat skills Chen Mo is proficient in, there is also a kind of throwing knife. When throwing out the track, Chen Mo is not using pure brute force. Seeing that the track was about to fly over the Dizzy's shoulder, he was surprised to find that the tail of the track was leaning towards him. Originally, the track could move freely like a chain. When it flew over, it didn't move much, and it didn't rotate much, so it didn't care if it was Dizzy. Who would have thought of it but suddenly moved in front of it? At this time, the track is too close to Vertigo. Before he responds, the tail of the track hits his face severely. This sudden face-to-face blow made the Dizzy for a while, but it's not the end of the matter. After the tail of the track is photographed on the Vertigo face, it is directly caught by the ferocious metal spike on his head. What happens when the tail of a flying chain is caught? This scene of Vertigo gives a vivid answer. The track that had already flown to the back of the Vertigo quickly wound around the Vertigo head. Although only half of it was left, it was several meters long, and it had been wrapped around the Vertigo head all the time. Moreover, the more back, the faster the rest of the track rotates, and the last part of the end hits the Dizzy head with a very high speed, which makes him fall into a trance again. Chen Mo immediately left the noise and took advantage of the gap between the Vertigo attack pause, directly turned around and rushed to him. Chen Mo didn't deal with Vertigo as before. The attack of Vertigo can't bring him more promotion. Chen Mo didn't delay any more, rushed to his chest directly, punched his chest and killed his kindling. Before the poor Dizzy, he was still excited to be immersed in the suppression of Chen Mo by his powerful firepower. In an instant, he was caught in the head by a flying track. Without waiting for him to wake up from the beating of the track, or even to see what happened, his life went out with Chen Mo's quick strike, together with the kindling in his chest. The noise was also stunned by the sudden death of dizziness. Mingaming just cooperated with Chen Mo to suppress him. In a flash, Chen Mo killed him. However, Chen Mo didn't give him time to continue to be dazed. He began to slowly fall down from the Vertigo and pushed hard. Chen Mo flew back in the direction he had just come. In the middle of the air, Chen Mo turns around, crosses his body, moves his right foot forward, and a flying kick flies towards his noisy chest. After Chen Mo smashed the heavy breastplate, the defense of noisy chest became very weak. Under Chen Mo's right foot flying kick covered with Edelman alloy armor, the metal structure of noisy chest was rapidly destroyed. With Chen Mo's right leg mostly inserted into his noisy chest, the light in his noisy eyes quickly dimmed and finally went out completely. Chen Mo pushes his left leg on the noisy body and pulls out the right leg inserted into the noisy chest. At the same time, the whole body crosses an arc in the air and falls towards the ground. At this time, the dizzy body fell less than half, followed by the noisy and huge body, and then fell on the ground together with the dizzy, arousing a large amount of dust. 1-on-2, Chen Mo wins. After killing the noise and Vertigo, Chen Mo did not leave immediately, but walked to the Vertigo body. Chen Mo is very interested in the dazed pair of powerful and destructive energy cannon. He is short of such a large area attack weapon now. When he came to the Vertigo corpse, Chen Mo directly waved his hand and put the Vertigo corpse into the space. Now he has no time to dismantle those two energy impact guns carefully. Besides, the Vertigo corpse has a little effect on his research of deformation ability, so he simply put the whole body into the space. Anyway, the size of the space is enough, which saves trouble. After seizing the spoils, Chen Mo launched the thruster and quickly lifted off to catch up with the team ahead. Just as Chen Mo catches up with the team and sits in the Hornet's cab again, Glenn Whitman, who sits in front of the old computer in the archive room of Zone 7, is pounding on the keyboard at full speed. Global search. As he muttered, Glenn Whitman hit the enter key. The old black and white display full of cobwebs and dust flickered, and finally the picture he wanted appeared. Glenn Whitman turned to the crowd and shouted excitedly, "I succeeded! Information transfer in progress." Before Chen Mo left, he took the lead in getting rid of the confusion that had infiltrated the base, so the people in the archive room were not attacked, and naturally no one needed to resist. When Glenn Whitman operated, everyone was behind him. John Keller, the defense minister who had been anxiously standing behind him, immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Right as I say." Glenn Whitman quickly got back to work on the computer again. "This is John Keller, Secretary of Defense to the Commander of the Northern Command. Start the emergency steps. Blackbird 1195. Meanwhile, Northern Command, Tactical Command Center. A soldier in charge of communication, with earphones around his neck, was standing in front of the radio transmitter which was found temporarily. As all satellite and network communications have been cut off by Decepticons, and military bases have lost contact with the outside world, they have to use the most primitive way to try to communicate through radio, which is now rarely used. All of a sudden, there was a regular sound of radio waves in the communication headset that he hung around his neck. Morse code. The correspondent responded quickly, grabbed the pen at hand and began to record it in the book. Soon the content of the code was translated by him. Holding the book with the translated instructions in his hand, the correspondent turned around and shouted to the senior officer in the command center, "Sir, we have an air strike order from the defense minister." As John Keller's orders were successfully received, soon the Air Force of Northern Command was mobilized quickly. "Raptor, move, out, attack the fleet." With the command of the command center, a whole fighter formation was quickly ready. The pilot boarded the plane and the engine ignited. In a deafening roar of jet engines, an advanced F-22 Raptor took off from the runway one after another, forming a neat formation in the air and flying towards the city that Chen Mo and others were heading for. In the archives room of the 7th District, John Keller and others who received the call back from the Northern Command finally took a sigh of relief, and their tense mood suddenly relaxed. Glenn Whitman, who had been nervously sitting in front of the computer competing for multiple operations, collapsed directly on the chair, but they didn't relax for long. Just as everyone was very happy about the successful contact with the Air Force for support, Simons's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "NBE-1 is about to completely unfreeze. We can't do anything about it." At this time, the room was very quiet, so everyone clearly heard the voice in the walkie-talkie. This sudden bad news so that the hearts of all cannot help but sink. "Everyone evacuate now, give up NBE-1. When the room fell into silence again, Simmons's voice suddenly sounded. All the people in the room could not help but turn their heads to Simmons, who had just given the evacuation order, holding the walkie-talkie. Put down the walkie-talkie in his hand, Simmons looked at the crowd, shrugged his shoulders gently and said with a serious face, "We've done our best. There's no need to increase casualties." At this point, Simmons's voice suddenly then looked up at the ceiling in front of him. The voice of the floating slowly said, "Leave the rest to them." After listening to Simmons, all the people didn't talk. Indeed, the refrigeration system was damaged. It was only a matter of time before Megatron woke up. The people in the shed had done their best to delay the melting time as much as possible. Now that it's a foregone conclusion, there's no need to let them die in vain. But for the "they" that Simmons finally said, people have different understandings. Some people think Simmons refers to the newly launched Raptor formation of the Air Force, but more people think of Chen Mo. All of them have done their best. It's up to them to see if they can stop Megatron and avoid the destruction of the Earth. The staff of NBE-1 shutdown shed quickly started to evacuate under the command of Simmons. Originally standing on the steel frame around Megatron, the workers who used the freezing gun to artificially cool Megatron also ran down. Just as the last staff member came down from the steel ladder and ran towards the passageway not far away, behind him, the steel giant standing in the middle of the parking shed, whose ice was melting rapidly, suddenly began to accelerate its braking. In the next moment, the head under the ice suddenly lit up two orange-red lights like the hellfire. The leader of Decepticons from Cybertron, who has been frozen for thousands of years on Earth, finally wakes up. With those evil and cruel electronic eyes shining again, Megatron's body began to struggle violently. Many ice sheets had melted on him, and then they were completely broken. Huge pieces of ice mixed with melted ice water fell from the air. The last staff member listened to the movement behind him. He didn't dare to go back at all. In his panic, he broke out all his strength and rushed to the entrance of the passage. Huge pieces of ice fell to the ground. Although fortunately they were not hit directly, they were still hurt by the flying ice behind them. Megatron didn't notice the tiny human below. After breaking away from the ice covering his body, Megatron felt that there were many chains tied to him, and around him there were several high steel frames surrounding him, blocking his action. Just woke up from thousands of years of sleep, Megatron is the most violent time. The shackles on his body make him more angry and tyrannical. When Megatron broke several chains on his body, his right hand became a meteor hammer full of ferocious spikes. The left hand pulls the meteor hammer out of the wrist, and two long steel chains connect the meteor hammer to his wrist. "I'm Megatron." The roar indicates the return of Megatron, and his name represents killing and destruction. Wielding the sharp and ferocious meteor hammer, Megatron directly attacked the surrounding area. Under the wave of Megatron, the heavy meteor hammer was so destructive that the tall steel frame surrounded by him was broken and collapsed. The pipes and equipment around the parking shed were also broken under his violent attack. A large number of metals and sundries were flying around in the space. The staff heard the deafening sound of smashing behind them. Even more scared, has reached the limit of the speed of hard and fast some. After clearing all the fetters and obstacles around him and venting them severely, Megatron didn't stay here, but quickly changed into a ferocious and powerful silver space fighter with a sense of science fiction. The powerful thruster started in a flash, and the huge force drove him to fly out quickly from the circular channel on the side of the hangar. Fly out. The powerful air flow from the thruster of the extremely powerful space fighter blew many pieces and sundries scattered on the ground to fly directly. The worker who had rushed to the entrance of the passage was even blown forward and jumped out, directly into the passage, and fell heavily on the ground. However, although he was hurt a little, he finally picked up a life. He hurriedly got up from the ground with a painful face, limped away from the right and wrong place quickly, for fear that Megatron would return again. From a passage under the dam, Megatron immediately sensed the radiation signal left by the fire source. Although it's strange that no Decepticons came here, Megatron didn't pay attention to it. At this time, his eyes were only the dream of Sabaton, the source of kindling. As long as he gets the kindling source, he can create an endless Decepticon army. Then the whole universe will be conquered by him. At that time, Megatron rushed directly up to the sky, followed the signal of the source of the fire, and quickly chased them in the direction of Chen-Mo. Megatron's warped space warplanes, with amazing speed and short time, appeared in the sky behind the motorcade. Megatron, who was all focused on the source of the fire, didn't notice. Just as he was running straight through the wilderness and catching up with the speeding motorcade in the distance, on the curved road on his right side, another motorcade was following him in the same direction. Megatron didn't notice Optimus Prime's existence, but it doesn't mean that Optimus Prime will also ignore this fierce old opponent from the air. Looking at Megatron, which is heading for the motorcade, Typee said anxiously in communication to Optimus Prime, "Megatron is coming. Let's hurry up and help." Optimus Prime did not directly agree, but slightly pondered and then ordered in the channel, "Shorten the distance, don't act rashly first." As for Optimus Prime's order, although the Iron Sheet didn't understand it, it still followed Optimus Prime honestly and quickly, without any rash action. It's not that Optimus doesn't want to help, but because of Chen Mo's order, they are not allowed to expose and interfere. If it's just an ordinary human, Optimus Prime will not obey his orders, but Chen Mo is obviously different. Optimus Prime and his men came all the way to find the broken bones, noisy and dizzy corpses. As an old opponent, they know the main members of Decepticons very well, and all of them are the most powerful main fighters in Decepticons. Even they are very difficult to deal with. But now, they have been killed one by one, and the death is even more miserable. It is the Earth human who claims to solve all the Decepticons alone and protect them. In addition, when Chen Mo fought with the first enemy and the second and the quarrel and dizziness, they witnessed the whole process in the distance. At first, Chen Mo seemed to be suppressed by the two, but Optimus Prime soon found that Chen Mo was just taking the two to practice and hone his own strength. Under his careful observation, Chen Mo's dodge, reaction, and mastery of power have all been greatly improved in the battle. But when they couldn't bring him more promotion, Chen Mo suddenly burst out with all his strength and killed them quickly in a few seconds. This discovery made Optimus Prime have a new understanding of Chen Mo's strength, and also understand why Chen Mo didn't let them fight. On the one hand, Chen Mo's strength is enough to deal with. On the other hand, Chen Mo can hone his own strength by fighting with them. Naturally, they are not needed to intervene. So even if their old enemy Megatron came, Optimus Prime still didn't rush in. Judging from Chen Mo's ability to easily kill the Decepticons in front of him, and his ability to show up in the noisy and dizzy battle, Chen Mo's strength is definitely not beyond that of Optimus Prime. In fact, when he saw Chen Mo's fighting style and strong strength with his own eyes, Optimus Prime has no foundation for defeating Chen Mo at all. So as long as there is Chen Mo, even if there is no way to kill Megatron, at least there should be no problem to keep the ignition source. But after all, this matter is of great importance to the life and death of the whole Earth. Optimus Prime does not want to have an accident, so he decided to shorten the distance between him and the team, so that in case of an accident, he can get out in time. Megatron didn't know that his old rival, Optimus Prime, was nearby. At the moment, his attention was all on the front team. Feeling the clear and incomparable fire source signal from the team's position, Megatron was so excited that it immediately accelerated again and rushed towards the team at a high speed. Chen Mo, who has been calculating the time in his mind, has long expected that Megatron should have completely thawed, and it's almost time to catch up, so he has been paying attention to the situation in the rear and found his figure at the first time when Megatron appeared. Seeing the space fighter approaching rapidly from the rear and starting to lower its altitude, Chen Mo immediately stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared, the speed of the Bumblebee increased rapidly, and the distance between the Bumblebee and the 4 military off-road vehicles behind it was quickly opened. With Megatron's strength, these soldiers will only be trampled to death as ants if they are too close. When Captain William Reynolds on the back of the SUV saw Chen Mo's reaction, he immediately knew that another enemy appeared. He hurriedly looked around and soon found the space fighter coming from the sky's rapid dive. Although it's still far away at this time, I don't see it very clearly, but it's obviously different from the Earth fighter's shape, color, and amazing speed, all of which show the identity of each other. In front of the Air Force, these 4 cars are living targets. Captain William Reynolds understood the intention of Chen Mo's sudden acceleration and distance with them, and immediately ordered, "Air strikes. Let's go. Get off the road." 4 military off-road vehicles immediately spread out on both sides, and soon rushed into the wilderness. Then, 4 vehicles continued to move forward at full speed. A group of soldiers in the vehicle set up their weapons and aimed at the space fighters coming from the rear at a high speed. Megatron's goal is very clear. It goes straight to the Bumblebee, ignoring the 4 off-road vehicles left behind, and rushes directly over their heads. As he flew through the middle of the convoy, all the soldiers in the 4 cross-country vehicles pulled the trigger and attacked him. However, the speed of Megatron in the form of space fighters is too fast. Their attack didn't wipe the edge of Megatron at all. All of them are empty. Megatron didn't pay attention to these attacks at all. At this time, he only saw the yellow Chevy in front of him. In a flash, Megatron chased the bumblebee, and an energy gun in the front of the space fighter quickly lit up, shooting a blue energy beam towards the bumblebee on the ground. At this time, Chen-Mo's reaction speed advantage is reflected. Under the control of Chen-Mo, the Hornet's body quickly twists and skips the attack flexibly. The heavy energy beam bombarded the road surface, directly blew out a huge deep pit, which directly damaged most of the road surface, and it was unable to continue to pass. Fortunately, the 4 off-road vehicles in the back have already spread out ahead of time and rushed off the road. Otherwise, there is no time to react in a short distance. It is likely that they will directly crash into the pit and kill people. After a blow, the space fighter did not continue to attack, but directly to the ground on the bumblebee dived down. The speed of the bumblebee has been raised to the highest level, but it is still quickly overtaken by space fighters. Seeing that the space fighter swooping in front of the bumblebee is about to crash into the ground, it quickly begins to deform. In a blink of an eye, a giant robot over 11 meters tall, covered with ferocious armor and spikes, falls on the ground in front of the bumblebee. Megatron, the biggest boss in the world, is finally on the stage. Sitting in the Hornet driver's seat, Chen-Mo looks at the biggest transformer he has seen so far with a calm face, and there is a glimmer of excitement and expectation in his eyes. The people on the 4 cross-country vehicles running down the road also recognize the identity of this huge and ferocious steel giant at a glance. They had just seen him in the NBE-1 parking shed of Zone 7, but he was covered by heavy and solid ice and was in a frozen sleep state. After the rapid completion of deformation, Megatron's body was facing the bumblebee and landed heavily on the road. Under the huge inertia, Megatron's feet glided rapidly on the road, directly plowing the road to pieces, while his body remained balanced, his knees slightly bent, and his feet rapidly reduced the speed of his body in the friction. While sliding backward, Megatron's orange-red eyes stared excitedly at the fire source on the front passenger seat of the bumblebee, and suddenly bent over to catch the bumblebee near in front of him. Chen-Mo suddenly stepped on the brake, but the car's braking ability is much faster than Wei Zhenqin's foot brake. After a quick distance from Megatron, Chen-Mo got up directly from his seat and jumped out of the car from the open ceiling. In the air, quickly completed the steel battle dress. Chen-Mo directly started the propeller under his feet and rushed to Megatron. After rushing to Megatron's side, Chen-Mo found some surprises. Megatron's attack speed is far faster than other Transformers he met before. In the face of Chen-Mo, Megatron, who has gradually stopped, opens its long and sharp steel claws angrily and grabs Chen-Mo at a very fast speed. But it can also be explained. After all, the second form of Wei Zhenqin is a space fighter. Space fighters fly at a very high speed, and the requirements for response speed are naturally very high, far from being comparable to those tanks, helicopters, and ordinary raptors. In the face of Megatron's extremely fast steel claw, Chen-Mo, though still relying on his own super flexibility, dodged the attack of the claw in time, but also lost the opportunity to attack Megatron. When he turned back from Megatron and rushed back again, Bumblebee had rushed to Megatron. The Bumblebee wanted to rush past Megatron with the help of Chen-Mo, just like before when he was confronted with the devil of broken bones and noise. However, Megatron was not affected at all. Even when Chen-Mo attacked him, Megatron's attention still hasn't left him. After Chen-Mo's attack failed, Megatron didn't manage Chen-Mo, who flew behind him. His eyes were fixed on the fire source placed on the assistant driver's position of Bumblebee, and his sharp claws were hard to catch the Bumblebee in his hand. The Bumblebee in the form of a car is like a slightly bigger toy in front of the huge and incomparable Megatron. Its long and sharp steel claw, which is more than the normal proportion, can easily grasp the Bumblebee in the hand. Facing the claws that Megatron grabbed in the air, the Bumblebee quickly hit the direction, trying to get around from one side. The tire and the ground were rubbing violently, making a harsh sound, and Megatron's palm also adjusted its direction rapidly with his change, from straight down to oblique out to one side. The Autobot's flexible advantage on the ground was exerted to the extreme by the Bumblebee. At last, when Megatron's sharp claw fell, it barely dodged away. He didn't catch it. However, Megatron's speed Chen-Mo had realized before. Although he failed to fully grasp the Bumblebee, his two sharp claws were still slashed from one side of the Bumblebee's body, leaving two deep dent claw marks on the shell, almost tearing the body on one side. The arm that slants out is hit on the body of Bumblebee immediately. Huge force acts on Bumblebee's body, hit him to leave the ground directly, flew out crosswise. The car body is rolling in the air and flying towards the wilderness. In the air, the Bumblebee quickly began to deform. Before landing, it returned to the form of a robot and finally fell to the ground stably with a flexible hand. While Chen-Mo turned around and accelerated his flight to Megatron again, Megatron also turned its direction quickly and rushed to the Bumblebee landing in the wilderness. Maybe he was eager to catch the Bumblebee carrying the fire provenance. This time Megatron didn't pay attention to Chen-Mo's attack from behind. He continued to attack the Bumblebee at his own will and let Chen-Mo's feet kick heavily on his back. But the result of this kicking is Chen-Mo's direct bounce, while Wei Zhenshen's body only slightly shakes for a while, even without affecting the attack on the Bumblebee. In addition to Megatron's huge size, Megatron's powerful strength and strong defense are the reasons why he can easily catch Chen-Mo's attack. The strength of Megatron's armor is no less than that of noisy heavy tank armor, and even more powerful. When Megatron chased the Hornet's fierce attack, but Chen-Mo's attack didn't work at all, the 4 cross-country vehicles in the back also caught up. Fire! Fire! Before the SUV stopped, the heavy machine gun on the roof began to attack. Captain William Reynolds and others rushed down from the vehicle and started to attack Megatron with the grenade launcher in their hands. The grenade launchers in their hands are all 40mm armor-piercing bullets, which have a strong attack power on armored targets. But when they hit Megatron, they can only cause slight damage on the outer layer of the armor. They can't penetrate the armor at all, and can't cause too much damage to Megatron. Their arrival still failed to stop Megatron's attack on the Bumblebee. At this time, in Megatron's eyes, the Bumblebee is the only target, and other people are just annoying insects. When he has solved the Bumblebee and got the ignition source, it's not too late to solve them. As the leader of Decepticons, Megatron can't be easily distracted and forget its real goal like the bone-breaking devil without brain and noisy. The attack power of Special Forces is limited. Chen-Mo can't stop Megatron's attack on Bumblebee by physical attack without using hot weapons. The Bumblebee is obviously not Megatron's opponent. It is completely beaten by Megatron. It has almost no power to fight back. It can only reluctantly avoid by relying on its small size and flexible action, but it is already in danger. If it continues like this, the Bumblebee may be caught by Megatron at any time and torn in two. Seeing that the previous interception tactics against other Decepticons didn't work, Chen-Mo immediately changed his tactics, gave up attacking Megatron and flew to the Bumblebee instead. Give me the kindling source. Just now, a lazy donkey rolled away from the wasp attacked by Megatron. Hearing Chen-Mo's order, he immediately raised his hand and took out the kindling source from his chest armor and threw it at Chen-Mo. Megatron saw the dream of the fire source appear. His eyes immediately flashed a dazzling red light, immediately threw down the Bumblebee, recklessly toward the fire source in the air. However, his speed is still a little slower. Just as he stepped towards the fire seed source and stretched out his hand, Chen-Mo's figure has quickly passed the Bumblebee and grasped the fire seed source in the air. With the ignition source, Chen-Mo immediately drives the thruster power of the iron and steel battle suit to the maximum. He makes an arc in the air and flies towards the distance at a high speed. Megatron was so angry that he didn't pay attention to the Special Forces soldiers who were still attacking him and the Bumblebees who were attacking him. Instead, Megatron directly changed into a space fighter, rose up in the air, and followed Chen-Mo, who was going away at a high speed. When Captain William Reynolds saw this, he immediately called his soldiers to get in the car and prepared to catch up with them. After all, the source of ignition is now in Chen Mo's hands. In case of being captured by Megatron, all their previous efforts would be in vain. However, the bumblebee who tried to stop Megatron but threw himself into the air came to stop them, and a burst of FM sound of the radio rang out. "Go to the city, guide the plane support." Although the voice was intermittent and scattered, Captain William Reynolds understood the meaning of Bumblebee, which was to let them continue to the target city according to the original plan, find the radio station to contact the Air Force for city support, and guide them to help. The Bumblebee didn't stop after saying that, and directly and rapidly changed into a car shape, catching up with Chen and Mo at full speed in the direction they left. After all, Bumblebee is not an ordinary car. Although the road conditions in the wilderness are complex, its speed is no slower than that on the road. When encountering complex roads, the whole chassis can be directly raised. Its cross-country ability is much better than that of William Reynolds' military cross-country vehicle. In the sky, Megatron's warp space fighter is extremely fast, almost comparable to Chen Mo in steel. Both of them are speeding up with all their strength, and the distance between them is consistent all the time. At the same time of pursuit, the space fighters are constantly sending out a dazzling blue energy beam to attack Chen Mo in front. Chen Mo, on the other hand, gave full play to his own flexible advantages and kept dodging quickly, so that Megatron's attack was completely defeated. However, due to their speed, they couldn't get rid of Megatron completely, so they disappeared behind the mountains in the distance. Although the speed of Bumblebee is far less than that of the two men, it keeps on following and quickly goes away, gradually disappearing into the wilderness. For a while, only Captain William Reynolds and his special soldiers are left near the road. Captain William Reynolds was a bit of a fool in the car. Before that, the fire source was always on the Bumblebee. They also drove and escorted the Bumblebee. Although they didn't play a role, they still stuck to their posts and guarded the fire source all the time. But this time, the enemy is too powerful. Even under Chen Mo's interception, it still can't stop its attack on the Bumblebee. In order to prevent the fire source from being obtained by the other party, Chen Mo has to fly away with the fire source himself. For Chen Mo's action, Captain William Reynolds was very much in favor of it. It was obvious that the fire source would be taken away by Megatron in the hands of the Bumblebee sooner or later, and only Chen Mo could protect the fire source. But what do they do now? This time, the enemy is not the slow chariots or tanks, but the space fighters faster than the fighters. Chen Mo and Megatron are gone in a flash. Even bumblebees are going away at a very high speed. Relying on their ordinary military off-road vehicles, let alone Chen Mo and Megatron, whose speed is higher than that of the fastest fighter, they can't even catch up with the Bumblebee left behind. What's more, they have no idea where Chen and Mo have gone. To find and catch up with them, at least one helicopter is necessary. "What shall we do now?" asked Robert EPPs, who was sitting next to Captain William Reynolds, turning his head. Captain William Reynolds looked through the window at the Bumblebee in the wilderness, and at Chen Mo and Megatron, who had disappeared in the sky for a long time. After a little meditation, he seemed to have a decision, and ordered with a firm voice on his face, "Act according to the original plan. Let's go to the city." In Robert EPP's puzzled eyes, Captain William Reynolds slowly explained as he stepped on the gas and drove the SUV onto the road. After contacting the Air Force at the base, they will definitely send fighters to the city according to the original plan. We will find the radio station first, and then guide them to support when the fighters arrive. All they can do now is this. A convoy of 4 military off-road vehicles quickly drove onto the road and left, but they had not been long gone before another convoy came from behind, just Optimus Prime and his Autobots. Instead of following the convoy forward, they drove straight down the road in the direction of the Bumblebee's departure, heading for the wild at top speed. In the sky, as soon as Chen Mo and Megatron ran after each other, they soon crossed several mountains and saw that they had completely left the sight of the special forces. Instead of continuing to escape, Chen Mo directly dived down and landed in an open space between the mountains. With the appearance of the powerful Megatron, Chen Mo naturally took the ignition source into his hands and got out of their sight. Naturally, there is no need to continue to escape. Megatron chased after Chen Mo for a long time, but it couldn't shorten the distance between Megatron and Chen Mo. The attack of the energy gun was all dodged by Chen Mo flexibly. Seeing the dream fire source in front of him, Megatron couldn't get it all the time. Megatron couldn't help but hurry. He also tried to contact Starscream and other people, asking them to come to help intercept Chen Mo, but there was no response, which made Megatron's heart strange and even more angry. At this time, I saw Chen Mo dive towards the ground, and I was very happy in Megatron. I immediately followed him and fell down. At the moment when I was about to land, I quickly deformed and recovered the tall and ferocious robot shape. Seeing Chen Mo landing on the ground, he didn't continue to flee, and Megatron didn't rush to attack him, but he stared at Chen Mo with his magma-like orange-red eyes and said in a cold voice, "Give me the source of the fire. I can spare you from dying and become my pet." Although Chen Mo's speed is very fast, Megatron doesn't pay much attention to him. After all, Chen Mo's attack on him didn't hurt him. In Megatron's view, Chen Mo is just an ordinary human who has a very high speed with special equipment, and he is not qualified to be his opponent. As for Chen Mo's promise, it's just to save time and get the kindling source as soon as possible, so the condition he gave Chen Mo is just to be his pet. Megatron does have arrogant capital. If there were not a lot of arc reactors in Chen Mo's space, and the 4th generation arc reactor had a very strong endurance, Chen Mo would not be faced with the problem of running out of fuel like an ordinary fighter, and he really could not escape from Megatron's hands. You should know that, although the speed of a general fighter is very fast, its range is about 1,000 kilometers, and its endurance will not exceed half an hour. Even if it has enough speed, it will not last long under the pursuit of Megatron. Only Chen Mo has such a high-tech steel battle clothes and space cheater can he easily chase the sky with no prestige. Therefore, in the face of Megatron's persuasion or threat, Chen Mo has no pressure at all. Under the murderous gaze of Megatron, Chen Mo takes out the holographic smartphone from the space with his left hand and throws it out. Chen Mo has done experiments before. This holographic smartphone, which has been transformed by the fire source, can still be put into the space. However, since it has not been tested with other transformers, it is not known whether all transformers can be put into the space or because of the control of the soul of this small transformer. Jarvis himself is quite special. The holographic smartphone rapidly expanded in the mid-air, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a small robot with a height of 20 cm. At the foot of the robot, a flame was sprayed and suspended in front of Chen Mo. When the holographic smartphone was deformed, Megatron's eyes couldn't help blinking, and he recognized that the mobile phone was also a transformer. But it gives Megatron a strange feeling. It's neither Decepticon nor Autobot. When Megatron was confused, he listened to Chen Mo's voice with provocation. If you want a source of kindling, it depends on whether you have the strength. As soon as the words came down, Chen Mo took the fire seed source's hand and threw it gently, but he threw the fire seed source in his hand towards the small transformer suspended in front of him. Megatron was furious when he heard Chen Mo's words, and a dangerous cold light flashed in his eyes. Dying. When Megatron started to stride towards Chen Mo, the small transformers in the air had raised their arms to catch the kindling source that Chen Mo had thrown, and their arms were rapidly deformed to fix the kindling source. Then, 2 small thrusters under his feet suddenly increased their power, pushing him and the fire source to fly towards the distance. Chen Mo doesn't want to be so troublesome, but even after being reduced by the bumblebee, he still can't get into the space. Chen Mo obviously can't fight with Megatron all the time, so he has to temporarily give the fire to Jarvis. Megatron's eyes saw that the strange transformer with the fire provenance wanted to escape, when even want to leave Chen Mo, sees the small transformer. Although I don't know what Chen Mo's idea is, it's obvious that the speed of this small transformer is far faster than that before Chen Mo. The source of the fire is in his hands, and he is more likely to seize it. But he obviously underestimated the power of Chen Mo. When I was with the team, Chen Mo didn't stop him because he didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, how could he take away the source of fire? Moreover, Chen Mo doesn't want to expose too much of his strength in front of others. Now that the source of kindling has arrived, there is no one else here. Chen Mo can give full play to his full strength and fight with the big boss Megatron happily. When Megatron rushes toward the source of fire in the air, the thrusters under Chen Mo's feet are fully launched, pushing Chen Mo to rise in the air and rush towards Megatron at a high speed. Megatron didn't want to pay attention to the human being who didn't pose any threat to him, but the remaining light of his eyes swept to Chen Mo's face, and Megatron casually stretched out his hand and patted Chen Mo. But his eyes are still firmly locked in the distant fire. Chen Mo is not as distracted as Megatron. He nimbly flashed the sharp claws from Megatron and rushed directly to Megatron's head. Before the battle on the road, Wei Zhenchen thought he knew Chen Mo's strength and didn't take Chen Mo's attack to heart. So even if he noticed that Chen Mo had dodged his claws and flew towards his head, he just tilted his head and regarded Chen Mo as a weak fly. But then he found out he was wrong. In the previous short battle, Chen Mo attacked all the armor of Megatron. This time, in order to teach Megatron a lesson, he directly put the target on the weak part where Megatron has no armor protection, for example, nose. In fact, the armor coverage rate of Megatron is quite large among all Transformers. Most of its parts are covered by ferocious and thick armor with spikes. However, there are still many relatively weak parts in the gap between the armor and the face. For the huge Transformers, it's difficult for them to attack the parts with small area and hidden in the armor gap. Moreover, with Megatron's super speed and response, they can also easily avoid some attacks on these weak parts. But now he is attacked by a man who has 10 times the physical quality of ordinary people. His speed and reaction are not below him, and even surpass many top human strongmen. Chen Mo. Although Megatron has dodged, it still can't avoid Chen Mo's attack. Chen Mo's fist, covered with Edelman's armor, slammed hard on the exposed nose under Megatron's face armor. A pile of broken silver metal fragments scattered and splashed from the fist bombardment. The huge force acted on Megatron's head, which made his head lift up slightly, and his brain was dizzy. Megatron didn't expect that the weak human, who had no attack power in his eyes and could only escape, would be able to cause damage to him. However, Megatron's strength is much stronger than other Decepticons. In fact, Chen Mo's attack did not cause much damage to him. Megatron quickly recovered, raised his left hand with 5 sharp claws and grabbed Chen Mo in his face. However, before his claws came up, Chen Mo had already kicked his feet on his face, leaped up high, and accelerated to one side with the help of thruster. When Megatron put down its claws and looked at the fire source again, the fire source had been driven by Jarvis for a long time. Megatron is trying to turn into a space fighter to catch up, but Chen Mo attacks him again. With the lesson just now, this time, Megatron didn't pay attention to it anymore. For a while, Megatron took back his attention from the fire source, and the whole god responded to Chen Mo's attack again. This time, Chen Mo still attacked Megatron's face. Megatron's orange-red eyes stared at Chen Mo, and his hands were raised quickly. He wanted to kill the human who was in the way, so he went after the source of the fire. However, Chen Mo shows more powerful speed and flexibility than before when fighting on the road. Under the attack of Megatron's 2 claws, Chen Muru is the same swimming fish. He is extremely flexible to change direction and dodge between the 2 claws. Even though Megatron uses all his spirit to quickly wave his arms and chase Chen Mur, he rushes through his hands and pours straight at his head. At this time, it's too late to take back the defense. Megatron can only try to swing his head quickly and try to dodge Chen Mo, but Chen Mo can even dodge the attack of his quick claws. It's impossible to dodge Chen Mo's attack in such a short distance. Finally, Chen Mo's Aiden alloy iron fist hits Megatron's face again. This time, Chen Mo puts his goal on Megatron's mouth. The thinnest lips on the outer layer were directly smashed into a pile of metal fragments and flew out. Chen Mo's fist speed didn't decrease at all and hit Megatron's front teeth severely. The huge force directly interrupted the sharp metal teeth with yellow luster. Chen Mo was able to make a quick exit, but Wei Zhenchen, after stabilizing his body, opened his mouth and said, "Poof," of a spit out of broken steel teeth. He raised his sharp claw and touched his broken mouth and nose. In Megatron's eyes, the cold light was everywhere. A pair of electronic eyes, like the lava of hell, stared at Chen Mo in the air. Megatron didn't go to see the fast-moving fire source pushed by Jarvis. He wanted to tear the hateful human in front of him into pieces. With a fire source that is not small in size compared to his 20 cm body, Jarvis is not fast. With Megatron's speed, Chen Mo can catch up with him as soon as he solves it. Moreover, as far as the current situation is concerned, if Chen Mo is not eliminated, he will not be able to trace the source of the fire at all. In fact, Chen Mo's attack seems easy, but in fact he has made full use of it. Although Megatron's size is huge, its movement is not slow at all. Its slender arms don't seem to be waving fast, but under his huge size, the actual speed of a pair of claws is very fast. It's like the wind turbines that we often see standing in the wilderness and on the hillside. The huge blades seem to rotate very slowly, but in fact, the speed at the end of the blades is faster than that of the fast-moving cars, which can reach 100 or 200 kilometers per hour. With long arms, fast speed, and the super reaction speed of his space fighter, Chen Mo's evasion is not easy. He has to play the spirit of 12 points. But this is exactly what Chen Mo wants. Only under pressure can we make progress. He just can use Megatron's hand to train his reaction and flexibility. It's another experience compared to the previous one when he was fighting Vertigo. All Vertigo attacks are long-range attacks. Although they are faster, they are far away from each other, and there are traces to follow. Chen Mo exercises more of his overall control over the battlefield, and his ability to analyze and predict long-range attacks. Now in Megatron Close Combat, postgraduate entrance examination is the most basic response and flexibility. In this regard, the exercise in the previous and noisy battles is very limited. After all, the speed and reaction of noise is not fast. Next, Chen Mo and Megatron fought together again, but one of Megatron's steel teeth was killed. In order to make difficulty for himself, Chen Mo puts all the targets on Megatron's mouth. Although Megatron has stopped it with all his strength, it has been repeatedly broken through by Chen Mo's double claw defense and rushed to his eyes in his panic, accompanied by a voice, "When? When?" The sound of heavy knocking, Megatron's mouth full of steel teeth were knocked out by Chen Mo one by one, and then fell to the ground in a twinkling of an eye. And Megatron, who lost all his teeth, looked at Chen Mo angrily and fearfully with those twinkling electronic eyes, and thought about whether to withdraw first and take the fire source to his hand. But Chen Mo obviously didn't give him a chance to leave. Although his teeth were gone, there were still parts all over his body. With Megatron's huge size, it was enough for him to dismantle for a long time. Without giving Megatron the chance to evacuate, Chen Mo launched again and attacked the weak part of Megatron's armor. Megatron also tried to change the attack and defense methods, and even changed the huge energy gun on his arm, but still failed to stop Chen Mo's crazy attack. He also tried to escape, but Chen Mo flew directly to him and destroyed the propeller. He was surprised to find that Chen Mo's speed was actually higher than that of him, and his previous balance of power was only a sign of weakness. But now it's too late to say anything. Under Chen Mo's entanglement, Megatron can't fight or escape. It can only keep waving a pair of steel claws crazily and roaring angrily, but it's no use at all. It can only watch its parts being removed by Chen Mo. The leader of the Decepticons, the ruler of Cybertron and the superpower of Megatron, was so embarrassed in the hands of a small human being that he could not fight back. But as the battle went on, Chen Mo was not happy that he had completely suppressed the big boss of Megatron. Chen Mo's adaptability and progress speed are very fast. After being familiar with Megatron's attack mode, Chen Mo soon found that Megatron's promotion to him is actually very limited. Even though Megatron's response speed is very fast, his huge size and heavy body still greatly reduce his flexibility. No matter how fast the space fighter is and how fast it reacts, it can't move flexibly in a small range like an UAV. Although Megatron can quickly adjust its attack direction with Chen-Mo's evasion, it still can't catch up with Chen-Mo, just like a person who wants to catch a dragonfly with his bare hands. He catches the air again and again, and always in vain. This made Chen-Mo feel less and less pressure on him. Later, when Chen-Mo fully understood the attack way of Megatron, it became easier and easier to dodge, and soon there was no difficulty at all. This is a good thing for fighting, but for Chen-Mo, who has the idea of honing his fighting power, it can't make him happy. In fact, though Megatron's strength is the highest among the Transformers, it has not reached the level of invincible. Compared with ordinary Transformers, its attack, defense, speed, response, and other aspects are much higher, but the overall combat effectiveness is still within the strength level of Transformers, such as Optimus Prime. Natural enemies and other super leaders and old Transformers can compete with him. In fact, the most powerful part of Megatron lies in his ferocity, cruelty, and mean and treacherous plot. This is also the main reason why he was able to dominate the Tyrannosaurus Decepticons, who were as fierce and violent as a group of thugs, and dominate the whole planet of Cybertron but never be overthrown. Rao is insidious, cunning, and ambitious. He has always wanted to overthrow Megatron and become the new leader of Decepticons. Starscream, the careerist, can only endure it all the time. He obediently obeys his orders. In terms of battle, though Megatron's strength is very strong enough to defeat most Transformers, it is relative to Transformers. Megatron's most powerful is his melee ability. It can crush almost all Transformers. It's made of deformed arms. The power of a huge energy gun is also very powerful. However, his strength in front of Chen-Mo doesn't take much advantage. In the face of the small size, fast speed, and very flexible Chen-Mo, it is difficult to play all the power of Transformers. Like a powerful world champion facing a very small but very fast and very flexible killing bee, no matter how powerful it is also likely to be killed by this humble insect in turn. Now Megatron is faced with such a situation. His powerful force is enough to tear up the tank, but when he can't catch Chen-Mo, he can't even scratch his armor coating. Wei Zhenqian's long-range weapons are all powerful weapons against Transformers. They are amazing in size and great in power, but their shooting speed and coverage are very small, and their attack density is seriously insufficient. They also pose no threat to Chen-Mo. The long giant energy cannon can't even aim at Chen-Mo. In contrast, the power of this gun is huge. One shot can blow a huge energy gun killed by an ordinary Transformer. The pressure on Chen-Mo is even less than two heavy Gatling machine guns that are dizzy. Megatron once raised his arm and chased Chen-Mo for several shots, but he failed without any accident. Even Chen-Mo's fur didn't rub. Then he wisely gave up the useless action of shooting mosquitoes with the cannon. The fighting time is not long, but Chen-Mo has fully understood the strength of Megatron. In disappointment, Chen-Mo also knows that what he needs now is an agile opponent with high enough speed and reaction ability. The defensive and strength opponents have not been very helpful to his strength improvement. Megatron, who was clearly attacked by Chen-Mo, is in this range at this time. So Chen-Mo is not going to waste any more time. Once again, Chen-Mo quickly rushed through a pair of steel claws of Megatron. This time, instead of attacking those unimportant parts, Chen-Mo rushed up to the armor in the middle of Megatron's chest. Under this armor is Megatron's life core, the kindling. But at the same time, this armor is also the thickest and the strongest one on Megatron. It will take a long time for Chen-Mo to destroy it. However, Chen-Mo, who can't get promotion from the battle with Megatron, doesn't intend to waste any more time, so instead of smashing the solid armor with his fist, he takes out the king's sword directly from the space when he is about to rush to Megatron's chest. Megatron didn't worry too much about Chen-Mo's attack. Although he couldn't get rid of Chen-Mo, he constantly disassembled the parts of his body, but all of them were non-critical parts without armor cover, so he seemed to be in a mess. But in fact, he didn't suffer too much damage. That's why he didn't run away recklessly. However, when Chen-Mo took out the king's sword and pointed the tip of the sword at his chest, Megatron suddenly felt a palpitation, and a strong and incomparable sense of crisis rushed to his heart. After countless wars on the planet of Cybertron, Megatron, with rich combat experience, has changed its look in a flash. No, this feeling, Megatron, is not strange in his long life. There have been many times, and every time when he was fatally threatened. Moreover, the feeling of this time is much stronger than any previous time. But this time he did not have the previous luck, can escape a robbery. Megatron only felt a bright silver flash in front of his chest, and then felt that the fire in his chest was directly penetrated by something, and the surging power in his body was quickly lost. Megatron raised his hands and tried to grasp them towards his chest, but the rapid loss of strength in his body made his hands move to only half, and then he fell powerlessly. No. Megatron only had time to send out a roar full of unwillingness, and the huge body fell back powerlessly, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed down and finally fell into a dead silence. When Megatron's huge body fell back slowly, Chen-Mo had pulled out the king's sword from Megatron's chest and collected the space. However, Chen-Mo did not fly away, but was so suspended in the air, facing the chest of Megatron's slowly falling body. At the next moment, the brightness of Chen-Mo's chest arc reactor suddenly increased, and then a hot and bright thick white light beam shot from the chest of the steel battle suit and fell on the armor pierced by his sword in Megatron's chest. A hot feeling is in the air. As if the iron had touched the ice, Megatron's chest armor melted rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Although it was not shot through immediately, it obviously could not last long. Megatron's body was still slowly falling back, and Chen-Mo adjusted his direction, always aiming the beam at Megatron's chest. In just a few seconds after the body fell to the ground, Megatron's heavy armor on the chest was completely melted by the light beam and turned into a pool of orange-red liquid metal. This powerful weapon, which can melt Megatron's powerful armor directly in a few seconds, is Chen-Mo's seldom used cluster gun. This cluster gun, located at the chest, can directly use the energy of the arc reactor to emit high-energy beams. Its original power is very strong. After replacing the fourth-generation arc reactor, built with new elements and with higher energy output efficiency, and after upgrading, the power of this cluster gun becomes more terrifying. If Chen-Mo didn't want to practice with these Decepticons, he could easily kill even the most armored Noise. Now Chen-Mo used the cluster gun after Megatron's death, not for the purpose of corpse abuse. After melting the outer armor, Chen-Mo did not stop but continued to shoot hot beams, melting Megatron's chest. After another 10 seconds, the hot white light beam suddenly shrank and finally disappeared. The hot feeling in the air also dissipated slowly. However, Megatron's chest seemed to have experienced a volcanic eruption. The original armor had already disappeared, and the mechanical devices in the chest were all melted by high temperature. Only a pile of hot magma slowly overflowed from the chest. Along the way, ferocious armor gap flows slowly towards the body. The ruler of Cybertron, the leader of Decepticons, a generation of Kingpin Megatron, died under Chen-Mo's sword and was disembodied by him. Just after Chen-Mo slowly fell back to the ground from the air, a shadow suddenly flew from a distance and soon came to Chen-Mo's face, stably suspended in the mid-air. It's Jarvis, who left with the source of the fire. Chen-Mo reaches out and grabs the kindling source held in front of him by Jarvis. Jarvis then deforms and retracts the arm that fixes the kindling source. Take the fire source back to his hand, but Chen-Mo did not hurry to leave, but turned to look at the hillside on one side. The battlefield Chen-Mo chose is an open space surrounded by several low mountains. It's about 10 kilometers away from the road before, and there are several hills in the middle. At this time, in the direction of Chen Malai's small mountain, several tall steel bodies are slowly coming out from behind the mountain. It was the Bumblebee and Optimus and other Autobots who followed him all the way. Although there are several mountains blocking, after the formation of robot form, these small mountains are no different from several small Earth slopes. Soon after the battle between Shenmue and Megatron, the Bumblebee arrived first. Shenmue had strict orders not to allow them to intervene, so the Bumblebee didn't show up, just hid behind the mountain and watched the battle carefully. Soon afterwards, Optimus Prime and others followed. Not counting the time when they were warned by Shenmue outside Shenmue's residence, and just left the base, they passed by on the road, which was the first time that these Autobots gathered on the Earth. After confirming the safety of Shenmue and the fire source, Optimus Prime was relieved. Since the kindling source was not obtained by Megatron, and Shenmue didn't seem to be in any danger, Optimus Prime didn't rush to take part in the battle between the two men. Together with the Bumblebees, he hid behind the mountain nearby and watched the battle between the two men. Of course, Optimus Prime also did not relax his vigilance. He always paid attention to the location of the fire provenance and the battle between Megatron and Shenmue. He was ready to help Shenmue in case of danger. However, it is obviously not necessary. The battle between Shenmue and Megatron is totally one-sided. Seeing that Megatron, the leader of Decepticons who once ruled the whole planet of Cybertron and forced the Autobots to flee their homes, was defeated by Shenmue and completely suppressed, the feelings of Optimus Prime and others are beyond expression. Especially when Shenmue knocks out all the steel teeth of Megatron one by one, they feel sad for Megatron at the same time, but also feel cold in their hearts. They dare not run out easily to disturb Shenmue's fight. They don't think their teeth will be stronger than Wei Zhenqian's. Even Optimus Prime felt his teeth ache. He was glad that he had accepted Shenmue's warning that night and kept hiding his identity according to Shenmue's order. He acted quietly and didn't affect his plan. Otherwise, Optimus Prime was not sure whether Shenmue would clean him up as he did to wait for Wei Zhenqian at this time. His strength is not stronger than Megatron. According to the performance of the two men, he has only been beaten to find his share of Shenmue. Before that, the Iron Sheet, which had been crying anxiously for help, didn't say a word, lying behind a rock, hiding more carefully than anyone else. Shenmue at this time in the car people's eyes is more ferocious than Wei Zhenqian's existence. Looking at Megatron being ravaged by Shenmue, the parts are being dismantled little by little, and people's hearts have some deep sympathy for the former enemy. It's really sad that a generation of Overlord has fallen to this place and been cleaned up like this by a global man. If some of them had doubts about Shenmue and the strength of the organization behind him, now, there is no doubt that Shenmue has successfully proved himself with his powerful and incomparable strength, and has completely conquered Optimus Prime, the Autobots who have been suppressed by Decepticons. Although Autobots are not as violent and fierce as Decepticons, full of aggression. As a liberal in Transformers, they love peace more, but they are the same as Decepticons. That is, they respect the strong. In addition to his personal charm and leadership ability, the reason why Optimus Prime can become the leader of Autobots is one of the essential reasons why he can compete with Megatron. The weak are not qualified to lead them. And the power of Shenmue is completely above Megatron, which means that Optimus Prime, who is equal to Megatron, is not Shenmue's opponent either. In terms of strength, Shenmue is fully qualified to lead them and give them shelter. Shenmue said to them that the choice seems to have no suspense to make a decision. Stay on Earth, accept the management and supervision of Shendun Bureau, and live under the protection of Shenmue. When Shenmue was found to have recalled the source of the fire and looked towards their position, Optimus Prime immediately stood up and rushed down the mountain with a group of his Autobots to Shenmue. In the face of Shenmue again, whether it's Optimus Prime or the Autobots like Tin, the attitude to look at Shenmue's eyes is quite different. If it was friendly before, it's deep respect and even worship now. After several people of Optimus Prime came down from the mountain, Shenmue casually threw the fire in his hand towards Optimus Prime. "You keep this for me first." Megatron reached for the fire source, looked at Shenmue, nodded slowly, then opened a chest armor, put the fire source in. As for Shenmue's statement that keep it for him, is obviously intended to take the source of the fire as his own, Optimus Prime has no opinion. Or they dare not have any opinion. Although the source of this fire was originally the sacred object of their planet Cybertron, which should be regarded as their Transformers thing, as early as millions of years ago, the source of the fire had already flowed to the Earth and was discovered by the Earth people. Of course, most importantly, Chenmo said that. Chenmo himself brought out the fire source from the 7th district, and one person killed all the Decepticons who came to rob the fire source. Even the mighty Megatron was killed by Chenmo with a sword. Now Chenmo says that the fire source is his, that is him, and none of the bus people here dare to say no. Megatron's body hasn't cooled yet. They don't want to be with him. Moreover, Chenmo, who killed Megatron and was about to become their guardian, has no doubt that he is qualified to possess the kindling source only when he is the strongest super leader. Chenmo, who just saved the Earth from Decepticons, will never want to destroy the Earth by himself. Chenmo is not like taking the fire seed source himself, but this fire seed source is very special. It contains a kind of powerful and strange energy. Like the infinite gem, it can't be collected into his space at all. Chenmo will have other things to do later. It's inconvenient to take the fire seed source with him, so he has to give it to Optimus Prime. He was not worried that Optimus would not return it to him. Not to mention his understanding of Optimus Prime, it is almost impossible for him to have this situation. Even if he is really wrong, it doesn't matter. The Decepticons have been eliminated, and the Autobots won't spend much time. But Optimus Prime is not a greedy spider. Chenmo believes that with the wisdom of Optimus Prime, he will not make such a stupid decision. It turns out that Chenmo was not wrong. After setting the fire source up, Optimus Prime glanced at his men. The Bumblebee, the Iron Sheet, the Ambulance, and the Jazz all nodded when he glanced at them and stood up straight at the same time. Optimus Prime then turned to look at Chenmo. A serious face slowly said, "Sir, we have decided to accept your previous suggestions. Stay on Earth and accept your protection and management." As Optimus Prime's voice fell, a group of Autobots standing in line with him raised their arms and silently saluted Chi Kitchen. The height of 5 Autobots is at least 4 meters, and that of Optimus Prime is 9 meters. 5 such tall and powerful steel giants salute to a human only 2 meters high, which looks very different. However, Chenmo was not surprised or upset at all. That night, when he warned Optimus Prime not to interfere in the action against Decepticons outside his residence, and proposed a plan to protect the Autobots, Chenmo had predicted that Optimus Prime would definitely agree. In the movie, Autobots later joined the human side to help them eliminate the remaining Decepticons. Now he shows enough strength. Optimus Prime has no reason to refuse. Glancing at the line of Autobots standing in front of him, Chenmo nodded, and then started the thruster of the battle suit to slowly lift off, saying in a deep voice, "Bumblebee and I go back to Zone 7. Others keep hiding and wait for my orders." Megatron did, but it's not over yet. When the voice falls, Chenmo directly increases the power of the propeller and flies towards the direction of the 7th zone. The Bumblebee and Optimus Prime look at each other and follow Chenmo's orders. Over the mountains and mountains came to see a big play. The car people returned to the original road, back to the road. A group of Autobots quickly changed shape. The Bumblebee turned to the direction of coming, followed Chenmo and drove away, while Optimus Prime and others drove towards the direction of the city. It's better to hide in a city with lots of vehicles. Not long after the crowd left, several F-22 Raptors and Black Hawk helicopters flew from the city, toward the direction Chenmo and Megatron had left on the road before, and searched around. The battle between Chenmo and Megatron was not far from the road. Soon, Megatron's huge body across the mountain was found. After circling and observing for a while, several helicopters landed quickly. Not long ago, Captain William Reynolds and his special forces had just entered the city. Soon after they came to support the fighters, they quickly arrived. Through an old-fashioned radio found in the pawn shop, they contacted the fighters over the city and guided them to the direction where Chenmo and Megatron left to search. After the fleet left, Captain William Reynolds set out again to return to the scene. Shortly after their convoy left the city, An oncoming convoy in the street ahead caught Captain William Reynolds' attention. He just met this team not long ago. The red and blue painted Peterbilt 389 truck at the head is too conspicuous. Captain William Reynolds was also impressed by the yellow Humvee rescue vehicle at the back and the large black GMC pickup, but they just passed by on the road before and didn't attack them. They didn't look like those fierce Decepticons. Captain William Reynolds can't help but think of the Bumblebee and what Chen-Mo said. In addition to the brutal Decepticons, there are peace-loving Autobots in the Transformers. Is it possible that these guys, like Chen-Mo's Bumblebee, are all Autobots? After all, it's too coincidental for such a special team to appear in front of them twice in a row at this time. As Captain William Reynolds wondered if he would stop them, the motorcade suddenly turned to another road at the intersection ahead. Captain William Reynolds looked at the disappearing traffic at the intersection ahead, hesitated for a moment, and still did not order the pursuit. According to his judgment, even if the four suspicious vehicles are Transformers, they should be friends, not enemies. And they are in a hurry to go back to help. They don't have time to pay attention to the team that doesn't show hostility and destructiveness. Even if they go back, they may not be able to help Chen-Mo. In any case, Captain William Reynolds decided to ignore them, but as he drove past the intersection, he turned his head and took a look at the cars on the left side of the road. On the other side, Chen-Mo, wearing a steel battle suit, galloped down to the Hoover Dam and went directly to the 7th section of the deep underground to the archives. This is the only place in Zone 7 that can connect with the outside world now. Through the old military radio station and the computer connected with it, under the operation of Glenn Whitman, they keep in touch with Northern Command through Morse code. They also received the feedback from the Northern Command not long ago and learned that Captain William Reynolds and the Special Forces had arrived in the city. According to the information they disclosed to the pilots, they were attacked by Megatron. In order to protect the fire source, Chen-Mo left the team with it and tried to get rid of Megatron's pursuit. The forward support fleet has gone to search for support according to the coordinates given by Captain William Reynolds, but they have not received further feedback from Northern Command. Most of the people in the archives were surrounded by Glenn Whitman, staring anxiously at the computer screen full of code. Although most people couldn't understand it at all, they still wouldn't look away. They were eager to see new information on the screen. They would like to know how things are going out, whether the ignition source has been taken away by Megatron, and whether their efforts are meaningful. Not everyone gathered around the computer, but Defense Secretary John Keller paced back and forth alone, his face heavy and uneasy. Compared with other people, John Keller is more aware of the consequences if Chen-Mo's action fails and the ignition source is finally obtained by Megatron. Everyone present, including the whole Earth, will come to an end. John Keller can't help praying in his heart. I hope Chen-Mo can live up to his expectations and kill Megatron, but at least don't be robbed of the kindling source by him, and then push mankind to destruction. Just as John Keller was worried and fidgety, the door of the archive room behind him creaked. John Keller quickly turned around and saw that the two heavy iron doors of the archives were slowly opening inward. The other people around the computer also heard the voice turn around. The next moment, as the door was pushed open, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. It is in the information of the Northern Command that Chen-Mo left with the Fire Providence alone to avoid the pursuit of Megatron. When John Keller saw Chen-Mo, he was very happy, and then he suddenly thought of something. His face changed, and then he looked at Chen-Mo. When he found that Chen-Mo did not have the shadow of the fire source, John Keller's face became very ugly. The source of the fire has been taken away. The news that they got from the Northern Command before contacting them, plus Chen-Mo's presence here at this time, but there is no trace of the fire source on his body, can't help John Keller think otherwise. The other people in the archives heard John Keller's words and they all reacted quickly. Their faces changed a lot. No. Just when they were in despair and anxiety, Chen-Mo, who entered the archives, shook his head gently and said slowly, "I have destroyed the fire source." People can't help but be stunned when they hear the words. The fire source has been destroyed. Under the eyes of all the people, Chen Mo slowly explained. The fire source is not indestructible. As the sacred object of Cybertron, the only way to destroy it is to put it into a fire on the chest of a transformer. The energy of the fire source will be forced to activate the energy of the fire source and eventually burn it. Of course, the transformer will burn with the fire source. You put it, asked John Keller with an uncertain face. Megatron, Chen Mo said in a deep voice in front of the eyes of the crowd. His speed is too fast for me to get rid of his pursuit, so I had to take advantage of the chance of fighting and put the fire source on his chest. He is dead now. The source of the fire was destroyed with him. All the people were stunned when they heard the words, and the mighty Megatron died like this. And died under the fire he had always wanted. This time almost let the whole human face the great crisis of extinction, so simple to be solved. It's not that they don't believe Chen Mo, but the content of Chen Mo's speech is really amazing and hard to fully accept in a short time. Just as the crowd looked at Chen Mo in disbelief, Glenn Whitman, who was sitting in front of the computer, suddenly looked back at the computer screen and shouted, "We have news from Northern Command." All the people immediately put down their dismay at the news brought by Chen Mo, and Chi focused on Glenn Whitman. However, in the hearts of all the people, there was a sense that the news of the Northern Command might be related to what Chen had just said. "What did you say?" John Keller couldn't wait to ask. Glenn Whitman's eyes were fixed on the computer screen, and without pen and paper, he translated directly in his mind and slowly said what he translated. In the valley, the fighter formation found the body of a giant robot more than 10 meters tall, its chest completely melted. When they heard this, they couldn't help but turn around and look at Chen Mo again, which is exactly the same as what he said just now. But listen to Glenn Whitman. In addition, they found the remains of 2 other giant robots in other places. Their chests were also broken, but they did not melt like the first one. I stayed in the archives all the time. I didn't know how many enemies Chen Mo met. I knew that Chen Mo not only killed Megatron, but also killed 2 other Decepticons before that. In addition to the first attacker killed outside Hoover Dam, Chen Mo killed 4 powerful Decepticons one after another. In fact, they still missed the vertigo, roadblocks, and confusion that Chen Mo had collected into the space. Except after the attack on the Sankerson base, the Sark giant who escaped to nowhere was not known. Now all the Decepticons that have appeared have been killed by Chen Mo alone. None of them were given to others. But Chen Mo's harvest is also very huge. Not only did Chen Mo achieve the goal of controlling the initial exercise strength, but also through this battle, especially the noise and dizziness, and finally the battle with Megatron, he exercised his speed, flexibility, response and analysis, prediction and other abilities, and even the overall physical quality has been slightly improved. Most importantly, Chen Mo understands the purpose and significance of his journey, and his faith is more firm.